Rumble, rumble. The moment he reached that conclusion, the room started trembling, causing mountains to fall apart and trees to get hurled away. When Felix glanced upward, he was scared to the bone by the sight of the same ant-official, breaking the room's ceiling and glancing at him with one eye akin to a god. "Fuck this, Bazinga! Bazinga!" Felix shouted out loud without a single ounce of hesitation. Safety word activated. Terminating the battle. Battle duration 10 seconds. Queen AI announced. Immediately after, Felix opened his eyes to the sight of the ant-official dummy, breaking into light particles. This time, Felix didn't dare to stare at him directly in the eyes. "I am really asking for a beating to fuck with Empyrean-ranked hive officials." Felix wiped his sweaty forehead while looking around him, still having some doubt that he wasn't out of the hallucination yet. This battle had truly shown him that unless he was completely confident in his mental defenses, he shouldn't dare step inside the Empyrean rank. It was a whole new domain that allowed only the strongest 500 players in the universe to enter it. In other words, getting promoted to the Empyrean rank resulted in another player getting kicked out. Such a cutthroat system ensured that only the strongest 500 players in the universe would be honored to display their rank. This copy of the ant-official was at the bottom row. Yet, he made Felix question his reality even after using the safety word. "You look pale." Asna giggled. "Was it that bad?" "You have no idea." Felix sighed in relief. Felix simply couldn't fathom how powerful the illusion primogenitor would be if even an ant-official was capable of casting such a realistic hallucination. "I really can't relax on my climb." Felix's ego was humbled before he could even test his physical strength. Felix restarted his wings training. To his surprise, he was still absolutely horrible in controlling them on the ground. The 6 hours of hard work in his hallucination resulted in nothing concrete. That's because he was hallucinating that he was getting better at controlling them when in reality, he was still at the starting point. So, he was forced to repeat the same exercises for the next 8 hours until he got them down properly. Time to take a flight. Felix spread his angelic crystallized wings widely and flapped them twice. This was more than enough to generate enough propulsion to take him into the air. Whoosh! With his experience in using flight potions, it didn't take him even a few seconds before he was able to maneuver at will in the air. Let's test out supersonic mode. Felix unlocked his lightning absorbers and engulfed himself in billions of electrical discharges. This time, the electricity had covered even his wings and horns, making them shine brightly akin to minimized stars. "You will probably blind your enemies like this." Asna chuckled while staring at his illuminating body. "I am getting blinded on my own." Felix squinted his eyes in pain, not able to see clearly. He already had a very sensitive eyes to the light, and now he had to deal with 2 light bulbs above his head. To counter it, Felix was forced to put on sunglasses. "I guess we checked out that supersonic mode isn't very compatible with my new mutations." Felix commented, "Let's see if it's worth using it." Boom. The moment Felix decided to go all out in his speed, he broke the sound barrier in the first split second. He hadn't even reached a quarter of his peak acceleration. "Queen, calculate my speed based on Earth Mach system," Felix requested after realizing that he could get much faster with his wings. As expected, he doubled the speed of sound and reached Mach 2 in the first 2 seconds. Before his replacement, he was capable of reaching this speed after 6 seconds. "Shit. I have a feeling I can actually reach Mach 6. Felix shivered in excitement. Motivated more than ever, he kept flapping his wings 100 times per second, leaving behind him a long arc of electricity. 1 second later, Queen AI reported, "Mach 3 achieved. You are traveling at 3,675.13 kilometers per hour." Even then, Felix was still accelerating. "Mach 4 achieved. You are traveling at 4,900.18 kilometers per hour." Mach 5 achieved. You are traveling at 6,125.22 kilometers per hour. Mach 6 achieved. You are traveling at 7,350.26 kilometers per hour. Only after Felix broke through this insane level of speed did he start to feel like he was nearing his acceleration peak. This wasn't because of his true limitation but due to his imperfect adaptation to his wings. He could feel it in his bones that he could do much better than this, but every time he tried to increase his wings flaps, he ended up messing the rhythm. In the end, Felix stopped the speed test after accomplishing half of Mach 7. Thud. Felix landed on the ground with sweat dripping down his chin and wings trembling non-stop like they were injected with steroid. I really need more practice. Felix understood that if he had perfect control of his wings, he could have limited his movements and kept the same speed. In turn, he wouldn't get this exhausted so fast. Still, he was content with his current speed upgrade. This isn't teleportation, but it will do against those royal dragons. Don't get content with just this sort of garbage speed. Thor scolded in annoyance. A damn jet from your planet is capable of reaching a Mach 10. Don't even mention jets and spaceships from other civilizations. You only get content after you reach the speed of light. Thor stressed. I understand. Felix nodded with an ashamed expression. If he simply had reached half of Mach 7 and moved on with his training, Thor wouldn't have said anything since he knew that Felix's body was still developing and couldn't support the same speed he had. But to be content with it? He couldn't stay quiet. Felix recognized his mistake and reflected on it. He was the student of the second fastest being alive in the matter universe. The first one was naturally the light primogenitor. Still, Felix's goal should always be reaching the speed of light or at least closing in on it, especially when he had both Thor's manipulation and mutation. One speed of light equal to Mach 874030. So, Felix truly had a long way before reaching the same level as Thor. Hee. You are being humbled left and right? Asna teased. Shut up. Ignoring her, Felix returned to the machine for testing physical strength. Mental defenses were important. Speed was also essential. But physical strength was the foundation and true definition of strength. Felix was confident in his enhancement as he had this feeling that he could literally punch a hole through a red dragon scale. If he told anyone, he would be treated as a bumbling lunatic. Even Felix didn't believe in himself. Without delay, Felix tightened his right fist as hard as he could and pulled it further back. His squinted eyes locked in on the red pad as he took a deep breath. The instant his whole body felt like it was connected with his fist, Felix punched out the red pad as hard as he could, breaking the sound barrier in the process. Before the sound barrier explosion could reach far, it was engulfed in thunderous noise of the red pad getting brutally smashed by Felix's fist. The force of the punch was so vigorous, the surrounding wind got messed up badly, creating a chaotic noisy zone around Felix and the machine. Hell, the nearby trees had most of their leaves torn apart and sent flying with the wind. Even after all of this, the machine hadn't moved an inch. Felix wasn't surprised, as he was the one picking a machine that was capable of surviving the force of a nuke blast. Felix pulled his fist away from the red pad, allowing the entrapped smoke to escape. The punch had generated enough heat. The red pad would have caught on fire if it was normal. Felix ignored all of this and kept his eyes locked on the screen. It was still calculating the force, making Felix a bit optimistic about the results. After 2 whole seconds, the screen had finally stopped at this number -101, 471 BF-. Dear Almighty! When Felix saw the final score, his jaw was dropped to the floor in absolute shock and fear. He looked down at his hands and felt like he was a walking mass destruction weapon. Who could blame him? 100K was simply an unimaginable record in its own. That's because it separated the universe into 2 parties. The ones above this number and the ones below it. Believe it or not, red dragons were below it. In other words, Felix had just crossed a chasm that separated him from 99.9999% of the universe population. He was under a few and above all when it came to physical strength. So my feeling was correct after all. I can really punch a hole through a red dragon. Thrilled and excited, Felix tightened his fists while staring at the score. Void abilities, legendary weapon, elemental abilities, strategies? None of this crap was needed anymore to establish complete dominance against the red dragons. Now, Felix could proclaim proudly that he could slay a red dragon with his mere hands. After spending a few hours in the UVR's room, Felix exited while leaving behind him a mountain of red dragon corpses. All of them shared one thing in common: having their skulls completely busted, and their wings ripped apart brutally. There were even some heavenly turtles lying around with their snappers broken apart and bloody heads. He had put his strength to the test, and he wasn't disappointed with the results.
Royal dragons are much tougher to break, though, Felix murmured while standing up.
Obviously, he had tested his physical strength against even royal dragons. Unfortunately, he wasn't capable of butchering them as easily as the red dragons. He was capable of harming them with his fists and kicks, but it wasn't enough to cave in their skulls or such.
This was to be expected since the royal dragon's strength was also above 100,000 bloodline force.
At least, you won't be played like a fool in the ceremony, Asna shared.
True, Felix smiled. As long as he had enough strength to contest against the royal dragons, Felix was more than satisfied.
Now, let's see how I can hide those wings. Felix turned to his folded wings with a thoughtful expression. If they were normal wings made out of feathers, he wouldn't have even believed that it was possible. But he was told by Lady Sphinx that Carbuncle was capable of folding his wings into many layers until they start to resemble a crystallized backpack. All of this because of the crystallized feathers being solid. Felix attempted a few times and ended up succeeding in his fourth attempt. It wasn't really hard, as he simply thought of folding the wings gradually from the sides to the inner. The final product was a small crystallized white backpack that made Felix feel comfortable again in his own skin.
Although he loved the wings, he was still not used to having them.
Nimmo, it's time to go out. Felix stretched his arms while heading to the door. Nimmo rushed towards him excitedly and jumped on his crystallized backpack. He sat on it and placed his head on Felix's shoulder, getting comfortable. Well, this is much better than sitting on my shoulder. Felix smiled as he patted Nimmo's head. Then he activated the void suit and covered himself. Even the crystallized backpack was encased in it. Much better. If it wasn't for the ability to turn into this smaller size, Felix knew that the void suit would have difficulty covering his big-ass wings as well as keep the same level of protection for his other body parts. In other words, he would have been forced to compromise and exposed his feet, hands, or something so the wings could be protected.
Felix wasn't worried about the void energy disintegrating his wings or such, but simply about the appearance of the suit being ruined.
After all, his wings were now a part of him and his blood vessels were touching every single feather. It was to be expected that they would be considered as immune to void energy just like his other body parts. It didn't even matter that they were made out of condensed white adamantine.
Are you going to exit the city to cook the dragon meat? Asna inquired, too lazy to read his thoughts. It has to be done now before I meet with Selfie and Anastasia. Felix nodded. No matter how bold he was, Felix would never cook dragons' body parts inside a royal palace. He didn't even dare to cook in the city, not knowing whether he was being monitored or not. Whether he was Anastasia's friend or her clan's team ace, he would be hunted to death by all dragons if he got caught red-handed.
Confused, Felix narrowed his eyes at the open space in front of him. He had already tried to open Void Rift at least 5 times and yet nothing showed up before him. You idiot! Have you forgotten that your Void Eye has been removed? Asna rolled her eyes at him. Fuck me. Dumbfounded, Felix merely kept staring at the void like a retard. He completely forgot that the Void Rift and Void Beam could only be activated if he had the Void Eye. In first place, the only reason he unlocked them was due to having the Void Eye mutation. Now that it had been replaced by the Root Gemstone, those two abilities could be considered as locked again. This phenomena was referred to as the mutation overlap. It almost never happened to bloodliners, even if they were at the 6th stage of replacement. That's because most mutations with abilities aligned to them never get replaced on the get-go unless the bloodliner removed the mentioned ability. Since Void Eye was aligned with 2 abilities, Felix should have gotten rid of it only after he went past the 60% mark.
But because he had integrated with a whopping 15% carbuncle bloodline at once, the Void Eye was forcefully removed by the emerging Root Gemstone.
If he had integrated with just 12% or lower, he would have most likely received only the wings and the horns. It wasn't called phenomena for no reason. The chances of it occurring were less than 1 in a billion.
I don't know if I should cry or laugh. Felix smiled wryly. He already accepted losing the Void abilities, but he really wasn't ready to lose the Void Rift so soon.
What now? Felix rubbed Nemo's chin while thinking deeply about another method of sneaking outside the palace. Mistress Candace is away. Blink won't do much, and invisible potion will get me spotted in a heartbeat. Felix sighed in frustration, already starting to miss Mistress Candace already. Sensing his sadness, Nemo rubbed his cheek against Felix cutely, trying to comfort him. When Nemo saw that his attempts were for naught, he jumped on the floor and started increasing his size until it was triple Felix's size. Then, he lowered his back and gestured for Felix to jump on it. Aren't you a good boy? Felix complimented with a pleased expression and sat on Nemo's back. Just as he wanted to carry on his original thought process, Nemo started sprinting and jumping around the spacious room. At first, Felix enjoyed the ride, knowing that Nemo simply wanted to make him feel better. But when he saw that Nemo started charging towards the door, he got worried. Slow down, buddy. Felix finally shouted after realizing that Nemo had no intentions of stopping. God damn it, Nemo! Felix cursed while hanging on Nemo's fur, bracing for impact. However, just as Nemo was about to smash through the door, the unexpected has happened. A void rift opened up and swallowed them both before spitting them at the far back of the room at the speed of light. Nemo started giggling while jumping in his place, acting like a child who was happy after pranking his father successfully. The hell just happened? Shocked, speechless, Felix kept looking around him with widened eyes, not daring to believe the current situation. Oh ho ho! Nemo has finally started to harness the void laws? Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise. About time. Lady Sphinx closed her book and focused on Nemo. Felix, tell him to try and do it again. We need to see if he did it by luck, or he can truly control the void rifts. Nemo, can you do it again? Felix asked while rubbing Nemo. Thinking that he must have liked it, Nemo nodded his head excitedly and started sprinting towards the wall this time. The moment he was about to collide, he entered a void rift and exited from another at the back. Nemo gave him an eager look, implying that he could do it again if Felix asked. Can you do it without running? Felix looked at him in anticipation. Nemo titled his head in confusion. Before Felix could explain his request even further, Nemo slapped his paw on the ground and tens of void rifts appeared all over the room, shocking Felix to his core. Haha. He must have been confused why you want him to open them without the fun of running through them. Asna chuckled. Nemo might be the replacement of the paragon of sins, but his mind was still that of a child. Now, tell him to close them quick. Lady Sphinx said with a serious tone, those void rifts can cause many problems for this planet if they were left open for long. Indeed, if Nemo doesn't close them, they will be here permanently and affect the stability of laws in this planet. Thor supported. I understand. Felix nodded with a stern expression and made Nemo close the void rifts. For him, it was as easy as he opened them. Felix had learned enough about laws and elements to understand that his void rifts were absolutely incomparable to Nemo's void rifts, even if they look the same and have the same applications. His void rifts feed on his elemental energy and existence. The moment the elemental energy gets cut off, the void rift just disappears. On the other hand, Nemo's void rifts were created out of void laws. Void laws dictate that in this specific space, in this specific time, there shouldn't be any appearance of void rifts. Yet, Nemo broke those laws and abused his own authority over the void laws to forcefully manifest those void rifts. The science didn't support them and the molecules didn't collide or react to each other for their creation. Nothing. It was unnatural and simply an act of God. If Nemo went away or died somehow, those void rifts would keep existing and conflicting with any already existing laws in this specific area. Without a shadow of doubt, the primogenitors knew that those harmless void rifts would erase the entire planet out of existence if the conflict consisted for a while. It might take a year, a decade, a century, or even an eon. But it was bound to happen 100%. Natural wormholes, void rifts, dimensional pockets, wormholes, all of those fantastic cosmic phenomena never appear out of the blue. There was always a trigger and a perfect environment to sustain them. What Nemo just did was to overwrite the natural aspect of the universe and forcefully use his own laws to get what he desired. By the universe laws and rules, doing so was a punishable act. The punishment depends on the damage caused to the fabric of reality. This was the reason the Unigens were so feared and respected. But at the same time, they were seen as hopeless as anyone else.
Because they knew that with all their powers and authority, they were still under the same hand as the rest of us.
The one-eyed cosmic being, who sent Asna and Felix into a different timeline, didn't close his eyes for no reason after doing the deed.
He was put into a forceful slumber immediately after he abused his time/space laws to change their fate.
Why did he do so? Only he knows.
But in this ever-expanding universe, punishment and rewards goes hand in hand with everyone.
No one was above the board. At least, no one was seen yet to be above the board or the matrix of this so-called infinite universe.
Nimmo, can you get us out of here? Felix requested. He wanted to learn more about Nimmo's capabilities, but he felt that it was unsafe doing so in the White Palace.
He couldn't afford to expose the fact that he was out of the closed-shut training at the moment. Nimmo lowered his back before Felix and opened a new void rift in front of him. Without delay, Felix sat on his back and patted him with a pleased expression. His intelligence is increasing day by day.
Felix always had a bit of difficulty communicating with Nimmo. Gestures made it somewhat easier, but it wasn't as perfect as clearly understanding what he was talking about. It looked like Nemo had already grown smart enough to understand Felix's meaning behind each sentence even though he wasn't capable of speaking the language yet.
After entering the Void Realm, the first thing Felix did was make Nimmo close the Void Rift behind them. He wanted to make it a habit for Nimmo so he would never leave a Void Rift open.
The last thing he needed was for Nemo to get put into a long slumber by the universe after he affected the reality too negatively. In a few moments, Nemo jumped through a void rift and landed above a mountain's peak, far, far away from the White Dragon Clan city.
"This will do," Felix commentated with a satisfied smile after scanning tens of kilometers around him and realizing that not a living soul existed. "Show me what you got," Felix said while rubbing Nemo's fur. Other fun abilities." Felix rephrased his question. This time Nemo understood him completely. He floated away from Felix and started blinking all over the place, making it hard for Felix's to track his location.
Felix couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise after seeing how smooth he was with his teleportations.
Before he could comment, Nemo stopped above his head and eyed a mountain that was a few kilometers away from them. Then, his eyes started burning with purplish light before expelling two thick beams at the mountain. The beams penetrated the mountain's summit like it was made out of butter and continued traveling on their merry way. This wasn't even it. Felix's widened eyes remained affixed on the mountain that was beginning to disintegrate at the speed of light. It was surreal, scary, and simply unimaginable.
In less than 2 seconds, half the mountain was already erased from existence, and Felix knew that if the void energy continued spreading, the entire planet would cease to exist.
It was already terrifying to deal with common void energy's deadly disintegration properties. As for void laws, as one of the highest laws in the universe, nothing could stop it besides those with proper tools like the Space/Time Guardian, the Paragon of Sins, and the culprit Nemo. Yet Nemo blinked next to Felix and started wagging his tail in eagerness, waiting for his compliment. He is really too naive to understand how dangerous his abilities are. Lady Sphinx frowned. You better teach him properly. Otherwise, he will end up learning from long slumbers after he destroys planets or entire galaxies. Dear Almighty!
Felix gulped a mouthful as he patted Nemo in the head.
Only after seeing Nemo's destructiveness did it finally click in Felix's mind that he was the father of one of the most dangerous beings in the entire universe.
He was literally responsible for Nemo's actions and upbringing.
The fact that Nemo had just copied Felix's void abilities instead of inventing new ones was enough proof. He saw him as his father and idol, making him try to copy anything he did. If I don't keep him on the right path, he might really end up bringing ruination to many civilizations and receive correspondent punishments from the universe. Felix thought, feeling somewhat pressured.
It was already pressuring enough to teach a normal child morals and such, don't even mention this living weapon.
If he stayed in the void realm after his birth, I believe that he would have gained enough intellect and understanding of his existence and duty, Asna reasoned. But now that he is exposed to the matter universe from the get-go, it's not so simple.
Exactly. Lady Sphinx agreed. The universe had given birth to Nimmo to replace the currently slumbering paragon of sins. He was born at the core of the void realm, making him receive the purest void energy to sustain his growth. If Nimmo hatched and remained there without a single contact with the outside world, there was simply no way he would be able to get out of the void realm. After all, he might harness the void laws, but he was too young to have an understanding of many dimensions overlapping with each other. So, he would never be able to open a void rift and exit his realm. During that period, he would keep eating pure void energy and grow at an unimaginable speed until the day he was old enough to unlock his cognitive reasoning and stop seeing the world in white and black. Asna believed that the moment he gained the same intellect as a normal human being, he would unlock the memories correspondent to his duties as the new guardian of void and seven sins. By then, Nimmo would understand what he had to do next and wouldn't be a dangerous individual to the matter universe or such. At least, this was her understanding of the programmatic thinking of the universe. I really want to know who was able to get Nemo out of the void realm. Thor sighed. No one could cause such a massive diversion in the universe's planning. If the paragon of sins wasn't already on slumber, he would have already been his first choice. This doesn't matter at the moment, Lady Sphinx warned while glancing at the completely deleted mountain. Tell him to clear up his mess before he erases the planet. The moment Felix glanced at the non-existing mountain, he swiftly jumped on Nimmo's back and made him blink there. Nimmo blinked once and appeared above a terrifying vast purplish lake that was devouring everything it touched at a rapid pace. Even millions of void creatures couldn't hold a candle to this lake in terms of disintegration. Felix couldn't even fathom the existence of a void energy being turned into liquid. The fact that it was merely a byproduct of an ability was even more chilling. Nimmo, remove this at once, Felix ordered. Obedient as always, Nimmo did as he was told. He simply needed to glance at the void lake before it started to twist and wrap around. In less than a split second, not a single drop was left behind. The entire phenomena was surreal as Felix was used to seeing abilities get turned into light particles, or in other words, elemental energy particles. Did it disappear to the ether, or what? Felix wondered. How can you even erase something that's real? We will tell you when we knew, Lady Sphinx replied calmly. But for now, that's the realm of guardians, and we have no understanding of it whatsoever. Asna? Felix asked, knowing that if anyone could shed some light on this, it would be her. I am not trying to hide anything from you, but trust me when I tell you that I have no clue either, Asna smiled wryly. I was imprisoned too young to learn anything of value about the mysteries of the laws. I see. Felix believed that Asna was being honest. If she wanted to withdraw information from him, she would simply tell him to his face that he refused to answer. Laws, ether, void realm, spiritual realm, quantum realm, so much to figure out. Felix murmured, hopefully I will live long enough to learn about everything. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly and returned to reading her book. She was alive for billions of years and she had yet to even learn about 20% of the universe. For Felix take initiative in the exploration of the universal mystics truly warmed her heart. In a few hours, Felix and Nimmo had returned to the first mountain. Felix had taken teaching Nimmo as serious as possible. He understood that the only way for Nimmo to learn was by experience. So, he took him to the UVR with him in the past hours and made him destroy such as much as possible with his void abilities. Then, he made him clean up his mess after each void attack until it was implemented into him. At the end of training, Nimmo would close void rifts or deal with the remaining void energy as fast as possible without needing Felix to tell him to. This was only possible because Nimmo's high intelligence. As for attacking others preemptively or such, Felix knew that would take more time to clear out. For now, it was time to get back to cooking the dragon's meat. Just to be extra safe, Felix entered one of the many caves on the mountain and closed the entrance by blowing it off. Then, he walked as deep as his feet could take him. Here will do. Felix beamed the preparation table for his concoction and a dozen of crystal bulbs. He affixed them on the cave's walls, turning the entire place as bright as daylight. Then, he beamed other cooking tools and the required ingredients. Knowing that heat was important to pull off the cooking recipes perfectly, Felix didn't start a fire with wood.
He beamed the circular oven used for his potion making since it allowed him to control fire by single degrees. So, what are you making, Chef Felix? Asna teased. Green lavender dragon heart stew. Felix replied. If I want to survive the royal dragon's elemental attacks, I need to increase my fire resistance as high as possible. Felix understood that being physically tough was one thing and being resistant to the elements was another. One could be as strong and tough as an ox, yet end up dropping dead by a single poison drop. The same applied to being burnt alive. No matter how strong he gets, as long as his elemental resistances were low, he would suffer just like everyone else. That's the better decision. Thor supported. You can't just focus on your physical strength and leave other weaknesses untapped. Felix nodded in agreement while starting to cut down a weird-looking spiky red cucumber into small pieces. Almost all the ingredients in the recipe came from other civilizations, making it somewhat hard for Felix to work on them. Thankfully, he had practiced plenty of time before his coma, when he was increasing his affinity rating. In a short while, Felix had finished cutting all the ingredients and prepared them to the side. Thud! Without delay, he beamed the giant quarter of the dragon's heart and placed it on the preparation table. Here we go. Felix took a deep breath to calm his nerves and started to slice the heart in an artistic manner. He appeared like he was following a routine that he repeated for millions of times. It was somewhat the right assumption as he had been training hard in the UVR on how to cut the dragon's heart properly to not lose out anything. Since it was banned to do such a thing, he simply created a heart that was identical to the one he possessed and did his thing. As long as he didn't request the queen to scan his heart and replicate it or asked her to create one, he was out of trouble. In a few minutes, Felix wiped his sweaty forehead and placed the butcher knife at the side of the table. Even though he merely possessed a quarter of the heart, it was still able to provide him with a portion for an entire party to eat. Still, Felix was nervous about the cooking process, knowing that he could not mess up too often. He was told by Lady Sphinx that the first stew would give him the biggest benefit and what comes after depends on it. In other phrasing, if he cooked the stew terribly, he would receive the worst boost to his fire resistance. All the stews he drinks after it would always give him a much lower enhancement than the first time, even if he cooked them as perfectly as the recipe. Thus, it was more vital to cook the first stew without mistakes to not lose out on majority of the benefits. Boil clean water at 90 degrees for 3 minutes. Throw in 5 kilograms of the daisoki vegetable pieces first and leave it to get boiled for 2 minutes before following in with. Felix kept murmuring the exact steps in the recipe and following them rigidly. Because of his potion mastery, he was extremely meticulous, making him avoid even the small mistakes. After placing all the ingredients inside, Felix closed the pot lid and picked 4 big portions of the heart's meat. Then, he diced it until they were as small as meatballs. He waited 10 minutes exactly before opening the lid and pushing them inside. Next, he closed the lid shut and wiped his sweaty forehead. Now we wait. Knowing that the duration to cook the dragon's heart was going to take 4 hours, Felix sat a bit further from the pot and started practicing his poison conversion technique in silence. Before long, the 4 hours training session concluded and Felix returned to the pot with his eyebrows raised in surprise. Even though the pot was closed shut, the fragrance it kept on releasing was truly mouth-watering. It's ready, Lady Sphinx informed casually. As the creator of those recipes, Felix didn't dare to doubt her words. He swiftly picked up the pot from the oven and placed it on the table. Without delay, he picked the lid and was met with a burst of fragrant steam, making him take it all in with an euphoric expression. Make sure to eat the whole thing as fast as possible. Lady Sphinx advised, your body will start heating rapidly until it becomes unbearable for you to even drink another spoon. Understood. Felix responded with a serious tone. I will give you the next. Felix promised Nimmo after seeing him salivating while smelling such delicious fragrance. Without further delay, Felix beamed all the remaining materials inside his spatial card and picked up the stew pot. It was big enough to feed an entire camp of soldiers, making it seem impossible for Felix to handle the whole thing. But Felix had a cheat code that enabled him to eat it entirely. Size X4. His body started to grow bigger and bigger until he was at least 7 meters tall. Then he opened his mouth widely and poured the whole stew inside his mouth. Not bothering to even chew the vegetables or the meat, He just kept gulping everything with his eyes closed shut tightly, feeling sicker and sicker. No matter how delicious something was, as long as it didn't touch the tasting pads, it would be the same as eating an oatmeal.
Sure, the stew soup was delicious, but he wasn't given time to even appreciate it. In a few moments at best, Felix emptied the entire pot in his stomach and placed it back on the table. I feel like I have sinned. Felix sighed with a frustrated expression after he was hit with multiple amazing flavors in his mouth.
Before he could regret this barbaric approach, his body started to get heated up akin to a furnace.
Expecting this much, Felix swiftly sat on the ground and removed his stretched-out nanobot clothes.
This freed his skin and made him see that he was indeed turning hotter and redder. In less than 10 seconds, Felix was sweating buckets all over his body, trying his best to cool himself. Alas, those drops of sweat get turned into steam the moment they exit his pores, making him resemble Luffy in his second gear. So fucking hot. Is this normal? Felix frowned while toughening through the heat, feeling like he was sitting above a grill right on top of lava river. The hotter your body gets, the better your fire resistance will be boosted, Lady Sphinx replied. So, you should pray for it to get even hotter. Upon hearing so, Felix stopped bitching around and began hoping for the heat to kick it up a notch. Without needing to wish for it, the heat kept on raising and raising until steam filled up the entire cave. Because of Felix's current giant size, it was to be expected the quantity would increase.
He couldn't even reduce his size unless he wanted his stomach to literally explode on him.
After all, he had eaten 10 times more than what his usual stomach was capable of.
So hot, I feel like I am being cooked alive.
Felix gritted his teeth and kept his eyes shut, knowing that they would get dried out the moment he opens them.
Keep it up, the process will last for a mere couple of hours, Lady Sphinx informed. If it were any other person, he would have been put into despair the moment he heard about the duration, but not Felix.
He had gone through so much pain in almost every opportunity he received to gain stronger. If he still couldn't understand that, in this universe, shortcuts were accompanied by a price that was hard for anyone to pay. If Felix decided to increase his fire resistance the known and normal way, he would need to have fire affinity and start living in the hottest environments until the day he would be completely immune to fire or heat.
But this path wasn't taken by almost anyone, even though it was common knowledge. That's because it was hard and torturous. The worst part? It would take a very, very long time to increase one's fire resistance in this manner. We are talking about centuries to 100,000 years, if not more. Not everyone was willing to sacrifice their entire lives for the sake of chasing an elemental immunity. So, there was simply no way that the universe would allow anyone to increase his elemental resistance so high by simply eating a freaking stew and go unpunished. After a grueling long 4 hours, the heat had finally started to cool off in the cave.
Felix had literally turned the cave into a sauna, where no one would dare to step inside unless he was confident in his skin not melting down.
Now, he could be seen still sitting in a meditation position with his eyes closed shut. The only difference was that he was as serene as the ocean even though his skin was still red.
He was like this because of his new fire resistance being pushed far up, making it impossible for such a level of heat to affect him.
A few moments later, Felix opened his eyes after realizing that his body had returned to its natural temperature.
"Master, what do you think?" Felix inquired immediately. "Did I take full advantage of the heart?" Felix could feel that his resistance to fire had increased drastically, but he had no idea if this was the limit or not. "I would say pretty close," Lady Sphinx replied. "Continue taking the stew until you finish everything you have. The next ones might not provide such a noticeable massive enhancement, but it was better than nothing." "Will do." Felix nodded in agreement as he reduced his size back to normal. Now that he was at the 4th stage of replacement and close to mastering the subconsciousness conversion technique, Felix's elemental tank enabled him to remain as an 8-meter giant or even bigger for as long as he desired.
"Let's first test out my improvement," Felix said while standing before the oven.
He turned it on and placed his hand on it. Absolutely no sensation or reaction from Felix. He increased the temperature to 1,000 degrees Celsius. Still nothing.
1,500 degrees Celsius, 2,000 degrees C, 2,500 degrees C, 2,700 degrees C.
Only after touching the temperature required to boil gold did Felix started to feel his skin get ticklish.
It might look impressive and insane to be this much resistant to fire, but Felix wasn't yet satisfied with his results. He understood that the temperature of sacred flames fired by the red dragons were capable of melting even diamonds without condensing it. In other words, the lowest temperature they could emit was higher than 3,550 degrees Celsius. As for the royal dragons,
it wasn't as high as them since it was the same sacred fire. However, adding the attributes to the mix made it even worse to deal with. I need to cook more. After understanding his limitations, Felix returned to the grind and restarted to cook the second stew. When he was done, he gave some to Nimmo and devoured most of it, knowing that it was useless for Nimmo as his stomach was disintegrating anything that landed in it.
4 hours later,
Felix opened his eyes and went straight to the oven. He repeated the same test and couldn't help but frown at the results.
A measly increase of 300 degrees Celsius. Felix didn't like the results one bit. He had eaten almost the same portion, yet the results were incomparable.
That's normal, Lady Sphinx clarified. Your body has already reached its limit on what it came to accepting a foreign assistance. With every stew you drink, the end result will be more tragic than the other. In other words, the only way forward at this point was by going natural in his resistance increase.
Nothing he ate or take would change this outcome even if he ate the greatest treasure in the universe. I doubt you will get even 50 degrees Celsius the next time, Thor added. If it's like that, then there's no point in wasting such a good dragon's meat on this. Felix nodded calmly, might as well change the recipe and receive other benefits from it.
If it was up to Felix, he would rather leave it to Noah or Olivia so they could increase their fire resistance as well.
But they didn't have fire affinity unlocked in the first place. Unlocking it was a different matter since only Lady Sphinx was capable of concocting specific elemental potions.
Without delay, Felix picked the second recipe that had the heart as its primary ingredient and started working on it. He chose this one because it allowed him to obtain a weak version of the dragon's rage empowerment.
When dragons get pissed, their hearts started pumping faster and their blood turned hotter and hotter.
At the same time, their overall strength shoot to the roof. It was like a controlled frenzy enhancement. Although it would be a weak version of such an outstanding innate ability, Felix wanted a piece of it.
He knew that there would be times when he would be too angry to think, making him lose an edge over his opponent.
He preferred that when it happened, he would at least get a bit stronger instead of losing control over his emotions for no reason and get his ass beat.
After he was done with the cooking, Felix ate the newly made dish in a slow manner this time, knowing that nothing would happen during the meal.
However, the moment he finished it, he started feeling like his hearts were skipping beats frequently while his veins started to pop up all over his skin. I feel like I am going to have a heart attack, Felix stressed with a suppressed tone. It will be fine. Just try to keep yourself calm and under control, Lady Sphinx informed. Under control? If it was possible, I wouldn't need your advice. Felix snapped at Lady Sphinx with bloodshot eyes, feeling like he was losing control over his thoughts. Lady Sphinx didn't react to the fact he talked back. She knew that he was being consumed by anger and would lash out at anyone unconditionally. Knowing so, no one spoke, leaving Felix to appease his anger on his own. Felix held his head tightly and closed his eyes shut, knowing that he would end up destroying the whole mountain if he didn't contain his urge to break shit up. He could feel that his strength had been boosted significantly, but he wasn't happy about it one bit.
What's the point of strength if the mind was absent?
Fortunately for him, his agitation and anger didn't last for long. His hearts were settled down, and his blood cooled off. Huff, huff, huff. Felix started breathing ruggedly the moment he regained control over his emotions. He felt like he had fought for 3 days and 3 nights against himself. The strength increase is noticeable, but the drawbacks are really too nasty, Felix murmured while wiping his sweaty face. Only now did Felix truly understood why dragons prefer keeping their sanity while fighting, even though they knew that anger was beneficial to them. It was an uncomfortable experience that should be gone through only when it was the last option. Hopefully, I never get angered to the point I lose control, Felix wished while beaming the table and oven in his spatial card. You're stopping? Asna asked. It's enough for today, Felix nodded. I will carry on tomorrow. Now that he had finished all the heart portions, he intended to move to the other body parts. Unlike the heart, most of the recipes for those body parts offer just strength enhancement. Knowing that his first enhancement was going to be the highest, he preferred cooking while he was at his calmest.
After what just happened, he wasn't feeling it at all.
A week later, Felix had returned to his room in the White Palace without anyone catching wind of his absence.
It took him 7 days to finish all the dragon's body parts and receive the greatest benefits from them.
His physical strength got boosted by more than 15,000 bloodline force after consuming more than 10 dishes and emptying his stock. It was a sizable one-time enhancement, considering that he would never receive it from eating dragon's meat anymore.
The only reason he was capable of getting this much enhancement out of the dishes wasn't solely due to the recipes,
but also his current physical strength already exceeding 100,000 bloodline force. It enabled his body to truly absorb all the benefits from those dishes unlike others.
If it wasn't for so, Felix would have eaten them before he entered the 4th stage of replacement. Felix didn't even leave the bones alone as he had made a dragon bone broth and drank it. The broth helped him increase his bones' density, making them tougher than steel.
I have to take a quick bath to remove the smell from me. Felix got nude as he walked to the bathroom. It was time to emerge from clothes training. He didn't dare to meet Anastasia and other elders without completely erasing any trace of him cooking a dragon's meat. As he was lying on the bathtub, a bit uncomfortably due to his crystallized backpack, Felix opened his communications and checked on his inbox.
As he anticipated, nothing much changed in the past 2 years and a half.
His grandfather business was still raising. The Federation kept adding new kingdoms and backgrounds within their alliance, and his disappearance from the SG platform had risen some dissatisfaction within his fanbase. The only thing that surprised him was his Earthling team's new ranking.
They really reached the Platinum rank and entered Universal Planetary Games. Felix scratched his cheek. Looks like Noah is dominating the planetary platform with his new strength. Naturally, the moment Fenrir had accepted Noah as his student, he would try his best to get rid of some of his foundational weaknesses.
Because he wasn't capable of doing so at the moment, he made a deal with Lady Sphinx to help out Noah the same she did with Felix. He also had many hidden treasures which could be traded.
With Lady Sphinx's assistance, Noah was breaking his human limitation continuously, which translated in him carrying the Earthling team to glory.
Looks like they won't be needing me for now. Felix smiled in satisfaction. Felix had no issue with helping out the Earthling team in their games, but if they could continue their climb without his assistance, he would prefer it much more.
I expect that they will face a wall when they approach Diamond rank. Asna yawned. There is simply no way they will be capable of taking teams from the dragon race, Astrian race, heavenly dragons, etc.
That's true. Felix agreed. He was already surprised that they were capable of reaching the Platinum rank in the Universal platform. Sure, it was easier to climb in the planetary platform than in the individual platform since some games didn't include more than 2 teams. Still, they were going to be facing an unbreakable wall soon, and their mythical bloodlines wouldn't be able to help them out anymore. Let's wait and see how it goes. Felix smiled wryly and closed his inbox after sending emails to those he cared about, informing them about his reappearance. The instant he did so, his AP bracelet started vibrating like it was trying to come out of his wrist. Felix ignored everyone's messages for now. He knew that if any of those messages were emergencies, they would have rung differently. A few minutes before,
"Stop being depressed and let's go shopping. I need to blow off some stress," Anastasia chided while fixing her hair in front of the mirror.
In the mirror's reflection, Selfie could be seen lying on the bed with a deadpan expression, staring at the ceiling like her life amounted to nothing.
"He said 2 years. It's been 2 years and a half." Selfie murmured with a disheartened expression. "I came all the way here for him and he ghosts me like this. How can I not get depressed?"
"You are obsessed. I tell you, you are obsessed." Anastasia rolled her eyes. "Your big sister will really pull her hair out if she heard you." "I don't care. I just want to see him." Selfie yelled at a pillow, feeling like her heart refused to get settled unless she could talk to Felix. "Keep Winnie. VRR VRR."
Before Anastasia could finish her sentence, her AP bracelet vibrated.
When she glanced at the screen and saw that it was a message sent by Felix, The first thing she did was glance at the reflection. Oh Lord, she is too far gone. She couldn't help but facepalm at the sight of Selfie's face having its color restored. She looked like a plant that was watered after an entire week of drought. Wanna go to his R?
No, I am not ready. Selfie snapped as she dashed to the mirror and pushed her to the side. Then she started fixing her hair and applying light makeup with an eager expression.
Keep it in your pants, you might scare him off. Anastasia's lips twitched, not knowing how to handle her friend anymore.
On the other hand, she was also somewhat curious to meet Felix. Only 7 months before his test. Anastasia wondered, is he ready for what's my father prepared for him?
Knock knock. Let them in. Felix permitted after seeing that it was Anastasia and Selfie in front of his room's door. They sure arrived faster than he anticipated as he was still lying in the bathtub.
The queen opened the door, allowing the girls to stride forward.
When they saw around and noticed only Nimmo sleeping on Felix's bed, they turned immediately to the bathroom. Ladies, I will be with you shortly. Please be comfortable. Felix sent a message. His voice is still as pleasing as ever. Selfie felt her cheeks turn hotter as she mumbled, I missed it so much.
It's the queen's voice, you are really losing it. Anastasia's eyelids twitched and went to sit on the couch, too tired to address Selfie's love-struck comments. Knowing that he had guests, Felix didn't spend his usual time in the bathtub. The moment he made sure that he was cleaned from the dragon smell, he rolled a towel around his waist and walked outside while drying his hair.
You!
Felix? Selfie and Anastasia were left absolutely stunned by his new appearance, not daring to believe that he was the same Felix from 2 years ago. Almost everything about him was changed besides his face, making him truly resemble a new person.
Ladies, it's been a while. Felix smiled charmingly while wearing a comfy nanobot pajama. You sure changed a lot. Anastasia broke off her days swiftly and commentated with a curious expression. Are humans supposed to change this much if they replace their bloodlines?
It was easy to predict that Felix's new appearance was a result from his bloodline replacement. Not really. Felix replied calmly, I got lucky with the mutations.
Is that so? Anastasia glanced at his back and wondered, what is that crystallized backpack?
My wings. Felix answered while stretching his wings as wide as possible, making Anastasia raise her eyebrows in surprise. As for Selfie? Ever since her eyes landed on Felix's stunning face and breathtaking white hair, she couldn't take them off him.
For elves, beauty was as common as pebbles, making her never react to beautiful men. But at this moment, she was truly attracted to his appearance compared to her previous personality's attraction.
The crystallized angelic wings made it even harder for her to break out of his spell as it made him resemble angels.
As a pure-hearted elf, his new appearance resonated with her the most compared to his previous devilish appearance. Weak, Asna snickered at the sight of Selfie's dazed fascination.
Even Anastasia felt a second-hand embarrassment from Selfie's reaction and kept Felix engaged with questions about his replacement. Can I know which bloodline you used? She asked while kicking Selfie's foot under the table.
Elder Carbuncle's bloodline. Felix answered truthfully, knowing that it was pointless to hide such intel. Thought so? Anastasia inquired. I am actually surprised you chose his bloodline. I really thought you will go for fire element or lava element, so you would have a higher chance in the ceremony. Gemstone element is good enough for me. Felix replied with a faint smile, not planning to give out too much.
Speaking about the ceremony, I hope you are ready for your test. Anastasia changed the subject after seeing that Felix wasn't interested in continuing his conversion about his bloodline. Don't worry, I am fairly confident that I will pass it.
I am loving the confidence. But trust me when I tell you that it's going to be extremely challenging for you. Anastasia smiled wryly. Is that so? Felix raised an eyebrow. It looks the courtroom has already decided on it. May I know how it will be conducted, or is it confidential for now? Not really, Anastasia shared. You are allowed to get all the information about it so you could prepare for it. If you didn't remain in closed training for such a long time, you could have started preparing for it much earlier. It's all right. Seeing that he wasn't regretful made Anastasia even more curious about his source of confidence. The test we have picked is an open challenge contest for 3 days. Anastasia shared. The prize for defeating you is your slot in the White Clan team. That's quite brutal. Felix frowned.
Who could blame Felix for feeling like this?
An open challenge for 3 days implied that he wouldn't be given much time to rest between his battles. Although it's called an open challenge, not everyone can apply to fight you. Anastasia clarified. We have already chosen the best 30 contestants from 4 clans, who are slightly short from being picked in any of the teams. Is there going to be a time limit for each battle? Felix asked.
Naturally, we want everyone to have a fair chance.
Anastasia might have worded it like this, but Felix understood that this rule was implemented to avoid the fights dragging out for too long.
It would be for the benefits of Felix since he would have fewer challengers to fight against. I see. What was the reaction of the royal dragons when they heard about me? Felix wondered in intrigue, not expecting that the White Dragon clan would expose to everyone that they had picked him out of everyone. We haven't yet exposed it. Anastasia smiled. Everyone knows that there will be a fight for a slot, but not all the details about it. We believe that it's much better to come out with our decision during the test, so there would be less talking and more actions.
In other words, the White Clan wouldn't be required to explain themselves before everyone and leave it at the hands of Felix. If he survived the test and kept his slot, then he would prove that he was the fittest to enter the ceremony.
If he lost, he would be replaced by another dragon and no one would be upset about it anymore. It was the smartest decision to make to avoid unnecessary backlash.
Not bad. Felix smirked. White dragons can be really cunning too. We are considered as the most intelligence clan in the royal family. Anastasia smirked back. I want to join the conversation too. Selfie pouted in frustration, feeling left out by them. She was too nice to interject in such a serious subject. May I get the list of the challengers? Felix inquired.
Since they were all going to be prestigious strong royal dragons, he felt that most of them would be part of the SG platform. Sure thing. Anastasia offered him a long holographic list of names. As he expected, Felix had found more than 10 familiar popular names in the SG platform. All of them were ranked at the highest rank of the Radiant rank. I believe you understand now the severity of your situation. Anastasia shared, just because they are still considered as Radiant ranked players, it doesn't mean that they are as strong as the ones you dealt with in the Primogenitors event.
I know. Felix nodded.
Since the Empyrean rank allowed entry for only 500 players and nothing more, this meant that the peak Radiant rank was stagnated with 10,000 players if not more. All of them seek a way to get themselves in the Empyrean rank too, but it was 10 times harder than climbing from Bronze to Radiant rank.
That's due to the fact that almost all current 500 Empyrean players were old monsters, who existed for 100,000 years and even millions.
Some of them were considered as one of the founders of the entire platform like the Elder Dragon.
So, it was simply almost impossible to defeat even the lowest Empyrean ranked player even though he was merely considered as a tier away. In other words, the peak Radiant rank was considered as the true modern summit in the platform. Reaching it entailed that the player had touched the ceiling of the platform and should be celebrated as one of the strongest beings in the universe. Felix was going to be fighting 30 royal dragons, who were stuck in this rank for over decades if not longer. Are there going to be any Empyrean ranked dragons in the ceremony? Felix wondered. No. Anastasia shook her head. Prince Domino could be considered as one of the few prodigies with enough potential to cross the barrier and secure his spot in the Empyrean rank at a young age. But he has retired from the platform for some reason. How about Princess Kazus and Prince Arentis? Well, they are trying each year to qualify themselves for the promotion battle, but they keep failing at the finish line when they face against the Empyrean monsters. Anastasia replied. Is that so? Felix already knew that the ceremony wouldn't be having any Empyrean ranked players in it. But it didn't hurt to ask again since many things could happen in 2 years and a half. I believe in you, Felix. Selfie cheered, finally finding a way to be part of their conversation. I will do my best. Felix smiled back.
Are you planning to train again? Anastasia inquired.
Selfie's heart skipped a beat at the sound of that, dreading the fact that he would enter another closed training.
Naturally. Felix nodded. I need to complete my integration before the test, so I will be truly at my best. Selfie couldn't help but sigh in relief. She knew that it was impossible for humans to integrate every day unless they wanted their minds to snap from the torturous pain.
Let's grab something to eat in the city, Felix proposed while standing up.
Sure.
Really? Both Anastasia and Selfie stood up after him, not disliking the idea. They knew that ever since Felix stepped foot in the city, he never truly toured it. Felix wasn't really that interested in touring the city. He just didn't want to appear like a dick before Selfie and send her away to focus on his training.
He might not be interested in her romantically, but he truly treated her as his friend.
For months later, Felix could be seen sitting on his room's floor while setting up his integration materials and equipment.
For the past months, he was focusing mostly on his integration, poison conversion technique, and perfecting his new air combat. He had already reached 80% in his integration and was still pushing to 99%. However, just as he picked the needle, Mistress Candace shared with everyone, "We have finally arrived at our destination." The moment they heard her, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and regrouped at Lady Sphinx's living room. Even Felix beamed everything back and logged in the UVR.
"Can you share your perspective?" Thor requested calmly as he eyed Mistress Candace.
Of course. Mistress Candace manifested a holographic circular screen and connected it with her eyes. It was like a live stream that operated on a consciousness level, instead utilizing the Queen AI.
"As magnificent and scary as ever," Felix murmured as he eyed the humongous blue ice world suspended in the middle of nowhere.
Noah and Mistress Candace were still extremely far from it, yet the ice world still seemed to be right in front of their eyes. "Should we make a move now?" Mistress Candace asked for permission. Everyone looked at Fenrir, knowing that it wasn't up to them to make such a decision. "Is the kid good?" Fenrir asked coldly.
Mistress Candace relayed it to Noah, and all he did was show a thumb up in front of Mistress Candace's eyes. He was lucky that he wasn't able to see through dimensions. Otherwise, the sheer size of the ice world would honestly cripple him mentally for a few minutes, if not more.
It was like seeing Jupiter instead of the moon from the window of your house. The sight was enough to short-circuit anyone's brain. "He looks ready." Thor-eyed Fenrir, "It's time, brother."
"It's indeed time." Fenrir narrowed his eyes at the world ice and said composedly, "You can begin." Without further ado, Mistress Candace approached the ice world in a moderate speed from the void realm, so the consciousness stream wouldn't be affected. After she reached the surface of the ice world, Felix felt chills course on his spine at the sight of cosmic blue waves being emitted from the ice world. It was like the sun's released solar waves, except those blue waves were cold enough not a single material could escape being frozen solid instantly. Fearless, Mistress Candace penetrated the surface and continued her journey inside the ice world. Everything around her was just pure ice. In a short while, she reached the core of the ice world. All of them knew it instantly because it resembled a snow-white sphere.
"I am in the center of it," Fenrir informed.
Mistress Candace nodded in understanding and kept on moving. Before long, she was forced to halt. Mistress Candace was quite fearless and calm as long as she was in the void realm, knowing that almost no one would harm her. But the sight before her had truly made her unable to move a single inch forward.
A gargantuan white-furred wolf was seen floating in the center with frozen heavy injuries all over his body.
What made Mistress Candace unable to take another step was Fenrir's eyes. They were wide open and staring directly in her direction with thick murderous intent. She was feeling right in her soul. "So scary. I want to go home." Mistress Candace started shivering in her place, not daring to have eye contact with Fenrir's.
She knew that he was asleep even though his eyes were open, but her gut still refused to let her get closer. That's what it meant to be so close to an actual pissed-off primogenitor in the real world.
"Get closer, he doesn't bite." Thor cracked a joke, hoping to relieve Mistress Candace's fear. I will," Mistress Candace replied while edging closer towards Fenrir's gigantic head.
Although he was big, his size was incomparable to Thor's or Jormungandr during their battles. They were able to reach the size of planets and even stars if they pushed their limit. This was because Fenrir focused most of his time on creating absolute zero as his ultimate ability, unlike them who went all out on perfecting their size manipulation.
A few moments later, Mistress Candace had reached Fenrir's scalp and situated right above it.
If it wasn't for the ice world core being an empty, chilly space, they would have had a different time even finding a method for Noah to approach Fenrir.
"Kid, it's time," Lady Sphinx informed Noah from his mind. Noah nodded his head in understanding.
He would be lying if he said that he wasn't nervous. The life of his master depended on him pulling off his part of the plan. Sensing his heartbeats increasing, Fenrir scolded the moment he opened his eyes inside Noah's consciousness space. Haven't I told you to always keep your emotions in check? Unnecessary emotions are the enemy of wolves. So, get your shit together. It won't happen again, master. Noah narrowed his eyes with a stern expression after regaining control over his emotions. He realized that his master was right. The plan was so easy it was impossible for him to make a mistake if he kept his cool. Are you ready? Mistress Candace asked Noah telepathically. Noah nodded. Without further delay, Mistress Candace opened a medium void rift and morphed herself as a tunnel. She connected with the edges of the void rift, making sure that not a single opening was there. She had to be this careful since Noah would die instantly if a single void particle touched him. It's secure, you can move, she assured. Upon hearing so, Noah took a deep breath and held it in. Then, he floated through the tunnel and exited the void rift. Thud. Noah landed on Fenrir's hardened towering fur and held one of them tightly. Naturally, Noah had to be completely nude and without a bracelet since they would get frozen instantly and hinder him. Mistress Candace was kind enough to censor his private parts even though she had no problems staring at them forever. Get going already, Lady Sphinx said to Fenrir after seeing that he was still hanging around her even though Noah was clearly touching a fur strand. Something is wrong. Fenrir frowned with his eyes closed shut. I don't feel any connections with my body. It must be the ice. Lady Sphinx shared instantly. I had a guess that it might act as a barrier if it was thick enough. Must be. Fenrir nodded in agreement. When everyone noticed that Noah wasn't excused, even thought he was touching the fur strand for a few seconds, they figured out that something must have happened. Sven. It's the ice. Lady Sphinx answered before they asked. It's too thick for Fenrir's wisp of consciousness to establish a connection. Where does that leave us? Thor inquired with a stern tone. The kid has to crack the ice. Lady Sphinx said. Is that even possible for him? Felix frowned. He might not be there, but he could see that each first strand was completely encased in a thick layer of transparent solid ice. Because each first strand was at least 50 meters long, the ice covering it was thicker than 4 dam walls stacked against each other. Indeed. I also don't see a way for him to break it quickly. Jormungandr supported. He can't use tools since anything he brings will be frozen instantly. For now, tell him to return until we think of something. Thor said. In fact, call Fenrir to the meeting as well. After Noah returned inside Mistress Candace's aircraft, she closed the void rift and waited for further instructions. What do you think? Thor asked while eyeing Fenrir. Do you believe that Mute can break off the ice from your first strand? With his current strength. Fenrir shook his head. If it was a regular ice, Fenrir would have believed that Noah had a shot at breaking apart after spending some time grinding it slowly. But this ice was even tougher than exterior of the ice world. It was used to handle the increasing weight of the ice world for a reason. Everyone went silent at his response. None of them thought that they would end up in such a sticky situation. The plan was simple and required not much effort from either Mistress Candace or Noah. This made them believe that there was a high chance of it succeeding. Unfortunately, variables existed everywhere and always appear when least expected. If only the chill wasn't so dreadful, a single small plasma bomb would have done the job. Felix sighed, knowing that nothing could bypass that crazy chill. How about you? Asna suggested while looking at Mistress Candace. Can you use some void abilities to break the ice? I believe that void energy can disintegrate even the toughest material in the universe with time. Everyone glanced at Mistress Candace after they heard so, making her shake her hands nervously. I am a void succubus. I can't channel void energy like Sir Felix or Lord Nimmo. My specialty is mental attacks only. Thought so. Felix smiled wryly. If Mistress Candace was capable of controlling void energy, she would be considered to own limited void manipulation. But that wasn't the case. She was created by Paragon of Sins and given a specific set of abilities. Forget about channeling the void. Lady Sphinx ordered calmly. Move inside the first strand and open a void rift on it. The rift will split the ice and the first strand, exposing the cortex. Oh ho, that's a good strategy. Thor supported.
It will definitely work. The others reacted the same, knowing that almost nothing survive if the space itself got split apart.
When in doubt, always split space apart.
I will try.
Mistress Candace situated herself above the tip of Fenrir's first strand. Then she opened a perfectly sized void rift on it.
As expected, the first strand got separated immediately under the relieved looks of everyone watching. Because of the lack of gravity, the separated half got removed on its own and started to float randomly.
Send Noah quickly before the cold freezes the exposed cortex and build another thick layer of ice.
Felix rushed. Without delay, Mistress Candace opened another void rift near the exposed cortex and created another tunnel. Noah swiftly got out and extended his palm at the exposed cortex. The moment his palm connected with it, Fenrir's wisp of consciousness started breaking into ice particles from Noah's mind. He logged out the instant their strategy worked. A few seconds later, Lady Sphinx informed Noah, "Get out of there. Your master must have already reconnected with his main consciousness." The moment he heard so, Noah pulled back his arm and turned around. He placed his feet on the strand cortex and bent his knees. Then, he launched himself inside the void rift, re-entering Mistress Candace's aircraft.
Mistress Candace closed the void rift and sped outside the ice world, knowing that nothing much could be done by them anymore.
It was up to Fenrir to wake himself now. "How long do you think it will take, Elder Fenrir?" Felix inquired as he eyed the ice world. "Who knows?" Thor replied. "All we can do is wait." "I see." Feeling like it was going to take a while, Felix opened one of the permanent streams on the ice world and started watching it. Unlike Mistress Candace's consciousness stream, everything was colored and in high definition. Felix glanced at the chat and saw that it was pretty dead.
Tens of comments were flying here and there about the origin of the ice world.
Some were confident that it was a natural-born phenomenon, and others were certain that it was related to a mysterious being or a race.
It's surely heated even though the stream is empty. Felix chuckled as he read those comments. Felix opened other streams that had different angles of the ice world and situated them for everyone to see.
Then, he waited with a look of anticipation.
Tens of thousands away from the ice world, there were countless space stations situated around it, resembling satellites orbiting a planet.
All of those of space stations had many various spaceships docked on them.
The majority were space cruises with 100,000 tourists on a journey through the cosmos.
The ice world was one of the popular destinations. At the moment, most of the tourists were sitting in open restaurants under transparent dome, allowing them to eat and view the ice world simultaneously. Unbeknownst to them, they were truly at the perfect place and time to witness one of the greatest scenes in the history of the universe. Such a magnificent and abnormal phenomena had to be man-made. A middle-aged man with a long wooden horn at the back of his neck asserted while eyeing the ice world in wonder. Unfortunately, he spoke somewhat aloud in the wrong place and timing, as the table behind him was currently occupied by 5 prestigious researchers in the ice world existence.
"Brother, with all due respect, you cannot spew such nonsense without a proof," one of the men on that table warned politely. "Why is that?" The one-horned middle-aged man knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. "It's my mouth and my freedom of speech."
"Does that mean I can curse you as much as I want and get away with it?" Another researcher interjected calmly.
"How is cursing the same as what I just said?" The middle-aged man started getting annoyed. He was in a vacation, hoping to relax, and now he had to deal with a bunch of assholes. "We have spent decades of our precious time to research the ice world and seek an answer to its mysterious origin," the first researcher said. "You proposing that such a magnificent creation was resulted from life forms instead of the universe simply shits on all of our efforts and struggles."
"I would rather have you curse me than spew such a bullshit without a proof to back your words." "Where the fuck is your proof, then?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but snap at them.
"How dare you question the universe?"
"There are so many other mysteries that can't be explained either. Are we supposed to give credit to mysterious beings every time we fail to explain phenomena?" The researcher refuted instead of giving out a proof, knowing that his current theories were just theories without evidence. "If you can't tell me how is it possible for this cosmic world of ice to come out of nowhere naturally, then there is nothing to discuss here." The middle-aged man turned around, too irritated to debate with them. Tisk. No one takes responsibility for his words anymore. The researchers scoffed and refocused on their own discussion.
I can feel it. I just need one more piece and my theory will be complete. The Royal Academic Award is mine. One of the researchers squinted his eyes at the ice world, feeling like he was merely an inch away from solving its mystery. Keep dream. Just as one of the other researchers wanted to retort, he was forced to swallow the rest of his sentence from sheer disbelief and shock at the horrific sight before him.
He wasn't the only one reacting this way.
The waiters dropped plates, the customers stopped chewing, and some even had their drinks spilling down their chin, too stunned to swallow anything.
Who could blame them? The magnificent ice world was breaking apart into giant fragments before turning into bluish mist. Everyone's brains short-circuited at such unbelievable scene.
It was like seeing a star breaking apart into spreading flames instead of undergoing a supernova right before their eyes.
By the time they woke up from their daze, the ice world no longer existed and was replaced by a much bigger spherical blue mist, making it impossible to see within it. What just happened? One of the researchers murmured while eyeing the blue mist, feeling like he was in a dream. You just lost your job. The horned, middle-aged man replied subconsciously without even looking at him. Before the researcher could react to his snarkily remark, the entire restaurant was consumed by high-pitched screams and glassware breaking. Everyone's second reaction was mass panic as they started running away to their spaceships or cruises, hoping to get the fuck out of here as fast as possible.
Although the process of the ice world breaking apart appeared quite peaceful and harmless, there were still doubts that it might have actually exploded and the shockwave was fast approaching.
The same mass paranoia was ongoing throughout all the space stations, creating utter chaos.
Inside the blue mist, Fenrir could be seen stretching his limbs with a composed expression, uncaring about the mayhem he had caused.
After he was done stretching, Fenrir looked around him with his penetrative, dreadful eyes. Even though the space stations were so far away from him, he was still able to zoom in his vision until he was capable of seeing even the tourist's wrinkles. Each time his vision landed on someone, he freezes in his place like he got targeted by a predator.
Fortunately, the feeling lasted less than a split second, making those people forget about it as quickly as it appeared.
In a few moments, Fenrir left the tourists alone and gestured with his finger for Mistress Candace and Noah to follow him.
He turned around and burst through the blue mist akin to a meteor, heading in the opposite direction of the space stations.
He was so fast no one managed to spot even his trail. The only one capable of chasing after him was Mistress Candace. She reduced her speed to match his and stayed behind him, not knowing where he was taking her. He must be heading to the nearest deserted planet, Thor shared.
Because Fenrir's wisp of consciousness had been removed from Noah's mind, there was no way to talk to him. He couldn't even log into the UVR since he didn't have an AP bracelet on him.
So, the smartest decision was to group up at the nearest planet. Fortunately, the journey didn't take less than 10 minutes due to their amazing speed. After Fenrir entered the planet's atmosphere, he morphed back to his humanoid form and landed on top of a rocky mountain.
A split second later, Noah walked out from a void rift while wearing a nanobot spacesuit.
Master, welcome back. Noah bowed his head respectfully.
Although Fenrir was standing before him in his flesh, he felt not a single ounce of pressure, making him get comfortable.
HM. Fenrir made acknowledgement noise while staring at the yellow smoky sky of this planet. It was clearly not habitable for any life form, yet Fenrir was breathing causally. For primogenitor's beings, oxygen was no longer a necessity. Without being asked, Noah took out Fenrir's AP bracelet and handed it to him.
Keep it on you. Fenrir said, I will not be using it with my main consciousness.
Noah nodded in understanding and returned it to his wrist. Fenrir split a wisp of his consciousness and touched Noah's forehead with a finger.
A moment later, Fenrir appeared in his space of consciousness again.
How are you feeling? Lady Sphinx asked him the moment he appeared next to her.
Could be better. Fenrir answered.
Log in. The others are waiting for you. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly. While Fenrir was being celebrated by Thor and the others, the news about the sudden disappearance of the ice world had gone absolutely viral on a universal scale. Every news outlet ignored whatever story they were working on and placed their entire focus on this inconceivable piece of news. Most commoners were merely curious about the cause, not putting too much of their focus on such a useless story that wouldn't affect their daily lives whatsoever. However, the researchers went absolutely nuts over it, feeling like the universe was playing a trick on them. Especially the researchers with a lifetime of knowledge about the ice world, hoping to be the first to truly figure out its origin.
Nevertheless, the true individuals impacted by the news were none other than the primogenitors. All of them reached out to Thor and Jormungandr, hoping to get more details about Fenrir's situation.
They knew that the ice world had disappeared, but no one had spotted Fenrir or his corpse. Unfortunately, neither Thor nor Jormungandr replied to their messages, leaving them dying with curiosity. Another 3 primogenitors were currently dying as well. Dying from pure fury. How the fuck did he wake up without us knowing? Saurus shouted with bloodshot eyes as he smashed the table before him.
Stop wrecking my room and sit down. Mananangel massaged his temples. Our subordinates situated around the ice world have told us that they haven't seen anyone approaching the ice world. He must have woke up on his own.
Is that even possible? Wendigo frowned. All of us have our own safety protocols. We know that activating it means that it's impossible to regain consciousness ever again on our own.
They were always worried that Thor or Jormungandr would save Fenrir from the ice world.
That's why the moment they reappeared in their lives, the first thing they did was place their subordinates in those space stations to keep an eye on them. They thought that the moment Thor and Jormungandr decided to save Fenrir, it would take them a long time due to the ice world chill being deadly even to them.
This would buy them some time to make an appearance next to the ice world and hopefully ambush Thor and Jormungandr successfully.
Then, how do you explain what happened? I don't know. Wendigo knitted his shadowy eyebrows. All I know is that the Asgardian faction has finally gathered together.
Wendigo, Saurus, and Mananangel eyed each other with a serious expression.
They said nothing to each other as their expressions were more than enough to let them recognize their situation.
The return of the Asgardian faction signified one thing, the ignition of their eternal conflict.
1 month later,
after Fenrir woke up, he picked up Noah and took him on a journey towards his galaxy, which was habituated currently by the Winter Wolves. Just because they decided that it was more beneficial for Felix to have Fenrir at his peak strength, it didn't mean that he would be babysitting him. He would make an appearance only if Felix was targeted by the Darken faction personally. Until then, he had his eyes only on his student, wanting to turn him into the second Felix.
It was highly doubtful if he could pull it off. But neither Thor nor Jormungandr bothered to stop him, knowing their brother was highly competitive. Naturally, Fenrir had left a wisp of his consciousness on Felix's mind, so it would be much easier to reach out to them. As for making his presence visible, Fenrir had already held a private party for his return and invited all primogenitors, even the Darkin faction members. He wanted to see them personally after what they did to him. Alas, the Darkin faction members didn't make an appearance at the party, knowing that the Asgardian faction would have set up an ambush to bring their reputation even lower. After all, Fenrir was attacked by all 3 of them until he was forced to activate his safety protocol.
The primogenitors felt that it was beneath them to gang up on each other, making them look down on the Darken faction's way of dealing with Fenrir. Even though they didn't attend, the party went well and Fenrir was welcomed by all. Naturally, everyone asked him about his method of waking up.
Too bad. Fenrir refused to share it since he didn't want to implement his student in the primogenitor circle with his current laughable strength.
At the moment, Felix could be seen sitting on the ground with sweat drops covering his entire exposed torso.
99%, at last. Felix breathed heavily, still feeling his body tingling from the pain of his last integration.
Knowing that it wasn't time to relax, Felix swiftly closed his eyes and entered his consciousness space. Did he wake up? Felix asked with a serious expression.
He would be lying if he said that his heart wasn't agitated about meeting with the gemstone primogenitor.
He had taken a considerable bet with the gemstone element, and it was finally time to see whether it was going to pay off or not. He did wake up. Thor called out in annoyance, "Carbuncle, are you planning to keep us waiting?"
"Thor, your voice is always a pain in the ass." A deep, low-pitched voice echoed thrice in the consciousness space. It resembled Men's grumpily voice right after waking up from an unsatisfactory slumber. "Haven't you slept enough?" Thor's eyelids twitched. "No." Felix and the rest were forced to turn around after hearing Carbuncle's voice resound closely in their eyes.
The instant Felix's eyes landed on Carbuncle, he felt like his breath was stolen away by cuteness. Felix might resemble an angel with his crystallized wings and white hair, but they had given Carbuncle a complete different appearance. That's because his face greatly resembled that of a hamster while his body was completely covered in white fluffy fur. To make matters even worse, he had 3 feathery tails and a height that barely reached 1 meter. This while he was in his humanoid form. Felix might not have been able to see Carbuncle memories, but he had seen his appearance before thanks to Lady Sphinx. Still, seeing him in real life was truly a shocker. "What are you looking at?" Carbuncle gave them an irritated side glance while walking towards the round table. "You are still committing to this form even after your death." Jormungandr chuckled as he pulled the chair for him. "Size is nothing but an annoyance and waste of precious energy," Carbuncle replied while climbing on the chair clumsily, not caring about his funny appearance. "Is there anything to smoke in this god-forbidden place?" Carbuncle eyed them lazily. Thor snapped his finger and filled the table with joints, cigars, smoking pipes, a hookah, a vapor, and other unique smoking devices. Then, he added tons of containers filled with nothing but narcotics from all across the universe. "Kikiki, looks like the drugs industry has exploded after my departure." Pleased, Carbuncle gave out a peculiar laugh while feasting his eyes on the packed table. "Many things have changed after your departure," Thor said as he watched Carbuncle pick up 3 joints and lit them up. "Sounds bothersome. Tell me later." Carbuncle smoked the 3 joints together with a relaxed expression. It looked like the stuff inside the joints were pretty heavy as Carbuncle started dozing off after a mere 3 hits. "Is he really sleeping?" Speechless, Felix watched Carbuncle continue to breathe out thick smoke through his nostrils with his eyes closed shut. "Give him time, he will wake up soon." Jormungandr smiled wryly. Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his replay. Not in his wildest dream did he anticipate that the gemstone primogenitor was an actual drug addict. He was used to the primogenitor's weird habits, but this one truly tops them off. Seeing that Carbuncle was snoring peacefully, Felix took the chance to ask about him. "Why does he smoke? How does it even affect him? Shouldn't he be immune to the drug's effects?" During the Great Depression, every primogenitor had his own special way of coping with their dreadful day-to-day meaningless life. Thor replied with a bitter look. "Some resorted to alcohol like me to numb our sensations. Others resorted to meditation like Old Snake. Carbuncle chose to smoke all kinds of cannabis." Upon hearing so, Felix's urge to laugh at Carbuncle's funny appearance died instantly. He understood that the moment he woke him up, he acted upon the first habit in his mind. The same happened with Thor. "As for the effects, we simply weaken our minds, making it easier for the alcohol or drugs to do their jobs." Thor shrugged his shoulders. "In all honesty, we can give ourselves the same effects as alcohol or drugs if we desired. But it will serve no purpose but act as a reminder of our meaningless omnipotence." "I see." To be one of the most powerful beings in the universe, yet ending up restoring to drugs, alcohol, and other numbing substances, Felix truly had no idea what to think anymore. No matter how Thor explained it, he always found it extremely difficult to understand their reasoning. He understood that the only way for him to truly figure them out was to be placed in the same position as them. Fortunately for him, that's not happening anytime soon. A few minutes later, Carbuncle opened his groggily eyes to the sight of everyone sitting on the same table and staring at him with peculiar looks. "He really smoked all 3 joints while he was asleep," Asna murmured while eyeing the butts of the joints still attached to his lips. "Told you, he has mastered the arts of smoking." Thor chuckled. "I'm glad to be providing entertainment." Carbuncle ignored his remark and everyone's stares. He just reached out to a vapor and asked incuriously, "How to use this thing? Can smoke really be created from it? Lend us your ears and I will give you a walkthrough of every single device and cannabis on the table." Thor tempted, knowing that Carbuncle could act soft only when smoking gets brought up. "You have 5 minutes. As expected, it worked like a charm. "We want your gemstone manipulation," Lady Sphinx requested straight away. I assume that you haven't forgotten about the experiment." Carbuncle raised an eyebrow in confusion. "You saw me bestow my manipulation just for it to get lost." "We have a method to help you regain it," Lady Sphinx replied. "Is that even possible?"
Seeing that they had his full attention now, Lady Sphinx went along and explained their plan.
She told him about the gemstone egg, the theory about the universe's desire to keep the perfect manipulation existing, and reasoning for wanting his gemstone manipulation.
Took her less than 4 minutes to give him the big picture. So, you woke me up, hoping to put me in that gemstone egg and reclaim ownership of its gifts. If I succeeded, you want me to bestow my manipulation again on this kid? Carbuncle asked. Am I missing something? When it was phrased like this, it truly sounded wrong and manipulative, making Felix get nervous that their plan was doomed to fail.
If it was up to him, he wouldn't be bothered to go this far for the sake of a kid he met in less than 10 minutes. Fortunately for him, Carbuncle couldn't care less about his already lost gemstone manipulation or even the rebirth opportunity from the egg.
I don't mind helping you if it's not much of hassle. Carbuncle picked another joint and lit it up before asking in a carefree manner. I will not be stuck in the egg after the deed is done, am I?
You don't have to worry about that part. Lady Sphinx assured it has already been tested.
The fact that Nimmo could have his consciousness leave the egg as he pleased was enough proof to guarantee that Carbuncle could do the same.
Good, I would rather not remain here for more than 7 days. Carbuncle said while puffing out 3 smoky rings causally.
Felix forced down his rising happiness after hearing so. Everyone had the same reaction as no one thought that Carbuncle was even more rushed to return to his slumber. Why are you in such a rush? Lady Sphinx shook her head. Death ain't going nowhere. At least, spend a couple of years experiencing this era before making your decision. What's the point? Carbuncle asked calmly. 1 day later or 100 years later, if my fate will be returning to the embrace of death either ways, why delay the inevitable? In other words, if his crippling depression wasn't cured, those couple of years would serve as nothing but a reminder of his meaningless life. So what's the point? Jormungandr and Thor understood him the most from everyone else here. What Felix and the others were clueless about was the fact that when they wake up their wisps of consciousness, the version being born was the one right before their death. This signified that their crippling depression followed them along at its highest peak.
As for other primogenitors who entered the illusion world and slept in it for eons,
it acted as healing process to their main consciousness. So, when they woke up, life appeared brand new and full of possibilities again, giving them a slight push in the right direction. Naturally, the illusion world didn't fix them permanently, but simply offered them a temporary way to ignore their meaningless lives. Eventually, the Great Depression was going to hit them all again when they grew bored with the SG Alliance era. We can't hold you back if you want to leave. Thor smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for conflict with the Darkin faction and my burning desire to murder them, I know for a fact that I won't have spent another day here. Jormungandr nodded in agreement. Unlike him, who was somewhat soft, making him decide to stay for an entire year alongside Felix because of his begging, Jormungandr knew that Thor would have bounced away the second he was awakened. Hell, Felix should have felt relieved that he awakened Thor while Jormungandr was around. If it wasn't for him, Thor might have taught Felix a painful lesson before returning to his slumber. At the moment, Carbuncle had no reason or purpose to carry on existing as a mere wisp of consciousness.
Jormungandr and Thor intended to go away peacefully after the quest of hunting the Darkin faction gets concluded.
As for him, there was nothing holding him back. At least that's what everyone believed. But Lady Sphinx, what if I told you that there might be a minuscule chance of bringing back your wife from the dead? Lady Sphinx shared with a serious expression.
Everyone quietened down and turned to stare at Lady Sphinx with stunned expressions, not knowing how to react.
Wife, bring from the dead?
Their minds were consumed by questions.
The only one with a different reaction was Carbuncle. His carefree and lazy attitude was nowhere to be seen as his expression screamed with so many emotions. It was hard to guess what was going through his mind.
In the end, he suppressed all of his rising emotions and spoke with a rigid tone. Lady Sphinx, I hope that you have weighed your words before sharing them. I really do.
Felix felt his heart skip a beat, knowing that it sounded just like a threat. He didn't know about Carbuncle's wife, and from his reaction, it was more than enough to let him discern that she was his reversed scale.
You know me. Lady Sphinx replied composedly, I am a rational person. If I said there is a minuscule chance of her revival, it means that I have run the simulations in my head and created a valid theory to make it happen. I just wanted to share it, since I know how much your wife meant for you. Lady Sphinx could never forget the day Carbuncle approached her with a request that only gods could achieve. He literally offered her his everything in return to find a method to revive his deceased wife. Unfortunately, at that period of time, Lady Sphinx was still ignorant about many things. One of them was the spirit realm. She was still at the second level of the truth vision, making her eyes unable to penetrate the fabric of reality and see through the spirit realm. Because she was the pioneer in most secrets around the universe, naturally, the rest of the primogenitors were just as ignorant as her. So, Carbuncle's request truly sounded like an impossible wish to fulfill, making her send him with an apology. But now, she was equipped with the right tools and knowledge to at least make a decent attempt, no matter how impossible it seemed. You have rejected me once instead of taking advantage of my weakness to take everything from me. Carbuncle softened his tone. I apologize for lashing out. No one deserves my trust more than you. You ought to feel doubtful. Lady Sphinx shook her head. My theory might be sound in paper, but there is less than 0.001% of it succeeding. It's very low, but at least there is a chance. As you said, as long as there is a chance, there is hope. Carbuncle's expression turned blissful at the image of his deceased wife resurfacing in his mind. Not every primogenitor was like this, but there were a few peculiar ones who fell completely over heels for one person in their lives. Carbuncle loved his wife more than anything in this universe, making him feel like he could go through everything without an issue as long as he had his wife by his side. Alas, his wife was neither a primogenitor nor from a race with an eternal life. After he used every single known method to increase her longevity, he was forced to accept the reality: his wife was immortal and mortals die eventually. After she was gone, he sought many ways to bring her back. Naturally, the first one was seeking the life primogenitor's help. Unfortunately, Lord Quetzalcoatl had emphasized that he could do nothing for the people, who already spent their entire longevity. He could revive her, but she would die right away because she already spent her last second in this world. In other words, her soul now belonged to the spirit world. Even the people that Lord Quetzalcoatl had revived to piss off the guardian of spirits and souls had died unexpectedly. Some in accidents, some due to sickness, some were murdered, etc. He never actually revived anyone who died after his mortality caught up to him. That's the realm of laws. The guardian of the spirits and souls had complete control over them. I am quite curious too about your theory, Fenrir asked composedly. Mind sharing it? It's simple, really. Lady Sphinx clarified. I am able to create almost identical clones with just a bit of DNA. So, if you still possess some DNA of your wife, that will be a good start. Have you found a method to create clones with the same consciousness? Carbuncle's eyes brightened up. No. Lady Sphinx shook her head. I see. In honesty, even humans were capable of creating such identical clones. The issue was that those clones had no consciousness whatsoever, making them act as mere empty vessels. Even Lady Sphinx struggled with creating clones with active consciousness. It was like the universe deemed the creation of clones as unacceptable. All I want is the vessel, Lady Sphinx said. As for the soul, we will be taking it directly from the guardian of souls and spirits. Everyone was left at loss for words. She is betting on Asna's relationship with the guardian of souls and spirits. Felix thought speechlessly. Don't look at me like this. Lady Sphinx shrugged her shoulders at their obvious skepticism. I have already told you that there is a minuscule chance of it succeeding. It's up to Carbuncle whether he wanted to stick with us until we try it out, or he can return to his slumber after bestowing us his gemstone manipulation. I simply gave him the available options. The guardian of spirits and souls? Spirit realm. Carbuncle knitted his eyebrows in confusion. My apologies, I forgot that you have passed along before we discovered about the spirit realm. Carbuncle knew about the Unijin race, but he had no idea about the guardian of souls and spirits since it wasn't discovered only after his death. Lady Sphinx went on and started enlightening him about those matters until signs of regret started to appear in his eyes. I should have remained longer, Carbuncle sighed.
If he knew about the existence of Spirit Realm, he would have kept trying to seek ways to enter it and take back his wife's soul.
It's not too late now. Lady Sphinx extended her hand at Asna and introduced, "This is Asna, the origin of laws and one of the Unigen race members. We intend to enter the spirit realm in the future and reach out to the guardian of souls and spirits to separate her soul from Felix's."
No wonder I have been picking a unique aura from her. Carbuncle raised an eyebrow in surprise as he eyed Asna. If he had no idea about the spirit realm, there was simply no way he would have known about Asna's existence. As for our entry method, Lord Quetzalcoatl will be handling the process. Lady Sphinx informed, "He has discovered a method to enter the spirit realm just a while ago, and we have earned an opportunity to tag along." "That sounds great." Carbuncle's eyes brightened up a little in delight. Now, he could see that the chances of his wife's revival weren't truly obsolete. All the tools were available. The only thing that could cause them trouble was the Guardian of Souls rejecting their request. Lady Sphinx had given 0.001% for this mission to succeed due to the Guardian of Souls' response. She knew that it would take a miracle for him to agree, since he would be breaching his duties by reviving someone whose mortality had already caught up to them. Just like the paragon of sins, the universe wouldn't look too kindly on him and make sure to give him an adequate punishment for his abuse of authority. Even though Lady Sphinx had explained all of this to Carbuncle, he was still keeping his faith on their plan to succeed. "If he is going to agree to split your souls, it should be much easier to just give my wife's soul." Carbuncle tried to convince himself. "My wife isn't really a big shot, and her soul shouldn't attract the universe's wrath on him. Splitting Asna and Felix's souls can be done since it wasn't natural in the first place." Lady Sphinx shook her head. "As for your wife?
Big shot soul or not, the laws are the laws. In other words, the Guardian of Souls would never put himself in a position to get punished just to help out a nobody."
"I understand where you are coming from," Carbuncle said. "But we will never know until we meet the Guardian of Souls personally." "Does that mean you are willing to stay?" Thor smiled. "I will overstay my welcome for now."
Upon hearing his confirmation, everyone was relieved and quite delighted.
Carbuncle had decided to help them out without asking for anything in return, even though they woke him from his slumber to deal with their bullshit. They truly would have felt like crap to see him gone after 7 days without doing anything to keep him around. Although using his wife's revival might seem cheap, but it had truly given Carbuncle a new purpose in his life. Whether they managed to help him revive his wife or not, at least Carbuncle would go down, knowing that he had exhausted all available options.
"Welcome to the poker club." Thor chuckled while creating a new deck of cards. "Let's have a bit of fun, shall we?"
"My consciousness space is really turning into a club." Felix's lips twitched as he eyed everyone sitting on a round table while being served drinks by Mistress Candace.
At the moment, there were 7 tenants residing in his consciousness space and having their own magnificent, unique buildings situated next to each other.
There was Asna, Jormungandr, Lady Sphinx, Thor, Lord Cows, Fenrir, Carbuncle, and let's not forget their favorite maid, Candace.
All of this while Felix was merely at the 4th stage of replacement.
Felix started to doubt that his consciousness space might be turned into a small town in the future. "Dear Almighty, give me strength," Felix prayed wholeheartedly.
2 hours later,
Felix had just logged out from his UVR's modified room with the biggest grin possible. He had just finished testing out his new peak active ability from Carbuncle.
It wasn't as deadly as the Void Domain, but he actually preferred it much more than the Domain.
It was fluid, peculiar, extremely hard to defend against, and most importantly, it was lethal. "I told you that it's one of the most irritating ultimate abilities around," Thor chuckled.
"You got that right?" Felix had to agree with him.
"Are you planning to use it in the test against those challengers?" Asna wondered. "Depends if I am forced to rely on it," Felix replied. "I will try my best to keep it hidden for the ceremony." Felix understood that the more abilities remained hidden, the more applicable strategies he would have in the ceremony.
He would rather make the test much harder than it should be if it meant that his chances to win the ceremony increases.
"For now, I need to see which ability I am going to replace with my Void Domain," Felix sighed while sitting on the floor. Before Felix's latest integration, he had already used the genome needle given to him by Lady Sphinx on his void domain.
To his surprise, he had extracted it successfully with just a bit of pain.
Felix etched his void immunity in his 1% instead of the void domain because he didn't dare to risk losing his immunity in this process. If shit goes south, he would end up losing his void domain, but it was much better than losing his void immunity. After all, the void suit couldn't truly be trusted to keep him safe from void energy or when he uses his void domain. It was still just a suit and could be damaged or even destroyed. You don't have to worry too much, Lady Sphinx assured. I have already run thousands of simulations on your copy in my lab. From thousands of attempts, there were less than 5 failures. Well, I have risked my life for odds much more terrible than that. Felix tried to comfort himself.
So, have you decided on the ability to replace? Asna wondered.
I am hesitated between Gemstone Arsenal and Gemstone Golems, Felix answered.
If it was possible to replace passives with the void domain, Felix would have already gotten rid of unlocked useless passive called gemstone detection. It enabled him to sense nearby gemstones like a metal detector. It was completely useless since he would be able to do the same effortlessly when he obtains gemstone manipulation.
I think Gemstone Arsenal have to go. Thor gave his own input. The easiest abilities to be created are those of weapons or such. On the other hand, you will struggle to create gemstone golems and be able to control them at the same time. Indeed, Jormungandr supported. Felix had to get rid of the easiest ability to create with his gemstone manipulation, so he wouldn't feel like he lost anything. From all of his current active abilities, Gemstone Arsenal fit the description perfectly. Gemstone Arsenal it is. Felix beamed 2 genome needles and the imprinter pistol. One needle had the void domain and the other was empty. Felix took a deep breath and picked the genome needle with the void domain. He placed the tip on a tiny hole at the back of the imprinter, then injected the entire content in it.
After he was done, Felix placed the imprinter to the side and took hold of the empty genome needle. He poked a tiny hole in his finger and placed the genome needle's tip on the drop of his blood. I just have to wait 10 seconds until it analyzes my genes again, right? Felix wondered while staring at a small screen on the needle. It was flashing with red color. Yes, the same as before, Lady Sphinx answered.
Truly marvelous job.
Felix murmured if we had this advanced version of the needle, other bloodliners wouldn't even need to resort to professional extractors. Bloodliners were forced to rely on extractors to handle the etching process for them since it required extensive study of genes. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx's upgraded genome needle take care of the process automatically, making it possible for Felix to do this on his own.
Ting, ting. 10 seconds later, the genome needle screen stopped flashing and started showing all the abilities in Felix's possession arranged neatly.
From his first bloodline to the latest. The names of the abilities weren't really written since there was no way a device could know them. However, they were numbered based on the duration their genes got linked with Felix's DNA.
It was like calculating their lifespan. Naturally, size manipulation was first on the list and Carbuncle's peak ability was last on the list.
Felix looked at the middle and picked the number associated with Gemstone Arsenal.
Although he unlocked 2 active abilities at 30% and 60%, the timing wasn't exact. Felix knew that Gemstone Arsenal was the first active ability to be unlocked after he reached 30%. Now that he had picked it, the genome needle was going to target the genome sequence for this ability alone and extract it solely. Here we go. Felix took a deep breath and pierced his right arm vein. Then, he pressed a button on the genome needle and watched it do its magic, while wincing slightly due to a painful tingling sensation all over his body. Thankfully, the process didn't last for more than 3 seconds. I will never get used to this sensation of weakness washing over me. Felix knitted his eyebrows while picking the imprinter. By removing genome sequences for abilities, naturally, he would also lose the enhancements that came with it. Without delay, Felix placed the imprinter on another vein and pumped the blood back into his bloodstream. The moment he was done, Felix closed his eyes shut and prepared himself mentally for the incoming hellish agony.
Unlike the extraction, this process resembled integration greatly since he would be breaking down his DNA yet again for the genome sequence of the void domain to get linked.
It was going to take 15 minutes just like the etching process for other bloodliners.
What a strange cultivation system. Carbuncle commentated as he eyed Felix, trying his best to hold down his screams after his body got assaulted by horrific waves of pain. You should spend a few hours checking his memories to get a better picture of everything, Jormungandr advised. Too bothersome. Suit yourself. Jormungandr's eyelids twitched at his laziness. 15 minutes later. Fuck me, I am never doing this right after my integration. Never. Felix could be lying on his stomach while breathing heavily like he had sprinted a marathon. At least you succeeded. Asna comforted with a faint smile. You have now 4 ultimate abilities. Worth it. Felix stopped bitching immediately after sensing that his gemstone arsenal was replaced by Void Domain. This truly opens many possibilities in your future. Thor added. You can create a pool of abilities and replace the ones you don't like from your new bloodline. In other sense, Felix could now save up the best abilities instead of allowing them to get replaced automatically. This would help him create the perfect combination of abilities whenever he entered a new replacement stage. I will start working on it. Felix approved. It's much better than accepting unlocking common abilities. With every bloodline, Felix always unlocked 1 ability or 2 that were completely useless. From the day he used the bloodline until the day he replaced it, he rarely used them once or twice. Although most of those abilities were passives, Felix knew that he could replace them with much better passives. Elemental immunities were just one example. Just don't overdo it. Lady Sphinx warned. It never ends well if your bloodline was too mixed up with genetics from tens of different sources. I understand, I will be moderate. Felix nodded with a serious expression. For now, he intended to keep his arsenal the same. The next morning, Felix could be seen sitting on his bed next to Nimmo, who was taking a nap. Felix was rubbing Nimmo's tummy with one hand and was holding the gemstone egg with the other. It really looks pretty dead. Felix murmured as he kept turning the egg around, examining it thoroughly. That's what we wanted. Lady Sphinx turned to Carbuncle and asked, Are you ready? Let's get it over with. Carbuncle waved his tiny furry hand lazily. You may begin. The moment he received permission, Carbuncle's wisp of consciousness had broken into a gray fog before disappearing completely. Felix kept his hand on the egg, knowing that Carbuncle needed direct contact for his wisp of consciousness to transfer. After a short while, Felix looked at the unchanged brilliant egg and asked with a hint of worry in his tone, Why is there no reaction? Reaction or not, it doesn't matter. Thor confirmed. We can sense that Carbuncle's consciousness has successfully taken hold of the egg. Is that so? Felix relaxed his shoulders. So, I can let go of the egg now? You can. But it's better if you kept holding it. Lady Sphinx clarified. We won't be able to sense him or contact him otherwise. I understand. It's best if you kept the egg placed on your back. Jormungandr suggested. We don't know how long Carbuncle will take before reaching out to us, and it's best if it didn't hinder your life. None of them knew exactly what's going on inside the egg at the moment. All they knew was that Carbuncle had to be the first to reach out to them since they couldn't contact him unless he got out of the egg like Nimmo did. Will feeding the egg hasten the process? Asna wondered. I am not too sure, but we won't lose anything by trying. Lady Sphinx replied. Upon hearing so, Felix brought out most of the gem energy stones in his possession and waited until Asna purified them. After she was done, she started to feed the gemstone egg the energy. This time there was a reaction as the egg started illuminating brightly. Asna kept on feeding it until the purified stock had run out. Is it just me or the absorption speed has been increased by at least 4 times than before? Thor shared. I spotted the difference too. Asna nodded. The egg had taken the intuitive to suck the energy out Felix's body instead of waiting for me to push it. It must be Carbuncle. Lady Sphinx smiled. This confirms that he is consciously active within the egg. It looks like he isn't capable of communicating with us then. Fenrir added his own input calmly. Let's keep feeding him on daily basis. Thor nodded. It will definitely help the egg grow faster, giving Carbuncle more control over it. It looks as if it's going to take a while then. Felix beamed the egg back to his spatial card, knowing that it was quite useless to keep contact with it at the moment. I will go out to restock. Felix patted Nimmo in the head.
Wake up, sleepyhead. We have errands to run.
Eee. The moment the outside was brought out, Nimmo became as energetic as an ox.
Felix chuckled and sat on his back.
Then they entered a void rift and continued their journey until they were nearby a new dragon city that was under the rulership of the White Clan.
The entire capital plant has merely 100 cities spread out on its spacious landscape. Most of those cities were under the rulership of the 4 royal families. The rest were cities built by the workers and slaves like the Freedom City. Felix intended to buy all the stocks related to gemstone element from all the cities in the capital planet. He knew that those eggs had vicious appetite, and if he wanted to avoid getting irritated by running out of energy every couple of days, it was better to get enough stock to last for months. So, Felix spent the entire day jumping from a city to another, running through all of their stores as fast as he could. Because he was buying only gemstone-related energy stones, materials, and natural treasures, he wasn't given the same amount of attention as last time. With his new appearance, no one realized his identity at all, making his shopping spree end as peacefully as it started. After he returned to his room, Felix kept feeding the egg with one hand and using the other to research his opponents in the upcoming test. Although he was confident in his strength, he would rather not grow complacent and end up exposing more than he needed. 2 months later, the day of the test.
Having your clan already finished the qualifiers and picked your team members?
What's the point of this contest? Prince Orentis yawned lazily while addressing Anastasia. You will understand soon. Anastasia replied calmly. Well, I am glad they did. I was bored waiting for the ceremony to start. Princess Kazu's backed Anastasia with a faint smile. What do you think, Mr. Prodigy? Prince Orentis said sarcastically while sparing a side glance at Prince Domino, who was sitting at the far side.
Prince Domino didn't even bother to glance at him. He merely kept his eyes affixed on an island far beneath them. This was the battleground for the contest that was about to start soon.
Everyone believed that it was contest for the last slot in the White Clan's team, having no clue that it was a mere test of Felix's capabilities. Only Prince Domino knew about it, and came here specifically to assess Felix's strength.
He waited a whole 3 years to battle Felix, and he truly felt like he would be betrayed if Felix didn't deliver today. Cocky motherfucker, always acting too aloof for us. Prince Orentis cursed under his breath in irritation after seeing that Prince Domino was acting deaf to his questions.
Good morning, everyone. I am honored to see such a tremendous attendance to our small, friendly contest.
Prince Orentis and the others switched their attention to the White Clan head Curson after hearing his deep voice resound thunderously throughout the island.
Roar, roar. As response to his welcoming words, the spectating dragons roared loudly and unitedly, creating a buzzing atmosphere.
There were more than 100,000 dragons sitting on floating chairs above the island, giving them a better live view of the battle than just watching from a screen.
It might sound minuscule compared to the hundreds of millions live viewers at the games, but all of them were proud dragons.
The chair placement was based on their statue in the galaxy, which meant that the royal dragons were sitting above the red dragons. As for the heirs,
they were naturally higher than royal dragons, giving them perfect view of the spectators and also the island. Naturally, the clan's officials and elders were much higher than the heirs.
If the clan heads or the elder dragon decided to make an appearance, they would be placed at the highest point. Such a hierarchy structure was ingrained in all the dragons the moment they were born.
Naturally, the contest was streamed publicly and for free to everyone around the universe. Still, there weren't that many stream viewers since the contest wasn't marketed properly.
I know that all of you must be wondering about our reasoning for taking extra steps for the last unclaimed slot in the team. Clan head Curson said. All the attending dragons nodded in agreement.
But it had to be done. We had a peculiar situation that couldn't be solved by our usual solutions. It's best if I just let the current slot holder explain it for you. Without an ounce of hesitation, Clan head Curson teleported Felix to the center of the island. At first, everyone thought that he was a unique-looking humanoid white dragon due to his wings and hair, but after they zoomed in closely on his face, they were left absolutely stunned.
Is that the Dragon's lair? Prince Orentis' slits widened in shock.
They are kidding, right?
Princess Kazu's was also left at loss for words at the realization that the White Clan had chosen a human to join the ceremony. As for the rest of the spectators and the challengers,
They felt like they were thrown a nasty curveball by the White Clan.
Everyone had condemned the Black Clan after the news of Prince Domino's invitation went public.
Forget about the glory of the ceremony or the benefits obtained from the dimensional pocket. Just the notion that a human was going to set foot inside the sacred place was enough to set them off.
Who could blame them?
99% of the dragons had never entered the dimensional pocket and would never do so even in their last dying breath. Now, a human was going to be robbing them of this opportunity that was rightfully theirs? They couldn't have it.
Roar! Roar!
Furious and livid, roars kept booming around Felix, making him understand that he wasn't welcomed at all.
Still, Felix wasn't fazed one bit.
He drew the microphone near his mouth and introduced himself with his usual good-natured smile. For those who had yet to know me, I am Felix Maxwell, the one and only Dragon Slayer.
Just as Anastasia and Selfie wanted to sigh in relief at his politeness, Felix smirked coldly and proclaimed, "I am here to clap your challengers' cheeks and show you that I am more deserving of the slot than you weaklings."
Every dragon was forced to swallow his roar after being called weaklings. They kept turning to each other in utter disbelief, wanting to check if everyone heard the same bullshit as them. Not even the royal dragons call the red dragons as weaklings. In their eyes, calling them as such placed them in the same rank as other races. They would never do that to each other. This is why I suggested reducing the benefits of the Dragon Slayer title. Prince Orentis eyed Felix frigidly. We showed him some respect, and now he thinks that he can walk over even royal dragons.
If even Orentis reacted like this without having the curse directed at him, there was no point in mentioning the challengers and the spectators. Settle down, everyone. We didn't hold this competition to spew curses at each other. There is 30-strong royal dragon with the best qualification to steal the slot from the Dragon Slayer. Clan head Curson interjected with his authoritative voice, so show me that I have made the wrong decision by adding a human to our clan's roster. It's all in your hands.
Upon hearing so, everyone's anger died down gradually. They realized that clan head Curson was right. Felix would be spending the next 2 days battling against 30 royal dragons with a couple of breaks here and there.
There was no point in being provoked by him when he would get easily smashed by the challengers.
The Dragon Slayer looks quite confident. Princess Chazuz reasoned. I believe he will be able to win the first 5 challengers or even 6. You give him too much credit. Prince Orentis sneered. He should celebrate if he defeated even 3. Both of them were smart enough to understand that Prince Domino wouldn't have invited Felix to join his team if he wasn't capable enough.
The fact that the White Clan had given him a slot made it even more obvious that Felix shouldn't be underestimated.
Still, they were certain that he wouldn't be able to fend off 30 challengers in 2 days. In their eyes, that's the realm of heirs and dragons with the highest percentage of ancestral bloodline.
What do you think, Brother Domino? Princess Chazuz asked in intrigue.
15. Prince Domino replied calmly. 15? Have you lost your mind? Prince Orentis retorted immediately. I know that he must have changed his bloodline with that dumb cultivate system of his, but there is no way he got strong enough to go past 3 royal dragons. No way.
Prince Domino glanced at him like he was looking at a piece of bread before refocusing on Felix without saying anything.
You motherfucker.
Prince Orentic got hold of himself from lashing out at Prince Domino's direct disdain at the last second.
He knew that if he cursed his mother out loud, Prince Domino would have the right to challenge him to duel. As much as he believed himself as his rival and everyone thought the same, Orentis knew that he would get ruined in a 1 versus 1. Prince Domino was simply built different, so he chose other method to hurt him. Wanna bet on your little boy? Prince Orentis snickered. You win if your boy defeated 15 challengers.
That's quite an unfair bet. Princess Anastasia frowned. It will be more fair if you bet that Felix wouldn't go past his 3rd challenger. Stay out of this, Anna. Prince Orentis ignored Anastasia's take and kept provoking Prince Domino into accepting his fucked-up wager.
Heirs should always back their words. Are you scared that your boy isn't going to live up to your expectations?
Seeing that Prince Domino was still ignoring him, Prince Orentis decided to take another approach.
The loser will have to act as personal collector in the dimensional pocket for the winner. Orentis grinned. This should be enough to make you interested, right?
This had finally garnered a reaction from Prince Domino. He thought about it for a few seconds while eyeing Felix's unfazed expression. Then he nodded his head in acceptance. Deal?
Both princesses were surprised by his agreement, believing that Prince Domino was smarter than this. Even Princess Anastasia didn't dare to place such a heavy bet on Felix when the odds were tremendously at her disadvantage.
She had nothing against Felix, but she also doubted his inability to succeed in this test.
Meanwhile, Prince Orentis couldn't be happier at Prince Domino's acceptance. Here is the contract.
Prince Orentis made it official as quickly as possible, fearing that Prince Domino might have second thoughts.
Prince Domino didn't hesitate to sign the contract after reading it thoroughly. I can't believe I will be having Mr. Prodigy as my personal collector in the dimensional pocket. Prince Orentis laughed loudly. You were rush in this one, Brother Domino. Princess Chuzuz shook her head in disapproval. Your father will give you hell if he knew about this. Princess Anastasia smiled wryly.
Prince Domino didn't bother to address any of them and waited patiently for the battles to kickstart.
Show me what you got, he thought while eyeing Felix coldly. The rules are simple. Each battle would have 30 minutes duration and 5 minutes break for the Dragonslayer in case he won it. Naturally, after each battle, the Dragonslayer's condition would be returned to its peak form. Clan head Curson clarified.
Felix didn't react to the rules. He was already informed about all the details about the test.
Although 30 versus 1 sounded unfair, at least he was able to go all out in each battle, knowing that his condition would return to perfect state. Honestly, it would have made no sense to do the opposite. After all, the royal dragons would simply keep chipping on Felix's strength and energy until he was completely exhausted. The last royal dragon fighting him would have a much easier fight than the first one. If the Dragonslayer lost a battle before he finished all the challengers, the contest would still carry on. Clan head Curson threw a curveball again. The new slot holder would have his strength restored and continue battling the rest of the challengers to defend his slot. I guess this wouldn't be a waste of time after all. Prince Orentis smiled.
He was pleased with the rules as he was confident that Felix wouldn't be able to pass 3 royal dragons. Although his strength would be restored to its peak, it didn't mean that he would be able to defeat the next challengers with the same strategies.
Here is the current order of the challengers. It has been arranged randomly by the Queen just now. Everyone focused on a humongous holographic list with 30 names arranged neatly from top to bottom. Even Felix glanced at it, wanting to see his first prey.
Oh ho ho? Jitherth is going first? Orentis grinned widely. I take everything back. That overconfident idiot will not last a single fight.
Tough luck. He is going to struggle heavily. Princess Chuzuz agreed with Orentis.
Sigh, it will be difficult for him to start his momentum against that deranged royal black dragon. Although Anastasia refrained from commenting, she knew that Felix was put in the worst possible situation.
Jitherth was one of the most dangerous black dragons in the entire list. He was at peak tier radiant rank and a yearly active challenger to enter the Empyrean rank. In other words, he was at the top of the platform's soft summit.
Let the battles begin. Without further delay, clan head Curson summoned Jitherth to the island, placing him face to face with Felix.
He does look quite menacing, Asna commentated lazily as she eyed Jitherth in his dragon form. His entire body was covered with pitch-black scales. Even the backside of his wings were scaled as well. He had a long, ugly scar, running from his forehead to his chin, crossing past his purplish royal gem. Compared to Prince Domino, he was at least 3 times bigger. However, his royal gem size was quite smaller.
My apologies, Dragonslayer. Jitherth spoke composedly as he eyed Felix. I will be stealing the show from you at the very start.
Is that so? Felix smiled charmingly and left it at that, not in the mood for a battle of words.
He had 30 challengers waiting for him and he wanted to finish this test before the sun set west. Seeing that Felix had no intentions of interacting with him, Jitherth was irritated a bit. But he respected his silence and refrained from talking shit anymore.
You will be dropped randomly on the island. Clan head Curson disclosed. Use whatever it takes to locate your opponent. If 5 minutes went by without any action happening, the Queen AI would start pinging your locations to each other.
I expect you to come straight to the center of the island. Jitherth eyed Felix coldly. You won't call us weaklings and hide, do you?
You will see me there. Felix confirmed it causally.
The instant he finished, both of them were teleported to two opposite sides of the island. At the same time, they took off into the sky in direction of the island's center.
He really is going to the center. What a moron. Arentis insulted in irritation. He knew that humans were cunning and tricky, making him believe that Felix had agreed to throw off Jitherth. When Jitherth reached the center and exposed himself, Felix could ambush him.
He felt that it was highly unlikely to work, but it was much better than going head-on with an actual royal black dragon.
As a royal black dragon, he enjoyed one of the best physical attributes compared to the other clans and red dragons.
Going against Jitherth face-to-face is really going to put Dragonslayer into a tough physical test. I doubt he will come out of it in one piece unless he still has his void abilities. Princess Kazuz expressed.
When everyone saw Felix's moderate flight speed, they were even more doubtful if he could catch up to Jitherth in his dragon form.
It was known fact that royal dragons gain insane amount of speed and strength after turning into their dragonoid form.
They lost out on defense though, but it didn't matter much when their speed enabled them to avoid literally anything.
Prince Domino had demonstrated this during the Primogenitor's event after he went against Wind Primogenitor, the Great Rock.
I really started to believe that you weren't coming, Jitherth said with a thunderous irritated tone after spotting Felix, flapping his giant crystal wings 2 kilometers away from him.
His voice was loud enough it reached Felix. Still, Felix didn't bother himself to reply. Size Manipulation X3.
Crescent Battle Axe. True Poison. Hypersonic Mode. In less than a second, Felix had grown 3 times bigger, beamed his battle axe, coated with liquefied dark purplish true poison, and topped it off with entering his new hypersonic mode. Everyone was forced to squint at Felix after his horns and wings started illuminating brighter than the sun.
What is he planning on doing? I can't see a thing. Jitherth thought with a disturbed expression.
He was unable to see Felix's outline anymore either with his normal vision or infrared vision due to the heat radiation going through the roof.
He was merely able to see Felix as a humongous spherical red aura.
Whatever. I only need to engulf myself in corrosion field of flames, and he will die instantly after enter. Before Jitherth could finish his thought, he was stunned to see that the red aura before him had completely disappeared. Then he felt a sudden heavy noisy breeze passes by his neck, making him tense up his scales instinctively.
Boom!
The moment he did so, the booming explosion of the sound barrier getting fucked had finally reached his ears. Jitherth utterly ignored the sudden explosion and turned his head reflexively after his instincts started tingling about a horrific threat behind him. The instant he did so, he spotted Felix flapping his wings exactly 2 kilometers away from him. If it wasn't for Felix wiping the battle axe's blade with a white cloth, everyone would think that he hadn't changed his location at all.
What the hell has just happened? Arg.
Before anyone could react to any of this, Jitherth suddenly started hollering deafeningly, forcing everyone to switch their focus to him. Look at his neck. Dear ancestor. How is that possible? Clan head Curson, Prince Arentis, Princess Kazuz, Princess Anastasia, and even Prince Domino were left absolutely shell-shocked by the ghastly sight of Jitherth's body shriveling at noticeable speed. It didn't take even 2 seconds before Jitherth's entire body had turned into a deflated skinny skeleton, making him fall down into the ground akin to a weightless leaf. Crack! The instant he crashed into the barren hard ground, all of his bones got brutally shattered into fragments akin to a vase smashed apart. Neither the stream viewers nor the live spectators dared to believe what their eyes were feeding them. Jitherth, a black royal dragon, one of the best peak Radiant players, and a veteran fighter born from hundreds of battles, was now looking like a busted doll.
When the dust settled, everyone's confusion was cleared out after they spotted a long thin cut across his left side of his neck.
What made it visible to them was a giant dark purplish patch being placed right above the wound, appearing like a birthmark.
It can't be real. He's a human, a mere human. Stupefied and befuddled, Prince Arentis was forced out of his chair. His eyes kept switching between Felix and Jitherth's dusty corpse, unable to believe the reality before him.
Unfortunately for him and the rest, Felix wasn't planning on giving them an explanation.
The moment he finished cleaning out his battle-axe's blade from Jithertha's blood, he announced with his known easygoing smile, "Please send down the second one on the list." When the red dragons and challengers heard his announcement, they felt their blood gone cold for the first time in their lives. Who could blame them? At the moment, Felix looked like a butcher with his battle-axe placed on his shoulder, asking for new cattle to be delivered to him. Ha ha ha. Our bet has paid off. Did you see that speed and strength? He should have reached the same level as most royal dragons. I'm still having difficulty comprehending how a human can obtain this kind of strength. It's simply illogical. The White Clan elders were all left astounded and mostly satisfied with Felix's display of strength. When they decided to include him in the team, they still had some misgiving about his powers. Honestly, most of them believed that he wouldn't pass the test successfully even though he was recommended by Prince Domino. But now, they knew that Felix had enough strength to share the burden on Princess Anastasia in the ceremony. Unbeknownst to them, troubles were brewing in the stream chat. This is absolutely nuts. How the fuck did Landlord reach this level of strength already? For fuck's sake, every time he goes missing, he returns 10 times stronger than before. I swear to God this is going to break the network. A human one-shotting a royal black dragon. The stream chat was popping off with exclamations and emojis from truly shocked viewers in the galaxy. Most of those viewers were workers or slaves, who had absolutely no idea that Felix would be part of this contest. Now that they have watched a royal black dragon suffer getting absolutely trashed, all of them started sharing the link of the contest to their friends, relatives, acquaintances, and in their social media accounts. At the start, the news spread on a galactical scale, but it didn't take long before it crossed to other galaxies and spread out akin to a wildfire. Anything related to Landlord and dragons was bound to create a reaction from anyone. That annoying prick. How could he go off and participate in such a high-profile contest without informing me about it? Leader Emma cursed in frustration after the news reached her. She was his agent, #1 fan, and current president of the largest fan club in the entire universe. Yet, she was the last to hear about this. Absolutely unacceptable. Without spending time moping about this, Leader Emma contacted all executives of the club and ordered them to raid the live stream of the contest as well share the link to everyone. Because of their overwhelming numbers, the contest went viral in the blink of an eye, causing everyone to share it, tweet it, react to it, and talk about it. Just like that, it reached Felix's Earthling team, the Void Guild leaders, the witches, and the rest of Felix's acquaintances. My lord, we missed you. Kaya. I'm actually going to faint at his new appearance. How does he get hotter with every replacement? Red heart. As expected of my lord. He hasn't had enough of slaying red dragons in the games. He turned to royal dragons to establish his dominance. Is this shit real? Landlord is fighting 30 royal dragons in a row and has already killed one. The contest stream chat was conquered by Felix's fans in less than a few seconds as not a single message posted wasn't related to him. The numbers of the stream viewers kept raising from a couple of millions to 100 millions, then billions, and under every dragon's dumbfounded expression, the viewership surpassed 1 trillion. I think we have made a grave mistake. Clan head Curson gulped a mouthful as he addressed the White Clan elders. We definitely screwed up big time. None of them were happy about the viewership being this staggering at all. The stream entry was free, meaning that they were gaining nothing out of the viewers. To make matters worse, this friendly harmless contest was now being truly under the eyes of the universe. In other words, any defeat the royal dragons suffered would be shown to everyone. If this affected just their clan, neither the clan head nor the elders would have bothered about it. However, this was going to reflect on the whole royal family. For so long, they were seen as the absolute top dog in the universe, never being spoken in the same breath as the rest of the races. Now, they had already the first victim fall under Felix's hands without being able to land a single hit on him. They might not care too much about other races' opinion on them, but it didn't mean that they would feel nothing when their reputation get attacked like this. Should we kick everyone from the stream and make it private? One of the elders suggested swiftly. It's already too late. Clan head Curson shook his head. All we can do is send the second challenger and hope he can put a decent fight. With more than 1 trillion live viewers, the royal family would turn into laughingstock around the universe if they blocked the stream after the news already gone out.
What they should have done was keep the stream private to only dragons, knowing that regardless of what happened in the contest, dragons were too proud and lazy to go out of their way and discuss it in the network. Am I really required to spend 5 minutes break after each battle, or what?
Oblivious to the chaos he created, Felix was still waiting for the second challenger to make an appearance.
Thankfully, he wasn't left waiting for long as a humanoid white dragon got teleported to the center of the map next to him.
Dragonslayer, I have no idea how you managed to catch up to royal dragons in terms of foundational strength, but don't think that your fight with me will end as quickly as the last one. Yumen spoke composedly as he eyed Felix without an ounce of fear or worry.
Felix couldn't see his eyes as he was wearing a pair of black sunglasses. There was no way he would fight against Felix without protection after seeing him illuminating like a bulb.
You sure are more talkative than the last one. Felix smiled faintly, not bothering to address his proclamation.
Yumenth might not be the best on the list, but he is planning to fight that arrogant prick in his dragonoid form. Arentus snickered. If he thinks that he will be able to repeat the same assassination, he will be taught a painful lesson.
The rest of the dragons all believed the same.
Sure, they were still shell-shocked at the fact that a human had crossed such a giant chasm in his foundational strength, but they understood that dragons in their humanoid forms were a different breed. I don't know about Yumenth winning this, but he should put up a decent fight. Clan head Curson commentated next to the officials while eyeing Felix and Yumenth, getting teleported to opposite directions of the map. Both of them were rushing towards the center. Just like before, Felix was the second to arrive. Still, no one dared to speak crap about his speed again. Size manipulation, X2.
Void suit.
Crescent X.
True poison.
Hypersonic mode. This time, Felix wore his void suit, covering him entirely but his crystal wings, making him resemble a demonized angel. He still has void abilities? Yumenth frowned, growing a bit uneasy at the notion that Felix could still teleport or enter the void realm. He already knew that it was going to be a tough fight with Felix's current strength. He truly didn't want void abilities to be added to the mix.
Felix didn't allow him too much time to think things through as he blasted off in his direction, reaching him in less than a split second.
Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix utilized the built-in momentum to swing his laced battle axe at Yumentha's torso. Whoosh!
The swing was so powerful the wind could be seen being cleaved apart, not able to handle the pressure generated by the axe.
Clank! Still, Yumenth managed to block the battle axe with both of his long sharp claws and diverge its trajectory. Felix was neither surprised nor shocked by his inability to cut off Yumentha's claws. He knew that dragons' claws were tougher than even their reflective scales and sharp enough to cut most of the hardest minerals in the universe.
Clank! Clank! He just kept trading blows with Yumenth, utilizing all the battle axe techniques he mastered. Still, this wasn't enough to take Yumenth down as he was a true veteran in melee fights.
Heh! He is really daring to fight in close range against the White Clan.
Arentus sneered, knowing the White Clan were the best melee fighters in the dragon race due to their sacred flames being a hindrance to them.
After all, how could they fight with healing white flames? Sure, against other races without fire immunity, the sacred flames were still going to burn their asses before healing them. But against other dragons?
They could forget about causing them any inconvenience.
Hence, they focused purely on mastering a battle style associated with their sharp claws. Clank! After one thunderous collision between the axe blade and the claws, both Felix and Yumenth separated from each other.
This time, none of them approached the other.
Your claws must be hurting, Felix said causally while cracking his tensed shoulders from all the pressure built on them. I have gone through worse. Yumenth replied calmly while trying his best to stop his claws from shaking, knowing that they would make him appear weak. I have to switch things up, Yumenth thought inwardly. My claws will get broken eventually if they kept getting hit by that terrifying axe.
The Crescent Battle Axe wouldn't be called a legendary weapon if it wasn't capable of overwhelming the dragon's claws.
Yumenth could struggle for some time, but there was no way he would get out of their next close confrontation in one piece. Fortunately, he is a human. Yumenth smiled coldly. My white sacred flames can burn his wings to ashes and force him into the ground. I just need to lure him and drop his guard. Eumenth understood that if he had Felix on the ground, it would be much easier to deal with him by firing flame orbs from safety. Unless Felix had teleportation or the ability to enter void rifts, he believed that his nukes would make sure to give him the worst time of his life. The instant he made his decision, Eumenth taunted Felix to approach him by gesturing with a single claw. "You ready for round 2? Felix smiled as he activated the Battleaxe second form. His entire body got covered in an armor made out of green vines while the Battleaxe blades got separated. Each one was attached to a vine that was being coiled around Felix's arms, making him resemble a sickle warrior. "I hope you can keep up." Whoosh! 3 kilometers of distance was covered in the blink of an eye, making Felix seem like he had teleported before Eumenth. Clack clack. Peace SS. Clack. Because of Felix's sudden change of fighting style, Eumenth found it extremely challenging to block and avoid all of Felix's strikes. To make matters worse, the sickles were too erratic and swift to predict and block. This ended up causing Eumenth to suffer from multiple wounds across his entire body. However, because of the extreme heat around him, the true poison got evaporated instantly the moment Felix laced his blades, allowing him to avoid being poisoned. Moreover, the wounds were shallow and non-threatening since the sickles weren't as powerful as the Battleaxe in its original form. Still, a mosquito bite is a bite. Eumenth knew that if this carried on, he would get weakened eventually and dealt with a powerful deadly blow. It's time. Hence, the instant Eumenth spotted an opening, he didn't strike with his claws as anyone expected, but opened his mouth widely and breathed torrent of white flames, appearing like a flamethrower. Although his mouth was small, the spread of the dragon breath was enormous as it had completely covered Felix. Everything happened so fast, the viewers were left stunned at the sudden twist, not expecting Eumenth to unleash his white flames. "Ha! That's it." Arentis laughed in delight, expecting Felix to emerge with at least major burnt marks and completely burnt-off wings. Everyone thought the same, knowing that getting directly hit by dragon breath at such a close range was extremely deadly. Whoosh! Unfortunately, before the dragons could go far in their celebration, they were forcefully quietened down at the shocking sight before them. Felix rushed through the flames in a split second and took hold of Eumenth's neck, closing his mouth barbarically. The instant the flames stopped emitting, everyone's eyes landed on Felix's body, seeking any kind of burnt marks. Alas, they found absolutely nothing besides his ruined void suit. As for his exposed crystal wings, they merely appeared somewhat red, instead of melting off as most viewers expected to happen. "You." Cough. "How?" In utter disbelief, Eumenth spoke with great difficulty due to being chocked by Felix. His hand was double in size compared to the rest of his body, giving him a much better grasp. "My wings are indestructible," Felix answered indifferently before shattering Eumenth's neck into tiny fragments. With a shocked, baffled, and pained expression, Eumenth's eyes turned lifeless. Felix let go of his neck and watched him fall towards the ground while dusting his hands. The instant Eumenth touched the ground, he started breaking into light particles, getting sent back outside the island. "Next, please." "I don't want 5 minutes break this time. Just keep them coming until I decide to take my break," Felix requested causally, not realizing that he had left all the spectators to doubt their eyes. "What the fuck is going on?" Livid and confused out of his mind, Arentis finally snapped and started bellowing with bloodshot eyes. He could accept that Felix had found a way to get as strong as royal dragons, but he could never accept that Felix wasn't harmed by their dragon breath even when he was hit by it at such a close range. Felix had gotten covered entirely by it without erecting any kind of defense. Yet still, he emerged without suffering even a first-grade burn mark. He refused to accept it since it meant that Felix's fire resistance was just an inch away from turning into an immunity. Peak fire resistance and great foundational strength. He has yet to show the abilities of his new bloodline and still won 2 battles. Good. This is getting interesting. While Prince Arentis was losing his shit and the 2 princesses too shocked to react, Prince Domino had a faint smile affixed on his lips. If the 3 heirs turned to see it, they would get dealt with another shocking blow as they had never seen Prince Domino smile in his life before. Even since his meeting with Felix in the Primogenitor's event, Prince Domino had always overestimated Felix's capabilities and believed that he was a great opponent to have.
If it wasn't for his confidence in Felix, he wouldn't have bet on him in this contest without even knowing about what kind of improvement he had. Felix had just shown him that he still did not overestimate him enough.
Let's quickly send the third challenger.
One of the officials suggested swiftly after seeing that stream chat was going absolutely nuts at the last scene. Not in their wildest dreams would they had thought that a day would come when they see a human snap a royal dragon's neck by pure physical strength.
Doesn't the captain feel like a god now? Leo Bridges murmured as he watched the replay of the last scene with the rest of the Earthling team. I am still unable to connect this image of Felix to the one we used to hang with. Ronaldinho smiled wryly. He is so far gone. I doubt he will ever see us if he looked behind him. Everyone went silent at the sound of that. They knew that he was right and nothing they say could change their current reality. Here I thought that reaching 75% with my mythical bloodline is going to bridge the gap. Sylvia chuckled in derision. She still couldn't forget the day she fought against Felix in the World Tournament. He defeated her, but she firmly believed that she would surpass him one day. At the present, she felt embarrassed each time she remembered her proclamation that she would be gunning for his #1 spot. To make matters worse, even Noah had gone ahead of her and started to demonstrate the same qualities as Felix in the planetary games. It feels like we have been left behind. True. Just as everyone wanted to confirm it, Olivia shouted at them with furious expression. Enough whining already. Felix has reached such heights because he worked extremely hard for it. Leaving us behind? He owes us absolutely nothing. Olivia went off on them. We are the ones owing him for getting us the mythical bloodlines and helping us grew as strong as origin descendants. What else do you want? Olivia tightened her tiny palms in anger. You want him to return to Earth and take you with him in his adventures and help you get stronger? Wake up already. His life doesn't revolve around any of us. Everyone lowered their heads, feeling quite ashamed to have such thoughts in the first place. They knew that Olivia was right. Felix had already done everything he could to help them reach unimaginable heights. Without him, they recognized that their ending would be either death in the first rounds of the Earthling Games or much earlier. Felix was indebted to no one.
If Noah could be taken by the organization and further developed, we can also get picked if we kept working hard. Sophie tried to uplift the mood. Don't forget that we still have Origin Realm awaiting us.
Exactly what I am thinking. Zhang Wei nodded. If the organization is ever going to include new bloodliners, we are always the first in the list due to our relation to Felix. So, let's stop seeing Felix as our end goal and start focusing on ourselves. True. Nothing good comes out of comparing ourselves with that monster.
Thanks, Olivia. I never expected to see you lose your temper like this. Hina giggled. It was truly refreshing.
Nanan. I should be apologizing for overstepping my boundaries. Olivia shook her head vehemently, not willing to accept their gratitude. That's because deep down, Olivia knew that she was addressing herself instead of her teammates. None of them were as close to Felix as her. So, to see him pulling further and further away from her truly made her loathe weakness more than anything.
Now that Noah had gone away too, she was the one truly feeling left out.
Oblivious to Olivia's thoughts, Felix focused on the third opponent before him. This time, she was a green royal dragon called Frissy. It looked like she had learned from the mistakes of the previous challengers as the moment she met with Felix at the center. She engulfed herself in a vast field of greenish flames. Naturally, she was in her dragonoid form, knowing that she couldn't keep up with Felix otherwise. I just need to keep my distance and assault him with my soul decay flames. Frissy narrowed her eyes at Felix in concentration, not daring to underestimate him one bit. Before the start of the contest, she was pissed off about her position in the challengers list, wanting to be the first to fight Felix. But now, she wished that her position would be even lower, so she could figure out more of Felix's tactics and create countermeasure.
It looks like Frissy isn't planning on dealing with the Dragon's Leia at a close range. Princess Kazus commentated.
I don't know much about Felix's ranged abilities after he changed his bloodline, Princess Anastasia shared. But, if he wants to win this battle, they really have to be powerful. She knew that Felix would not dare step inside the green flames field since his soul would get decayed the moment it touched his skin.
Not even his fire resistance could help him since attributes were one thing and an element was another. If it wasn't for the royal gem providing protection to attributes as well, the black and green dragons would have been unable to use their own flames.
What kind of ranged offensive abilities will he even get from gemstone element? Have you ever seen a decent gemstone elementalist? Arentis scoffed.
Not even Prince Domino had retort against that. He was also not too familiar with gemstone elements since there wasn't a single race that was purely capable of using gemstone manipulation and active in the network at the same time.
The gemstone elementals weren't really counted since they were considered as branch from elemental race, not a specific species. In addition, they were shut on themselves to the point only the upper echelon knew of their existence. No one knew if other species simply hadn't been discovered yet, or they didn't exist in the first place. Whatever it was, gemstone element was believed to be even more underwhelming than poison. At least, poison element had the half-serpent's race to represent it somewhat. His poison abilities are useless. His lightning can't cause too much damage due to our reflective scales. His void abilities must have been replaced. Arentis smiled coldly. Unless he decided to play cowardly and hide until Frissy exhaust her energy from the flames field, he will have no option but to taste having his soul corroded. You sure love getting slapped in the face, don't you? Prince Domino mocked.
We will see who will get slapped. Arentis stated confidently, knowing that his reasoning was matchless unless Felix still had void abilities.
Looks like the fun has ended. Felix sighed as he eyed the vast greenish flames field. He always preferred fighting up close and testing his own physical strength with equal opponents. But it was clear to him that Frissy wasn't interested in that.
Whoosh whoosh. Abruptly, he was assaulted by countless giant greenish fireballs that were flying erratically, making them extremely unpredictable.
Yet, Felix didn't even bother evading them. He tripled the size of his wings and started flapping them in front of him, creating strong gusts.
With each flap, the fireballs get their trajectories changed forcefully. Frissy wasn't fazed by his utilization of wind to his advantage.
Return this. Frissy brought her hands together and started to condense the green flames surrounding her. In a few moments, she managed to manifest many dark green long spears, making them appear solid from afar.
Still, she didn't launch them at Felix. She narrowed her slits on his face and took a deep breath, causing her concentration to reach its peak.
This enabled her to see Felix's wings flapping somewhat in a slow motion, which implied that her senses were now a bit faster than Felix. At the same time, she held one of the spears in her hand, positioning herself in a throwing motion. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Now.
The instant she accustomed herself to Felix's wings flapping pattern, she hurled the dark green spear with all of her strength.
Phew.
The spear emerged from the green flames field abruptly, catching Felix off guard. He realized that the spear would arrive at him the moment his wings were fully enclosed on him, making it impossible to use wind to his advantage.
Hence, Felix decided to block it. Damn Knight skin. Suddenly, his crystal white wings got completely covered by a thin black layer. Before the rest could spread throughout the rest of his body, the dark spear landed directly on his wings. Just as Frissy, Arentis, and the rest of the dragon's eyes could light up, their slits enlarged in absolute disbelief at the sight before them. Instead of the dark green spear exploding and covering Felix in flames, it bounced on the black layer and was sent back much faster towards the dumbfounded Frissy. Boom!
Because of her momentary daze, the dark green spear smashed her right in her chest before exploding, causing her to get pushed back a few meters.
You almost got me there. Felix unfolded his wings, exposing his new appearance to the already stupefied viewers. From head to toe, his entire skin was donned by that black shimmering crystal layer, making him resemble a statue made out of a mineral.
What was that?
Princess Anastasia murmured with a dazed look. No one dared to believe that Felix had just reflected an elemental ability. Who could blame them? That's the domain of the dragons, as their scales were capable of reflecting most of the ranged elemental abilities. I refuse to accept it.
The instant Frissy woke up from her daze, she started launching the rest of the dark green spears rapidly in direction of Felix, not caring about waiting for his guard to be lowered. This time, Felix was prepared as he started slapping them away with his wings like they were made out of paper. How is that possible? What kind of weird ability is that? Is that really a gemstone ability? The viewers were now more certain than ever that Felix was capable of reflecting elemental abilities. Meanwhile, Arentis was too stunned. He was still trying to work out the math in his mind. It wasn't just him who was confused out of his wits. No one had seen before a gemstone elementalist capable of reflecting elemental abilities or even use a black gemstone. Look at their baffled expressions. Thor shook his head as he eyed Carbuncle. Your legacy died too quickly when you didn't bother supervising your descendants. I don't care about any of that, Carbuncle replied lazily while puffing out smoke through his ears. If they couldn't survive the test of time, that's on them. Unlike most primogenitors, Carbuncle didn't build a single empire or even a country for his descendants to gather and offer them protection. During that era, where wars between primogenitors and their descendants run rampage, it was only normal for Carbuncle's offsprings to not leave a mark. So, there was a species of gemstone elementalists, but they were erased by other empires and Carbuncle still didn't give a shit about it. If he bothered just a little, his race would remain alive and everyone would have seen the true horror of true gemstone elementalists. In the same coin, they would understand that Felix was using an attributed gemstone called Damconite. It was an extremely rare black gemstone that was discovered to be unreactive to other elements to some degree. Hence, the reason the flame spears get bounced away during contact. This was just one of many more attributed gemstones in his arsenal. It's as irritating as always to use this ability. Might as well end this while I am still using it. Felix complained while flying through the green flames field without an ounce of fear in his eyes. Felix knew that he could always rely on his Damconite skin to keep the battle in a close range. But he refused doing so since the gemstone skin was even more inconvenient than the symbiote suit. If he hadn't already trained his very hardest to adapt to it, he wouldn't be able to even flap his wings while wearing it. After all, he was layered by solid hard skin that wasn't as flexible as it appeared. He really entered. When Frissy saw Felix being up her face, she was truly caught off guard. Boom bam. Bam. Felix didn't hesitate to take advantage of her lack of focus and bombard her with multiple punches and kicks. Frissy got hit by some and managed to block the rest. How the hell is he immune to everything? Seeing that Felix's attacks weren't affected negatively in the slightest by being inside her field made Frissy feel a new kind of terror. Even black royal dragons didn't install this kind of terror in her, since they never dared to enter Flame Field unless they were prepared to deal with their souls getting burnt. I need to use Flame Orb. In the end, she came to the conclusion that only her nukes could handle Felix. Unfortunately, just as she attempted to retreat and prepare the orb, Felix caught her by the arm and folded his wings around both of them. Then he used the most dreadful and feared ability in the universe. Void Domain. He murmured it softly in Frissy's ear, making her entire body stiffen instantly. I am screwed. That's the last thought she had in her mind before both of them got engulfed inside a humongous pitch-black sphere. When it disappeared and exposed only Felix in his void suit, not a single soul managed to utter a word. Next, please. He still has void domain. How is this even feasible? Arentis was on the brick of pulling his hair out from all the inconceivable shit Felix kept on drawing fight after fight. Weren't humans capable of etching only one ability per bloodline? Princess Kazas wondered in surprise as well. Yes, Princess Anastasia reasoned. I believe he has yet to reach 99% in his bloodline integration to replace void domain. If he etched his void immunity, he can technically still utilize void domain at the moment. Oh, now that I recall, humans can do that. Upon hearing her explanation, Arentis' confusion was cleared out. Only the dragons reacted this way due to their lack of understanding of the bloodline system. As for the stream viewers, no one even thought that it was strange and just cheered on Felix's third victory. Now that Felix had exposed his capability to use void domain, all the challengers felt their chances to win their battles goes from 80% to 10%. That's because Felix had shown that he was already on par with them when it came to foundational strength.
Moreover, he had Damconite skin that allowed him to resist their elemental flames. Ha ha ha. He just keeps getting better and better.
I am starting to think that we actually have a shot to win the upcoming ceremony with his involvement.
Let's not jinx it. He still has 27 fights. The clan head Curson and the officials were truly at cloud 9 at the moment. The more Felix performed gloriously, the better their chances at securing the upcoming ceremony.
For the next battles, Felix hadn't dropped the ball and disappointed them. The fourth challenger had his skull brutally smashed by an enlarged leg. The fifth challenger was split in half by the crescent axe thrown at him during chaotic fight.
The sixth challenger decided to ambush Felix. Unfortunately, it didn't go as well as he hoped since he was dealing with the master of ambushes. The seventh, the eighth, the ninth, the 12th. Felix kept going through this list without exposing any new ability in his arsenal. The Void Domain, Hypersonic Speed, Size Manipulation, Crescent Battleaxe, True Poison, and Damconite Skin were more than enough to handle those tough royal dragons in a 1 versus 1 format.
The moment Felix reached the 15th challenger, Arentis' expression was already beyond fuming.
He finally was forced to accept the reality that he had shot himself in the foot with his insane wager.
Nice bet. I expect a great harvest from you in the ancestral dimensional pocket. Prince Domino rubbed some salt on his wounds with his remark. Fucker, you have to be alive to get them. Arentis threatened with a murderous expression before exiting the island.
There was no point to continue spectating the contest when he had already known that his bet was lost. Plus, it wasn't fun for him at all to see Felix demolishing royal dragons left and right until the stream viewers started feeling bad for them. Looks like he will be really gunning for you in the ceremony. Princess Kazus giggled. Nothing changed then. Prince Domino replied indifferently. He already knew that Prince Arentis considered him as the greatest threat in the ceremony and was going to use everything in his powers to take him down. After all, the White Clan team wasn't even considered in the picture while the Red Clan team weren't as strong as other two clans. Though, the tides were changing in favor of the White Clan with Felix's appearance. 3 hours later, he has actually reached me. A humanoid red dragon murmured with a dazed expression while staring at the 29 blacked-out names in the holographic list. He was called Burga and also ranked at the peak of Radiant. When he saw his name at the bottom of the list, he truly believed that he wasn't going to see Felix's face.
After hearing about that the challengers would stay fighting even if they defeated Felix, he felt glad that he was at the bottom since he would need to win just one fight.
Yeah? He had no idea what to think. Fuck this. I will let him come to me while I prepare the most powerful flame orb I can muster. If I am not killing him, I might as well take him with me and hope to earn the slot in that way.
Burga decided to ignore tactics, strategies, or such and simply nuke the entire island. As a royal red dragon, he was completely capable of achieving this if he was given enough time to prepare.
Who could blame him for going this far? The last 99 battles had assured him that he wasn't going to handle Felix. Since it was too shameful to forfeit the fight, he would rather kamikaze with Felix.
The moment he got teleported to the opposite side of the island, the first thing he did was fly as low as possible.
This should be enough. He stopped after reaching half a kilometer above the surface of the island. Then, he opened his mouth widely and started channeling all of his flames into a small dot. The dot started growing and changing color with every new wave of flames it absorbed.
What is he doing? Doesn't he know that flame orbs are useless in the air? Selphie wondered while watching the battle from the VIP guest seating. All the previous challengers never bothered to utilize their flame orbs since they knew that Felix would easily evade them in the air.
They couldn't really explode them manually without being in the explosion range.
This drove the rest of the viewers to wonder about Burga's motives too.
Uncaring about what others thought about him, Burga continued pumping more flames into his orb. It was now as big as a football ball and had exhausted more than 20% of his energy. This should be big enough to cover a 10 kilometers radius. Burga narrowed his eyes. I need more. He knew that Felix would start seeking him out after he realized that he wasn't meeting him in the middle of the map.
So he had enough time to go for more. 30%, 40%, 60%, 90%, 95%.
Only after putting more than 95% of his entire energy pool inside the flame orb did Burga finally call it a quit. Surprisingly, The flame orb didn't continue growing bigger. In fact, it had gotten much smaller, reaching the size of a marble. That's because when the flame orbs reached a certain height, the dragons start condensing the already condensed orb even further to bring down its size, as well as it increases its explosiveness. Berga hid the flame orb within his throat and waited for Felix to reach him. He could see his infrared aura, approaching him from a distance. When the White Clan officials and heirs saw this, they finally realized that Berga's endgame was to blow himself with Felix. In other races' perspective, it was a masterful move since the requirement for obtaining the slot was simply defeating Felix. It didn't specify that the other challenger had to be alive after defeating Felix. However, in the eyes of the dragons, it was nothing short but a disgraceful dick move. The White Clan didn't specify the rules since it believed that all the royal dragons would be too proud to pull out any shenanigans. In fact, most of the rules added were to limit Felix from pulling a fast one on the challengers since he was a cunning human. How the tables flipped. How shameful. Displeased. Prince Domino cursed as he eyed Berga's defiant expression. It's really a cheap move for a royal dragon. No matter how desperate are we for the sacred bloodline treasures inside the dimensional pocket, it doesn't give us an excuse to ignore our pride. Princess Kazu's frowned her eyebrows. I will make sure to ask the clan for a proper discipline when this ends. As for the White Clan officials, they were suddenly worried about his strategy actually working. We are most definitely no going to give him the slot even if he killed the kid in that manner. He should feel happy that we haven't stopped the fight and disqualified him. Dissatisfied and disgruntled, Clan head Curson narrowed his eyes at Berga. Oblivious to the rage he had drawn out of almost everyone, Berga placed his entire focus on Felix, who was merely a few kilometers away from him. Although Felix had already stepped far too deep inside the explosion radius, Berga was still holding himself from firing the concentrated tiny flame orb. That's it. Get lower. A bit more. Good, good. He kept murmuring in his mind as he watched Felix diving towards the ground. Is he planning to fire a flame orb at me after I get closer to the ground? However, Felix got skeptical at his peacefulness and refrained from getting closer to Berga. He kept a decent 2 kilometers distance from him, knowing that it was outside his manipulation range. In other words, his flame orbs were deemed useless. Alas, the instant Felix decided to test the waters by some ranged abilities, Berga opened his mouth widely and aimed it at the ground. Huh? Why is he aiming beneath him? When Felix zoomed on Berga's eyes and saw the hint of insanity in them, it finally clicked in his mind. Motherfucker. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix turned around and flew as fast as he could in the opposite direction. It's too late, Dragon Slayer. Berga laughed in his mind and launched the flame orbs at the ground. When Felix saw this, he stopped and chuckled in amusement, appearing like his fearful reaction was merely an act. Ha! Before Berga could react to Felix's sudden change, the flame orb finally touched the ground. A split second later, almost everyone was struck by a blinding light, forcing them to look away. It was followed by a deafening explosion that was loud enough not even dragons' ears could survive it. Fortunately for the viewers, the explosion's intensity was moderated to not cause them any harm. After the blinding light died down, the stream viewers had their jaws dropped to the floor at the sight of a towering mushroom cloud that was big enough. It stretched for hundreds of kilometers. It was big enough it could be observed from space. As for the island's ending, almost everything had been touched by the explosion and its destructive shockwave. This is insanity. Who can survive this? Dragons are really weaponized monsters. Is Landlord still alive? When the dust settled, everyone started searching for Felix and Berga. They looked at Berga's original location and found out that not a single bone survived after being close to such a destructive explosion. As for Felix, it didn't take them long to find him inside a small version of the void domain. This left them speechless as they had completely forgotten that his void domain was impossible to be break apart. Felix acted fearful before, so he could bait out Berga into committing to his suicidal attack, knowing that it would make this battle much easier than it should be. We were worried about nothing. Clan Head chuckled. As long as he has that disgusting ability, he will be fine. When Berga returned to the challenger's lobby, He ignored the displeased looks of the others and glanced at the stream with an anticipated expression. Alas, his anticipation had died down the instant he noticed Felix emerged from the void domain without a single scratch on him. I just killed myself for nothing. More than that, he had irked all dragons with his disgraceful behavior. He was going to get a proper punishment to ensure that no other dragon would dare to embarrass their race again. With that, we conclude the contest. Clan head Curson teleported to the center of the island and disclosed, "Please make some noise for the Dragonslayer's performance. He had demonstrated that his strength is more than enough to get him allocated in our clan's team." Roar, roar, roar. The dragons started roaring while breathing fire into the sky, creating a truly magnificent scene. This time, none of them dared to question the White Clan's decision or hating on Felix for stealing the opportunity to enter the dimensional pocket. He had shown to everyone that he had earned it with his strength, and dragons respected nothing but that. 1 year from now, tune in to spectate the greatest heirs ceremony to ever be hosted, Clan head Curson announced with great confidence. All the viewers agreed with him in a way due to this cycle's contestants. There would Princess Kazu's, the direct heir of the current Red Clan head and possessor of the purest Red Dragon bloodline. It was believed that she had the highest chance of growing her royal bloodline gem to the same size as other 3 heirs, and even awaken a new attributed sacred flames. It had happened before once or twice throughout the history of the dragons, but those unique dragons weren't capable of passing down their new attributed sacred flames, so they ended up being lost. Only the Royal Red Clan had this special opportunity of reclaiming others' attributed sacred flames from the ancestral dragon. It was believed that the ancestral had more than 9 attribute to his flames. Now, only 3 attributed sacred flames were inheritable. So, there was quite a significant amount of hype revolving Princess Kazu's in the ceremony. Then we have Prince Arentis, the direct heir of the Green Clan head and also the proclaimed biggest rival to Prince Domino. Everyone believed so for a good reason. He had the second highest ancestral bloodline purity in this generation. With his soul-decaying flames, he was even more dangerous than Prince Domino in elemental battles. After all, nothing hurt more than pain from the soul. Felix still had nightmares about the last time he split his soul from Asna to help her log in the UVR. As for Prince Domino, he was considered to possess the potential to defeat the current Elder Dragon and dethrone him. This was the highest praise a dragon could obtain, since the Elder Dragon was simply believed to be undefeatable and unkillable for millions of years now. He was one of the founders of the SG Alliance and was still holding the first rank until this day. In gaming terms, he was the end boss of the individual SG platform. Last but not least, we got Felix. Honestly, just his existence has added a unique flavor to the ceremony. After all, he was the first non-dragon in history to join a ceremony specified for dragons. Because of his overwhelming fan base and promotion that would last for an entire year, this ceremony was bound to attract the attention of trillions of viewers. Dragonslayer, we are more than pleased with your showing. Clan head Curson smiled widely. Our confidence has grown in our team thanks to your addition. I am just doing my part of the deal. Felix replied politely while standing on the top rail of the chair in the courtroom. Felix's main target was always the ancestral scales. We have just a year of preparation. Allow me to introduce the team to you. Clan head Curson manifested a holographic list with 4 pictures and names next to them. Anastasia was at the top with the captain title next to her. The second in command was a black dragon called Forgo who looked pretty threatening. The rest were also white dragons. Looks like they were placing their hope on this dude, Felix thought as he read Forgo's details. Compared to the royal dragons he had defeated just now, he was much more dangerous. If it wasn't for so, he wouldn't have been invited straight away instead of passing through the qualifiers. Why aren't they just hiring a mix of green and black dragons to help out their captain? Mistress Candace wondered. It will make them look bad if they won that way. Asna answered. Plus, they can't rob 4 slots for the white dragons to enter the dimensional pocket. It's too much. Felix nodded in agreement. What do you think? One of the officials asked. I have to meet them personally to give out my opinion. Felix replied. We knew you will say that. Clan head Curson informed. We have decided to start some teamwork training next week. So you will meet them soon. Good. Felix nodded.
Felix knew that the challenger in the ceremony required team effort more than anything, so he hoped that the team wouldn't suck that hard. After the meeting was concluded, Felix was reached out by Prince Domino all of a sudden.
You liked what you saw? Felix smirked as he answered the call. Don't be smug. You might have impressed everyone, but I am still convinced that you don't have what it takes to deal with me. Prince Domino replied indifferently. You are not the only one growing stronger. Can't you just call to congratulate me and wish me good luck like normal beings? Felix's eyelids twitched. Do you have to be a dick always? Yes. Prince Domino replied bluntly and hung up on him. What a son. Felix chuckled.
He recognized that Prince Domino was most definitely satisfied with his performance and was eager for their battle. But he was too much of a proud prick to say his true emotions.
Hehe. Good thing I saved the best for him. Felix grinned widely at the thought that he hadn't demonstrated almost all of his gemstone abilities.
He wasn't put in a position to even use the rest of his active abilities. Don't even mention the ultimate one.
Still, it will be best to obtain the gemstone manipulation before then.
7 days before the contest, Carbuncle had finally made a contact with Felix and the rest from the egg.
The daily feeding of energy had paid off faster than anticipated since Carbuncle's consciousness was already developed instead of waking up as a newborn consciousness. He had told them that all the gifts were now owned by him. In other words, if Felix carried on feeding him, he would be able to be reborn with all of his strengths. However, Carbuncle wanted none of that and had them cut off the feeding since he preferred staying with them in the consciousness space.
Plus, he refused to be reborn unless their plan to revive his wife had succeeded. If it wasn't for Felix being required to travel to Lady Sphinx's lab so she could supervise the bestowal, Felix would have already gotten the manipulation by now.
Unfortunately, he couldn't travel there when there were merely 7 days before the contest. Candace, when will you be arriving here? Less than 2 months. Mistress Candace answered.
She was still journeying through the void realm towards him after leaving Noah with Fenrir. That's a bit too long. Felix turned to Nimmo, who was lazing around next to him, and wondered, is it possible to journey with Nimmo?
Nimmo got animated the instant he heard the term journey, not knowing that it would be spent in the nothingness of the void realm.
It's possible, but it's not as easy as it seemed. Mistress Candace warned, traveling through the void realm requires precise calculation and control over my speed. If it wasn't for so, I will be missing the locations all the time by millions of kilometers or even billions.
She is right. Lady Sphinx agreed. If you took Nimmo, you will definitely get lost and end up wasting even more time.
Mistress Candace's experience in traveling the void realm was too extensive compared to either Felix or Nimmo.
With that kind of extreme speed that surpassed the speed of light by miles, it was far too easy to get lost. Well, we are bound to learn someday. Felix was still adamant at his decision, knowing that if he always relied on Mistress Candace for his travels, there would come a day when he regrets it. If it was just about experience, then it was time to start creating it.
Plus, he now had Void Suit that allowed him to travel through the Void Realm without worrying about his AP bracelets, so he really needed to step up and work on himself.
Queen, please calculate the shortest distance from here to the main wormhole connected with the Witch Empire. Felix requested.
A moment later, Queen AI gave the exact distance and the coordinates.
Now, I just need to check on Nimmo's speed. Felix asked Candace. Do you think he will be able to travel at the same speed as you? He is the future void and Sin's guardian, Mistress Candace answered. He should be 10 times faster than me or even more. I guess there is only one way to find out. Nimmo, let's log in. In Felix's modified UVR room, they could be seen standing before a void rift. Can you turn into this? Felix looked at Nimmo and requested while showing him a holographic sphere.
Nimmo glanced at it and at Felix for a few seconds in confusion before finally figuring out what he wanted. Nimmo closed his eyes shut and started to twist and wrap until his entire body was turned into a giant pitch-black mass. This was Nimmo's original appearance. Just like all void creatures, he didn't have an actual fixed appearance from birth. He could morph into whatever creature he desired, and he chose to be a raccoon for some reason.
Good. Just like that, but bigger. Felix praised after seeing him turn into a perfect small sphere. Hearing so, Nemo enlarged himself until he was much 5 times taller than Felix. Can you open a door like this? Felix continued showing him pictures for easier understanding. Nemo did as he was told and opened a hole that was big enough for Felix to pass through. Felix glanced inside and saw that it was just a hollow dark space. This time, Felix showed him a chair and told him to replicate it. After Nemo pulled it off, Felix didn't hesitate to step inside and sit on it. It was as comfy as sitting on a cotton-based cushion. Then they entered the Void Realm. Queen, please calculate our traveling speed. The only reason Felix entered the UVR was because he knew that their connection would be cut off from Queen AI when they enter the Void Realm. Meanwhile, in the UVR's version of the Void Realm, she could help them calculate their speed. He would use her calculation to figure out exactly the duration of their journeys, which would help him avoid getting lost in the Void Realm. Nemo, travel in a straight line as fast as you can, Felix requested. The moment he heard so, Nemo took off in a random direction without bothering to limit himself anymore. Felix might not sense it, but Queen AI was informing him each time Nemo hit a milestone in his speed. X2 light-year, X3 light-year, X4 light-year, X7 light-year, X20 light-year, X40 light-year. Felix merely kept hearing those unfathomable numbers without moving a single inch. It was truly inconceivable to the mind that a person or something was capable traveling at this kind of speed. Just the speed of light was crazy enough to imagine. However, the Void Realm made it possible since it was truly a space made out of absolutely nothingness. If a vacuum space made out of matter, antimatter, and dark energy, then the Void Realm was made out of simply void energy, which was in turn nothingness. In other sense, Nemo wasn't truly traveling at that kind of speed or at any speed. He was simply being displaced from a place of nothingness to another place of nothingness. It was like he was teleporting constantly to the very edge of what his eyes were capable of seeing. If he was capable of seeing the very edge of the Void Realm, he would be able to cross that distance in the blink of an eye. This was the reason Felix wasn't bothering himself to travel long distances in the Void Realm at the moment. It took a heavy toll on his mind, unlike Mistress Candace, who was born as a mentalist in the first place. There was no point in mentioning Nemo's capabilities as he was on a different league. That should be enough. Felix stopped the test immediately after spotting that Nemo's speed had been halted at 50x light speed. Good job. Felix patted Nemo in the head with a satisfied expression after exiting the Void Realm. His speed might not be as fast as Mistress Candace, but Nemo was young, too young in fact. Yet, he was already closing in to her top speed. If given more time, there was no doubt that he would be capable of teleporting from one end of the Void Realm to the other. Soon after, Felix logged out with Nemo. Queen, please calculate the duration it would take us to reach from here to the main wormhole coordinates if we traveled at a constant 50x speed light. 1.147578139.871 seconds. Queen AI replied. If you don't want to go past the coordinates, you need to be as exact as duration given, Mistress Candace informed. This signified that Felix had to mind at least 5 numbers after the comma. Well, thankfully bracelets still work offline even in the Void Realm. Felix nodded in understanding. He might not be able to think fast enough to count to that specific number, but he could look at it and make sure to stop Nemo the moment it reached it. Let's give it a try. Felix rubbed Nemo's stomach and waited for him to transform into a sphere. After he was done, Felix got inside and set the timer to exactly that number. Then, he made it count backwards since it was much easier this way. You think he will get it? Asna asked Candace. Not a chance, Mistress Candace answered with certain tone. To master the timing, I spent centuries if not more of constant trials and errors. If it was just Felix, I might believe that he can pull it off, but with Nemo? Mistress Candace shook her head, not required to say more. The tenants understood what she implied. When moving at such an insane speed, it was close to impossible to get the exact timing right, which would translate to reaching the correct location. The fact that Felix had to tell Nemo when to stop was already going to waste some of it. As they expected, the moment Felix and Nemo took off towards the wormhole, they ended up going past it by a couple of millions kilometers, All of this because Nimmo cried out loud happily before stopping. Well, this is going to take a while. Felix coughed as he glanced around him in a completely deserted area of space.
Meanwhile, Nimmo was still as happier as ever just to be out.
Not giving up, Felix kept retrying with Nimmo to land as close as possible to the wormhole expressway.
Unfortunately, it was deemed impossible with Nimmo's terrific speed and their lack of coordination.
It will be much easier if we reduced our speed. Felix knew that Mistress Candace wasn't always traveling at her peak speed.
When it came to short distances like those, she was most likely going at a controllable speed so she wouldn't miss the location. Too bad Nimmo wasn't that intelligent to control his speed while helping them with the calculations simultaneously. It wasn't like Felix could ask him to travel at exact 20x light speed or such. All he understands was go at your fastest speed or slowest speed.
Let's try having it. Felix started educating Nimmo on what a half mean. It took a couple of hours with holographic pictures and repetition, but Nimmo finally understood him. As he had hoped, they started to miss their location now by mere a couple of 100,000 kilometers. Sure, it wasn't as perfect as Mistress Candace, but Felix didn't really care that much at the moment. The instant they bridged the distance to a mere few 100,000 kilometers, he beamed his spaceship and continued the journey to the wormhole expressway. It didn't take him even a few seconds to reach his destination. Not bad at all. Felix smiled, quite satisfied with the end result even though he had actually wasted more than half a day on this. After he entered the wormhole and exited at the Witch Empire territory, he had done the same calculation and got quite close to the capital planet Fimagroth. The instant he reached it, Felix beamed his spaceship away and continued the rest of the journey in the Void Realm, wanting to avoid interacting with people. Because he couldn't see any more through the Void Realm, he had to always rely on calculations. He was unable to depend on Nimmo to see, since he had no idea what to look for. Fortunately, he easily managed to reach Lady Sphinx Castle due to traveling at modest speed on his own.
It's been a while. Felix smiled with a nostalgic expression as he kept eyeing the castle's walls and the gorgeous city further below it. You can walk around the city if you like. Lady Sphinx informed it will take a few hours before I prepare the solution for the bestowal.
I see. Might as well visit some friends. Felix nodded in understanding and clicked on his contacts list. He reached out to Naima, Lara, Carrie, and a few more. He told them that he was in town and intended to pay them a brief visit before his departure. Naturally, the girls were quite ecstatic to hang out with him, as it had been truly a very, very long time since they had gathered together. Fortunately, all of his close friends had ended up opening stores in this part of the capital after graduation due to their high marks in the elite class. Overall, it had been decided to group up at Lara's store in half an hour. Sure, UVR would have made it much easier for them to group up in the blink of an eye, but since he was around the corner, it was much better to meet in the real world. So, this is her store. It looks like she is doing quite well. Felix murmured as he stepped inside a 3-story building that was packed with many VIP-looking customers.
No one recognized Felix as he was wearing a hoodie and sunglasses.
They told me they're gathering on the 3rd floor. Felix pushed through the crowded 1st floor and took the elevator to the 3rd floor.
He was already given permission to access the 3rd floor by Lara, making him unrequited to deal with the staff.
After he stepped on the 3rd floor, he saw that only a few clients were sitting on coaches, most likely waiting for their turn to place an important commission. Have you arrived yet? Lara contacted Felix suddenly.
I am at the 3rd floor now. Felix answered. I will come get you. The moment the message was delivered, a door at the far end was opened by Lara. She was still as gorgeous as ever with her purplish hair and eyes.
Because witches didn't age as fast as humans, she still looked exactly the same even after many years passed by.
Been a while. Felix smiled as he went for a quick friendly hug.
You are still as touchy as ever, Lara replied while hugging him back.
I am just friendly. Felix coughed. You sure? I bet you hug men too. Lara joked while pulling him inside the room, not caring about the displeased looks of her customers. She knew that none of them would dare leave due to being upset at her favorism since they came here for her specific potions.
She was already a master in those potions, giving her the highest chance of concoction, which translate to the highest chance of not losing their materials in a failed attempt. Felix! The instant Felix stepped inside the room, he was jumped at by Naima, getting embraced as tightly as possible.
I missed you, asshole. She cursed while punching him in the stomach, getting as aggressive as always.
Alas, her ending was the same too.
Oh, she cried out while holding her knuckles in pain.
You never learn, I see. Felix chuckled as he patted her in the head. If she did, her store wouldn't be struggling. Lara took a jab on Naima while returning to her seat. Humph. Not everyone has a sage witch to vouch for them like you. Naima fired back in annoyance while still attaching herself to Felix akin to a koala. Asna just rolled her eyes at her behavior and acted blind to it, knowing that Naima had no sexual attraction to Felix whatsoever.
If it wasn't for so, she wouldn't even allow him to hang out with this many beautiful hotties at once. Store struggling? How can a graduated witch from the elite class even struggle with sales? Felix wondered while sitting next to Carrie.
Felix might not talk too much with Naima and the others or meet with them, but he was still keeping in touch and checking on them from a while to while. He had already heard that all of his friends had graduated from the elite class successfully. He knew that was more than enough to help them open a store on their own and receive financial support from the Empire.
If they hadn't graduated from the elite class, they would have been forced to start out as workers for other senior witches until they obtain enough experience and coins to go solo.
Forgot about this irritating stuff and tell us more about your adventures. I want to hear personally how it felt to kill those arrogant lizards.
Intrigued and eager, Naima poured Felix a cup of blue wine while egging him to talk about himself. The rest of the girls had to admit that they were also curious.
I don't know anymore, Felix answered with an easygoing smile. I have stopped feeling anything unique about the experience after slaying my third dragon. Kaya, that's my Felix. Naima pecked him a couple of times in the cheek happily. Although the witches had a friendly partnership with the dragons as they provided protection to them, the witches still felt quite oppressed by them.
This feeling was mutual to the rest of the utility races in the top 10 of the SG Alliance.
I have to admit that most witches partied all night when you have bullied the 30 royal dragons. Carrie giggled. Some of them are still partying right now. I didn't think that you girls secretly hate the dragons. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise.
We don't really hate them, but we sure dislike dealing with them. Lara answered.
We can boss around most races but them. Carrie clarified. It was already known fact that most witches were quite arrogant and proud.
So, to have dragon clients must be a pain in the ass for them since they have to always lower their heads before them. Enough of this, I want to hear more about your potion-making mastery. Labna knitted her eyebrows at Felix. I hope that you aren't focusing purely on your fights and strength-seeking quest instead of advancing your potion-making mastery.
All the girls were apprehensive about this. They always followed Felix's news, making them see nothing more than articles about his fights, businesses, and Federation's development. Hell, they even heard about his grandfather's pizzeria restaurants creating shockwaves with Earthlings recipes. Yet, there wasn't a single piece of news about his potion making. I am doing quite well at the moment, Felix replied calmly. I can concoct most potions that I require for my future advancement. How is that possible? Naima tilted her head in confusion. With your current monstrous strength, I doubt even 5 stars rank 3 potions can be of any use to you. The other girls nodded in support.
Rank 3? What are you talking about? Felix shook his head before dropping a bombshell on them. I am already 1 step away from concocting rank 5 potions and entering the sage rank.
How about you, though? All of them turned deaf to his question as their brains had already short-circuited at his insane proclamation.
You're joking, right?
In the end, Lara was the first to disapprove of his insane claim. None of them dared to believe that Felix was on the brink of promoting to sage rank while they were still stuck at master rank, especially when he looked to be spending most of his time on his strength and fights. Why would I lie? Felix smiled wryly. If I put my entire focus on potion making, I would have already mastered a few 4-star rank 5 potions. Felix wasn't bullshitting one bit. He had wasted too much time on his strength improvement. He barely developed his potion making. You are still bragging. Naima crossed her arms in vexation. Do you think it's easy to reach sage rank?
Currently, there are barely 20 sages witches around the universe, and they all had reached it after spending hundreds if not thousands of years in mastering the art of potion concoction.
Do I look like a witch? Felix eyed them weirdly. Why do you keep using your standards on me? Have you already forgotten that I have left the academy after concocting a 5-star rank 2 potion? You think I will remain in that level for years? The witches were left at loss for words, not knowing how to retort against his convincing remarks. Only now did they remember that Felix's concoction path was too unorthodox, allowing him to bypass many of the witches' limitations.
Although they started to believe him, it was still too much for them to accept.
You're a cheat. It really makes no sense.
Lara sighed. I thought I am doing good enough by almost getting promoting to Grandmaster at this age.
Naima and the others couldn't even speak since they felt quite embarrassed to expose that they were still at the bottom of the master rank. Potion making wasn't as simple as Felix make it seem due to all of his advantages. Look, I brought you gifts. Seeing that the mood was getting gloomy, Felix beamed a couple of rank 4 potions and passed them over.
This should be helpful to you. Felix explained with a faint smile. It's a potion from a new recipe that helps improve your mental capacity for the next 3 to 5 years, depending on your previous mental capacity.
This did the trick all right, as all the girls stopped moping around immediately after hearing about its effects. Where did you get this? Naima asked with an elated expression. I concocted it from a recipe by my master. Felix answered truthfully without getting too much into details. You concocted it? Of course he did. What am I doing with my life? When they heard so, their happiness was short-lived as they were reminded again of the difference between them.
You're doing it in purpose. Asna giggled happily, quite pleased to see the girls getting bullied like this by him.
I am not. Felix's eyelids twitched and switched the subject again. Enough about me and tell me more about your stores. I heard that all of you now are bosses of your own labs and workshops.
I own a 1-story lab and 4 assistants. Carrie went first. Currently, I am focusing on large commissions for rank 1 potions to grow some capital before moving on to the 2nd rank potions.
Smart. Felix praised, knowing that it was hard for witches to attract customers when they were just starting. So, it was difficult to get money if they straight out started with rank 3 potions and had absolutely no review or reputation. After all, the customers were risking their own materials and also fees to get their potions.
It was only smart to choose the best of the best even if they had to wait a long while before their turn arrived.
Labna did the same as Carrie. I'm renting a 1-story workshop, and I am selling 2 primary rank 3 potions. Naima said next with a low tone, appearing quite reluctant to share this with Felix.
I see. The moment Felix heard so, he instantly figured out why Naima's shop was struggling as proclaimed by Lara.
She lacked reputation to push her business against her competitors, who were concocting the same potions. As for Lara, she had a sage which as her master, which was more than enough to make everyone be confident to put their commissions on her book. I'm pleased with what you girls have achieved. Felix smiled as he suggested, give me the names of your stores and I will give them to my agent. She will use my platform to promote your stores and help you increase your reputation.
No, that's too much to ask for. Naima waved her hands in worry. I would rather not disappoint the customers brought by your promotion. They might end up blaming you for it.
Naima understood that he was doing this mostly for her since Lara didn't require more customers, and the other 2 girls weren't focusing on rank 3 potions at the moment. I don't give a shit about what they say. Felix shrugged his shoulders. I have trillions of fans. Losing a couple doesn't matter to me. Plus, I am quite confident that you will satisfy more customers.
Felix truly believed in Naima's potential. She was simply not given an opportunity to demonstrate it because of her weak background compared to some witches.
If he was able to give her a small shove in the right direction, then he would do it gladly.
She stood by his side when he was outcast and discriminated by the academy. It was simply his time to return the favor.
Thank you, Felix. This means a lot to me. Truly. Naima bit her lips hard, trying her best to keep her emotions in check. Don't be crying on me now. Felix picked up the glass of wine and handed it to her. I'm here to have some fun with my girls. So, bring out your wild side. 3 hours later,
Felix returned to the castle and went straight towards Lady Sphinx's lab after he had his fun with the girls.
He intended to visit Queen Allura too, but when he called her, she informed him to come in night as she had a few meetings to take care of. As for the academy,
Felix didn't even bother to visit it. He was done with it the moment gave it the middle finger after his departure.
The instant Felix entered the lab, he was met by Lady Sphinx. She was wearing a lab coat while walking back and forth from a station to the other. "Get nude and drink the potions on the table next to you," Lady Sphinx said calmly without even glancing at Felix. "Nice to see you again too," Felix said under his breath while beaming his nanobot's clothes. Then he went to the table and picked 4 potions. 2 seemed to be made from poison, while the other 2 had electrical discharges coursing on the liquid. Without needing to ask, he knew that their main purpose was to weaken his lightning and poison affinities. After drinking them, he walked towards a big glass tube right in the middle of the lab. It was filled with a bubbly green liquid that was emitting electrical discharges. Just as Felix wanted to ask about the content, Lady Sphinx chided him. "Get in already. The liquid is losing its potency."
Upon hearing so, Felix didn't dare to dilly-dally anymore.
After the lid was closed on him, an oxygen mask connected itself with his nostrils and mouth since he was completely submerged in the liquid. Then, 2 long metallic chains emerged from the bottom and 2 more from the top. Felix helped himself wear them and started testing their toughness.
With his current strength, he knew that it wouldn't be hard for him to break apart the chains. "Summon both of your elemental inscriptions."
Felix nodded his head and swiftly thought about it. Just like tiny snakes, the inscriptions began to manifest entirely on his body, leaving almost no gap. "Are you ready?" Lady Sphinx inquired. Felix nodded lightly, then closed his eyes shut and dove into his consciousness. There, he saw Carbuncle floating on the consciousness lake with a pack of joints in his hand and 2 attached in his mouth.
He was blowing rings into the air with a sleepy expression. "Elder, it's time." Felix's eyelids twitched at the sight, feeling like Carbuncle was simply too nonchalant about the entire bestowal.
"Get close. Let's get it over with. I can't believe I am doing this twice now." Carbuncle yawned as he gestured for Felix to approach him.
The other tenants merely rolled their eyes at the sight, not bothering themselves to get involved. If Carbuncle wanted the ritual to be respectful, they would most definitely behave properly.
"Alas, I am grateful for the opportunity, Elder," Felix said with a firm tone while bowing his head near Carbuncle's finger.
"Have fun with it."
Carbuncle placed his finger on Felix's forehead while starting to blow smoke rings on his face to tease him. The moment Felix felt the warmness of his fluffy finger, memories of his previous bestowals resurfaced on Felix's mind, reminding him of the agonizing pain he went through. Although the pain was enough to make him reconsider his life choices, Felix was still unfazed. He merely eyed the crystallized shimmering inscriptions crawling from Carbuncle's finger into his skin silently. Because there wasn't any more space on his skin, the crystallized inscriptions had to engrave themselves on the previous 2 inscriptions. It got to the point Felix would definitely be mistaken for a weird race if seen from afar due to the different color schemes on his skin.
After Carbuncle pulled his finger, he closed his eyes and murmured, "Activate."
The moment that word echoed in Felix's ears, the crystallized inscriptions lightened up on his body within the liquid tank. Unsurprisingly, Felix's pupil was expanded to the limit the instant those inscriptions began to heat up. He immediately realized that the ritual was going to be more horrific than the previous ones. Although Felix's skin had gotten melted off, showing the inscriptions getting engraved directly on his flesh. He had gone through so much pain in his life, he didn't doubt for a second that he wouldn't be able to handle it. While Felix was screaming bubbles in the tank with bloodshot eyes, Lady Sphinx was supervising all of his vitals with a stern expression.
"Everything looks normal, but why do I have this feeling like I missed something?" Lady Sphinx thought to herself. She had already run the same experiment countless times and ended up in success in all of them if Felix handled the pain well. There was nothing different from the previous experiment besides having 2 manipulations sealed instead of 1.
Still, she had a peculiar feeling that something wasn't right. Fortunately, it looked like she was overthinking things as Felix had finished the bestowal process without any issues arising.
Now his damaged flesh was starting to recover slowly while his skin kept rejuvenating. This time, Felix hadn't lost consciousness for even a few minutes compared to the last time when he slept for 10 hours. After his skin was healed, Felix exited the liquid tank with a bit of difficulty. "How are you feeling?" Lady Sphinx asked. "Weak, exhausted, and hungry," Felix replied while rubbing his eyelids. "No irregularities?" "Like what?" Felix titled his head in confusion while checking at his tattooed skin. Seeing that he was indeed fine, Lady Sphinx smiled. "It's nothing." "Okay, thanks for the hard work." Felix nodded in appreciation and asked, "Now, I have my lightning and poison inscriptions sealed, right?"
"Yes, you can only use their internal manipulation."
"I really have to finish mastering the poison conversion technique as fast as possible." Felix stressed, "I can't be having 3 manipulations and locking 2 of them like this."
Thankfully, Felix had already reached the end of his poison conversion technique. He just needed a little shove, and he would have completely mastered it, which would hopefully earn him the approval from his poison inscriptions. Without its approval, he would never be able to order it to stop it from clashing with the other 2 inscriptions.
"The ceremony is in a year. It's best if I went to Master Thor's galaxy to increase my lightning affinity after mastering the poison conversion technique." Felix decided not to return to Icarius Galaxy so soon.
The meetings and training with his teammates could be done via UVR.
Rumble.
"Let's eat something first." Felix ignored everything else and wore his AP bracelets after hearing his stomach cry for food. He wore his clothes and beamed a few lunch containers. "Don't eat in my lab." Lady Sphinx shooed him away. "Fine."
Felix picked his containers and walked towards the door.
Just as he was about to step outside, his vision suddenly became blurry.
"Ha!"
Before he could react, his eyes rolled at the back of his head and fell face down on the ground. Thud! The moment Lady Sphinx heard the noise, she turned around and was met with Felix's body convulsing like a 1,000,000,000-volt current running through him. His mouth was expelling white foam while his eyes had long disappeared inside his head. Crack!
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 This wasn't even the most frightening part. His soul barrier started cracking while his peaceful consciousness lake kept roaring akin to an angry sea. Carbuncle was thrown into the air with his joints, yet he was still sleeping with a stone smiley expression.
"Felix!" Asna cried out loud in fear, knowing that he was entering death sequence. "Sphinx!"
"What's going on?" Jormungandr shouted.
Just as Lady Sphinx wanted to reply, all of them were left stunned by the sight of Felix's body starting to grow extra body parts. All of them were horrendous and freakish. He grew a baby arm on his back before getting donned with lizard scales. Then, a new long ear get manifested on the same lizard arm before melting into hot flesh and blood.
This was happening all over Felix's body, making him turn into a nightmarish monster.
"His DNA is falling apart." Thor yelled furiously. "Do something, Sphinx!"
He wasn't furious at Lady Sphinx but his inability to do anything about the situation.
He knew that DNA's collapse was the worst possible way to die as it happened in mere seconds, and it was close to impossible to fix it in time. So many bloodliners took their last breath in this ugly manner without having anyone to help them out. "I am on it." Lady Sphinx replied composedly while analyzing Felix's body and all the possible scenarios that could have led to his DNA breaking apart.
She had forcefully stopped all of her copies' projects and dedicated their brains to find out the crux of the problem.
Because she had hundreds of copies and all of them were able to run thousands of simulations in seconds, Lady Sphinx managed to guess the probable cause. Void domain genetic sequences is breaking the balance. She finally realized why her mind kept annoying her, that she had missed something before the experiment started. She hadn't taken void domain into consideration when she had done the experiments on Felix's perfect copy. That's because she finished the experiments when Felix was in a coma and had come to the conclusion that variables wouldn't act up. But now,
Felix was different as he had replaced a normal active primogenitive ability with another without etching it in his 1% human bloodline.
Lady Sphinx didn't know why did crystallized inscriptions cause the balance to break like this, and she wasn't planning on thinking about it now.
She swiftly sat next to Felix and pierced his arm that was slowly melting apart with the genome needle.
Then, she targeted the void domain genome sequence and extracted it out.
The moment she finished, the freaky mutations stopped acting up at last, but this didn't mean that the already exiting mutations had started to withdraw or that Felix's life wasn't in danger anymore. Lady Sphinx knew that she merely stopped the sickness and now had to deal with the aftermath before Felix's unbalanced DNA start collapsing again. She picked him up with her sand manipulation and placed him in an empty tank. She beamed tens of materials and started to mix them with a blue liquid container. Then, she attached the tank tube to the container and filled it up to the brim until Felix started to float. Neither Asna nor the others spoke. All of them kept eyeing Felix's horrendous appearance with worried looks, not knowing whether he would be all right or not. When it came to genetics, even the best of the best could screw up big time. This solution focuses on genetics restoration. Lady Sphinx decided to comfort them. It will help him get rid of all the new mutations and return him to his original appearance. Asna sighed in relief and asked, "How long will it take?" "From hours to days." Lady Sphinx answered, "It depends on the severity of the damage caused to his DNA." "So he is in the clear now?" Thor asked. "Yes," Lady Sphinx assured. "Mind telling us what has just happened? I thought you had everything under control," Jormungandr asked with a stern tone. "It's a mishap on my part." Lady Sphinx sighed and told them everything about the conflict caused by the Void Domain genome sequence. "I always had a bad feeling about the Void Domain," Asna sighed. "I didn't think that it would create such a major problem so soon. Thankfully, you were there next to him when it happened." Indeed, if it were anyone else, Felix would have already visited the spirit realm. Lady Sphinx had to use hundreds copies of her already amazing brain to find the problem and solution in a mere second without anything to work with. Since the DNA collapse usually take merely 10 seconds to half a minute, no one was that fast or had the tools to save Felix. So, it might be her fault, but Asna and the others felt relieved that it happened under her hands instead of having the Void Domain genes act up when Felix was all alone. "I guess he isn't meant to be using the Void Domain." Jormungandr sighed. "Not all hope is lost," Lady Sphinx said while playing with the genome needle. "We still have it for now. I will get into the bottom of this so it won't happen again." Lady Sphinx still hadn't given up on having Felix owning Void Domain even after this freak incident. She got into work right away, trying to find out the reason for the Void Domain genes acting up with the gemstone manipulation. She knew that without knowing about the true cause, Felix could never use the Void Domain again since it would act the same as a time bomb. The next morning. Where am I? Felix opened his muddled eyes slowly while glancing around him. His memories were all jammed up, making it impossible for him to recall anything before he lost consciousness. "Welcome back, sunshine." Asna exhaled in relief after seeing Felix finally waking up. "What happened?" "Have I not finished the experiment?" Felix asked with a puzzled expression as he eyed himself being inside a tank. "Looks like he is suffering from a short-term memory loss," Lady Sphinx noted while analyzing Felix's vitals. All the freakish mutations were already gone, which was a good sign of the treatment working perfectly. Though, for him to suffer from a short-term memory loss while having perfect memory was quite a bad sign of a brain injury. However, after she glanced at his brain's vitals, she realized that there wasn't anything wrong with it. He must have had his latest memories get deleted, Lady Sphinx reasoned. He should feel lucky that's the only negative thing he had gotten, Thor said. Jormungandr and Fenrir nodded their heads in agreement. DNA collapse should have caused much more serious and permanent consequence if it wasn't for Lady Sphinx's genetic restoration pool being a miracle medicine. The hell is going on? Felix got even more confused and worried after hearing their conversation. Not wanting to torture him anymore, Lady Sphinx displayed a holographic screen that was showing Felix's freak incident. "Dear Lord, that happened to me?" Felix felt chills course on his spine after seeing limbs come out of every inch of his bloody melting skin. It was truly a sight he wouldn't wish on his worst enemies. "It was caused by your Void Domain genes conflicting with the gemstone manipulation," Lady Sphinx clarified. "I had to remove the Void Domain genes to save you from self-detonation." Thanks. Felix was too shocked by the entire situation to bother worry about his lost Void Domain. "You can get out of there." Upon receiving permission,
Felix pushed the lid and jumped outside. The moment he landed, he felt a familiar sensation of weakness wash over him. He knew that it came from his void domain genes missing. Felix ignored this for now and asked, "Do you know why it happened?" "I am still trying to find out." Lady Sphinx advised him, "You should forget about void domain for a while. My method has been proven to be still unstable, and I won't let you use it before I am completely certain that no other accidents will arise." "Understandable." Felix nodded. Felix knew that Lady Sphinx always wanted the best for him. There was no way she would let herself make such a mistake again. "Good thing I have kept gemstone arsenal ability with me." Felix chuckled sarcastically. He didn't anticipate that he would be using it again and so soon. As for creating a pool of abilities to replace the bad ones, Felix scrapped that idea entirely from his mind after this incident.
"What time is it?" Felix asked.
8 in the morning.
"Crap. Senior sister must be pissed at me for voiding our meeting." "Don't worry, I have already informed her that you won't be available," Lady Sphinx informed.
"Good. I will visit her later in the evening." Felix sighed in relief. "No, you aren't," Lady Sphinx said calmly. "Don't step outside the castle for the next week. I need to monitor you and check if no complications are going to arise."
"All right." Felix could only agree after seeing that Lady Sphinx wasn't taking no for an answer. Besides the weakness caused by the missing genes, he felt the same as always. But when he remembered that the freak incident also happened when he was feeling fine, Felix didn't dare to underestimate the fickleness of the genes anymore.
3 days later, Felix could be seen fooling around with his new gemstone manipulation in the UVR alone. He had already imprinted the gemstone's arsenal ability back to its original position, helping him return to his peak state. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't already missing void domain. Alas, his health was first and foremost.
Knowing that the ceremony would be now 10 times more difficult to win without his ace ability, Felix focused purely on training.
Argodite bombs. Felix called as he manifested 5 rugged spherical red gemstones above his palms before launching them towards 5 dummies, who were rushing towards him. The instant the 5 red gemstones were exposed to high friction with the wind, they started turning brighter and brighter until, OM!
5 explosions engulfed the dummies, sending them flying into opposite directions with heavy injuries.
Those dummies were not at the same level as Felix or any of his opponents. They were basic dummies to test his new created gemstone abilities. Argodite gemstones will be my main offensive destructive power now that I have lost void domain. Felix knew that Argodite gemstones were more dangerous than what he had just shown. They were called the Devil's Earth Mines since they were first discovered deep under precious mountains.
When the miners used explosives to dig through those mountains, they resulted in creating friction which activated the Argodite gemstones. This caused a chain of explosions under the mountain, completely demolishing it and burying anyone nearby it. Now, the miners have special tools to seek those destructive gemstones first before even thinking of digging something under a mountain. Felix knew that if he brought out the potential of those Argodite gemstones, he would be a force to reckon within the ceremony. All right, let's test out the rest of the attributed gemstones. For days later,
Felix had just embarked on the journey towards Thor's galaxy.
Lady Sphinx had to let him go after she saw nothing wrong with him after an entire week passed. Naturally, Felix didn't forget to pay Queen Allura a visit before leaving. Because he was traveling with Nimmo, the journey had taken more than necessary.
Fortunately, he had met with Mistress Candace on the way and allowed her to carry on the rest of the journey.
After a long while, Mistress Candace announced with a peculiar expression, "Sir Felix, I believe we have reached our destination." Is there a problem?" Felix wondered.
"See for yourself."
Mistress Candace shared her perspective in a mirror for Felix and others who were hanging out in the consciousness space.
"Oh dear. They really erased your planet," Asna commentated as she eyed an obliterated planet with ring of gigantic fragments orbiting it. "I anticipated as much." Thor smiled wryly. "This is one of my popular hanging spots in the galaxy."
"No biggie, let's move on to the next destination," Felix said.
He was given a list of planets with the highest possible lightning affinities by Thor.
Felix already anticipated that most of the planets would be either gone, had their affinities exhausted, or inhibited. However, he had no idea that the situation would be far worse than he even anticipated. Almost 95% of the locations on the list had ended up being erased. Took him an entire month to go through them all. No wonder your descendants have disappeared from the face of the universe. Felix sighed in frustration. Felix knew that the Darkin faction had gone on an eradication quest to thin out the numbers of Jormungandr, Thor, and Fenrir's descendants. In the case of Jormungandr, most of his descendants got slaughtered, but the rest managed to hide in the most poisonous areas, making it impossible for the Darkin faction subordinates to reach them. As for Fenrir's descendants, they weren't targeted since he was still alive. When he was put into slumber, the Winterwolves and Werewolves were already two races to be reckoned with, making it hard for the vampires, gremlins, and Astrians to handle them. Thor's descendants had picked the short stick as they were already low in numbers due to their unique habitable areas. They could only live in areas rich with thunderclouds since that was their main source of food. When those planets had gotten destroyed, they were most likely either died on them or forced to migrate to God knows where. Whatever it was, Thor's descendants had never made an appearance in the UVR era. "We only have 3 more planets," Thor said with a faint smile. "If none of them is still around, you should head to another galaxy. I have more places there." "Okay." Felix could only agree while hoping that one of those 3 planets wouldn't let them down too. Although the primogenitors didn't really care too much about their descendants, it didn't mean that they weren't hurting at the thought of them getting all slaughtered. Thor might have tried his best to hide it with his smile, but Felix and the rest knew that he wasn't in a good mood at all. First planet turned out to be just remaining rubble floating around. The second one wasn't in the same terrible state, but there wasn't a single sight of thundercloud in it. It resembled a floating ice sphere, probably due to the ice age hitting it and ruining its entire ecosystem. Just as Felix was starting to lose hope about their third planet, he was surprised to see that it was completely covered in active thunderclouds. One planet surviving from hundreds. Thor smiled bitterly. "My territory really has received a great beat down by those fuckers. They were indeed too vicious, unnecessary." Jormungandr sighed. He expected that his descendants would struggle after he left the Matter Universe, but he didn't think for a second that it would be this bad. He honestly believed that as horrible as the Darkin faction members, they wouldn't make it their lifelong mission to end even their legacy after their death. It was a disrespectful low blow, and they would have never done the same to their descendants if their positions were reversed. "It's too late for regrets," Thor permitted. "You can continue on, Candace." Mistress Candace swiftly teleported inside the cloudy planet and opened a void rift. Felix stepped out while wearing his void suit and an oxygen mask underneath it. Nimmo followed him with a curious expression. "I don't think anyone is living here," Felix deducted after he examined the atmosphere and checked the elements in it. Oxygen was extremely low, making him recognize that it would be impossible for Thor's descendants to survive in this planet unless they had a method to create oxygen out of nowhere. Although they might be feeding on thunderclouds, they were still required oxygen like the majority of races around the universe. "You were right, no one used to live here besides me," Thor confirmed Felix's guess. No wonder it wasn't targeted by the Darkin faction's descendants. Felix reasoned. There was no point in wasting resources on destroying a completely inhabitable planet and also empty. "But I don't recall it having this many thunderclouds." Thor rubbed his beard thoughtfully. "Looks like time has done a bit of good for once." Rumble, rumble. Abruptly, Felix and Nimmo got struck by 2 thick lightning bolts coming out of nowhere. While Felix enjoyed the massage, Nimmo started shouting at the sky with a furious expression. He was totally unharmed, but it didn't mean that he would be pleased to be struck by lightning bolts. "Let's get out of here for now," Felix said. Nimmo stepped inside the void realm with a reluctant expression, not happy at all that his adventure was cut short. Felix followed him and requested Mistress Candace to take him to space. When he exited, he beamed his spaceship and entered it. "Candace, will you please scan the planet for the densest area with thunderclouds?" Felix requested. "On it." Without questions asked, Mistress Candace returned to the planet and started her search. As for Felix, he sat in the middle of his spacious training ground and restarted his poison conversion technique training. He had already sealed gemstone inscriptions and lightning inscriptions,
allowing him to continue on his poison third stage of manipulation.
Felix knew that the last step of his poison conversion technique was the hardest of them all. I have been doing the same exercise even before the coma without any major results. Am I doing something wrong? No, don't grow impatient. Jormungandr replied, you will get it eventually if you are persistent. I hope so.
Felix was told that to master the conversion technique, he would need to convert the neutral energy into peak poison energy instantaneously. The tricky part was doing so from every pore of his body.
Felix had already succeeded in the first part but was still having difficulty with the second part.
At the moment, he was capable of converting energy from his limbs, torso, and head. As for the rest, he simply couldn't focus on them as well. Due to his struggles, he was given a simple and boring exercise by Jormungandr to pull it off. Ever before his coma, he was repeating the same exercise, improving a bit by bit. I suggest that you put more than 18 hours a day in it if you want to see major improvements in the upcoming months, Jormungandr mentioned. But I will be falling behind in the rest of my trainings. Felix sighed. Forget about everything else and get this done as quick as possible. Thor advised. Your elemental manipulations are the one truly falling behind. I can't bring out your lightning full potential if you keep using only internal manipulation.
Go for it. Lady Sphinx permitted as well.
All right. Tomorrow I will begin with the new program.
Now that he was given permission from his masters, Felix decided to go all out in his poison manipulation. Though he didn't forget that he still had a meeting with the White Clan team today, he preferred telling them about his absence after checking them first.
For hours later, in the UVR, Felix had just accepted an invitation link to enter the training ground inside the Dragon White Palace. The instant his body got manifested, he was met with clan head Curson, the officials, Anastasia, and 4 more dragons in their humanoid form.
Only one of them was black. He was clearly Forgo, the second in command within the team. I hope I haven't kept you waiting for long. Felix apologized politely while approaching them.
Not at all. Anastasia smiled kindly. What do you mean not at all? Forgo showed an irritated expression. He was late by an entire 2 minutes.
Sorry about that. Felix apologized again, not wanting to create a big problem out of nothing.
He was indeed at fault by being late since he was too consumed within his own training. He forgot about the time for a second. You should be. Forgo narrowed his menacing slits at Felix in a threatening manner. What's the problem with this retard? Asna expressed in annoyance. Who knows? He must be jealous of my handsomeness. Felix joked, still not taking Forgo seriously at all.
When Forgo saw Felix's lack of reaction, he thought that his threat must have worked or he had gotten into his head.
Just as he wanted to keep on pushing his bullying, Clan Head Curson interjected. How about we start with introductions? You will be having each other back in the real world and should strive to build a good rapport. Forgo knew that Clan Head Curson was directing the second sentence to him after seeing his negative interaction with Felix.
But he didn't give a shit or bother to consider changing his behavior.
Forgo, the second heir of the Black Clan official Porsad and the winner of the 1785th cycle. Forgo introduced briefly with a faint proud glint as he eyed Felix.
Tando, the 5th heir of the White Clan official Bumbinth, this is my first participation. A stern-looking humanoid dragon introduced respectfully. Kemd, the 4th heir of the White Clan official Erestum, this is also my first participation. A tiny humanoid female dragon introduced while bowing her head slightly towards Felix.
Compared to the rest of the humanoid dragons, who were above 3 meters at minimum, she barely reached 1.5 meters. This was an indication that her true form was quite tiny as well. Felix Maxwell, heir of Robert Maxwell, the founder of the fastest-growing pizzeria in the universe. This is my first time participating in the ceremony too. The moment everyone heard Felix's introduction, they kept staring at him speechlessly. Ha ha! You sure love joking around. Anastasia giggled in amusement at his attempt to copy their formal royal introduction. Everyone else chuckled but Forgo. How disrespectful. You think this is a joke? Forgo snapped at Felix with a disgruntled expression. Seriously, what's the problem with this buffoon? Felix frowned in irritation.
He knew that dragons didn't show such a blatant dislike to another unless something had set them off.
When Anastasia saw that Felix was getting annoyed by Forgo's comments, she sent him an apologetic message. Please excuse him. He is pissed at you for taking his second in command position within the team. That happened. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. He didn't expect that White Clan was going to rearrange the structure of their team for his benefit. He knew that the position wasn't just for shows but had real rewards to it. You see, the sacred bloodline treasures found in the ancestral dimensional pocket were split in a specific formula around the team. All the gathered bloodline treasures get pooled up and split up in this order. Captain get 40%, second in command get 30%, the rest get 10%. It was done like this since the challenge to win the ceremony within the dimensional pocket wasn't related to gathering the treasures. So, to avoid having dragons ignore helping the captain with winning the ceremony and just focus on bloodline treasures, they reduced their individual profit. The only reason Forgo decided to ignore joining his Black Clan team and help us out is due to knowing that he will be the second in command. Anastasia chuckled inwardly. He didn't expect that you will come out of nowhere and steal it away from him. Felix understood that the Black Clan team was extremely cutthroat, making it difficult for even an ex-winner of the ceremony to secure the second rank in the team. Since the bloodline treasures were beneficial to all dragons alike and were one of the few shortcuts to grow much stronger, Forgo naturally had to seek the best way to secure as much as possible in this ceremony. The White Clan was the best option as they needed a strong black dragon to carry them in the ceremony. So, he was given the second in command position without any guarantees that he could keep it. But Forgo was never worried that another royal dragon would come and snatch it away from him as he was confident in his strength. Alas, Felix just had to pop out of nowhere and ruin his plan. I mean, I didn't ask for the position, but I never reject free stuff. Felix shrugged his shoulders. If he wants it back, he can always challenge me. That's precisely what my father told him. Anastasia giggled. Too bad he didn't bite. The moment Felix heard so, he knitted his eyebrows in displeasure at Forgo. What? Forgo didn't like it. If you aren't going to challenge me, then you better keep your mouth shut before I break your jaw. Felix threatened coldly. Ha! Forgo was stunned by his sudden retaliation. What's the issue, Felix? Clan head Curson asked, not liking where things were going. I wouldn't have minded his snarkily remarks if he wasn't allowed to take away the position from me. Felix expressed in disdain, but to keep relying on words instead of his actions is unacceptable. Why would he keep taking crap from someone who was too much of a chicken shit to brawl with him? Honestly, Felix expected this from anyone but royal dragons, as they were never too scared to challenge someone for their own rights. So, you have been told. Forgo narrowed his eyes frigidly. The only reason I didn't challenge you for it is because I thought it was improper in our first meeting. But you thought it was proper to keep disrespecting me? Felix cracked his neck with an irritated look. Enough bullshit. You already soured my mood, so let's get this over with. Fine by me. Forgo sharpened his claws with an irked expression. Anastasia and the rest could only stare at each other speechlessly, not anticipating a physical fallout at the team introduction. This looks promising. Clan head Curson chuckled sarcastically with the officials. Well, this was bound to happen eventually. I prefer they settle this now or cause them issues in the ceremony. I second that. The moment the officials decided to make Felix the number 2 in the team, they knew that Forgo was bound to create trouble. In a short while, Felix and Forgo were teleported above a peaceful ocean with clear sky and visible sun. I am specialized in close combat, but I can't get close to him with that disgusting ability of his. Forgo thought inwardly as he eyed Felix from a distance. None of them made a move as they kept analyzing their opponent and seeking the best possible tactic to win this. In the case of Forgo, he was mostly worried about Felix's void domain, knowing that he wouldn't be fast enough to evade it if Felix caught him. He had absolutely no clue that Felix had already lost his greatest weapon. I must not expose that I have lost my void domain. Felix narrowed his eyes. Felix knew that if he told the clan officials and his teammates that he had lost void domain, they would most definitely switch his treatment. He might not lose out his position in the team, but it would be downgraded for sure. That's because Felix had used void domain to deal with 90% of the royal dragons in the test. He had shown everyone that it was his greatest weapon. With his improvement, He had sharpened it enough to threaten even the heirs in the ceremony. Let's not forget that he could use it to avoid flame orbs explosions or any other dangerous attack.
Felix's entire purpose of this battle was to find out if he could deal with a powerful royal black dragon without his void domain.
Whoosh! Out of nowhere, Forgo manifested a humongous black flaming dragon and sent it flying towards Felix. The flaming dragon looked real and alive as it kept flapping its wings and changing its flight course continuously, making it impossible to counter it.
To make matters worse, Forgo moved to the opposite side of it and started firing off dreadful black fireballs that kept moving erratically.
Felix activated his hypersonic speed and spread out his illuminating white wings wide open.
Then he spanned around himself as quickly as possible, creating a humongous electrical wind vortex. The fireballs were blown away the moment they got closer to the vortex. As for the flaming dragon, it actually stopped and started breathing dark flames at the vortex.
This caused it to turn into a fire vortex. But Felix was still unharmed since the wind kept the flames away from him. A chance. When Forgo saw that Felix wasn't planning on using void domain to protect himself and that he was locked inside his own vortex, he didn't hesitate to start condensing a flame orb in his throat. Unlike Burga, he didn't spend even a split second in creating a usable flame orb. Sure, it wasn't powerful to blow an entire city, but he didn't require that much destructiveness against a single person.
Whoosh! He launched it at Felix as fast as he could. Then he actually got closer instead of escaping from the explosion zone.
That's because he anticipated that his flame orb would get hurled away by the wind. So, the instant he saw that the flame orb was about to get sent back, he blew it up manually. Boom!
A gargantuan illuminating sphere appeared suddenly, resembling a minimized sun. The vortex was gone, the flaming dragon was destroyed, and Felix wasn't to be seen again. Even so, Anastasia, the clan head, and the rest of the spectators weren't too worried about Felix's state. They all believed that he must have pulled out his void domain in the last second, since he had infrared vision to see the incoming flame orb. Forgo believed of the possibility to, not letting down his guard.
However, when the explosion disappeared, the expected pitch-black void domain wasn't there. All of them were surprised to see a giant rugged white cube falling into the ground. Before they could react, the white cube broke into light particles, exposing Felix without a single scratch on him. That's not even enough to push me to use my void domain. Felix bullshitted with a faint smirk as he eyed Forgo's stunned expression.
How shameless. Asna rolled her eyes at his obvious attempt to hide the fact that he wasn't able to use void domain.
That cube looked like it was made from the same material as his wings. Clan head Curson mentioned as he eyed Felix's wings carefully. He guessed right. Felix used his internal gemstone manipulation to manifest a defensive structure around him, using the condensed white adamantine. It was his toughest attributed gemstone as it was ranked in the top 3 hardest minerals ever discovered. I honestly expected as much from the gemstone element. Anastasia smiled wryly. It is primarily proclaimed as one of the best defensive elements. The others agreed. It was nothing out of the extraordinary to have a gemstone defensive ability able to block such weak version of flame orb.
This isn't working. Forgo knitted his eyebrows. I have to fight based on my strengths. Forgo realized that playing the ranged game with Felix wasn't to his liking whatsoever. Felix had shown him that he had more than enough abilities to block his nastiest ranged ability.
Fuck it. I just need to avoid getting caught by him and keep an eye on his void domain activation. Without an ounce of hesitation, Forgo launched himself towards Felix while having black flames surrounding his dreadful sharp claws.
Felix knew that a single direct touch by his claws would be enough to put him in miserable situation due to its corrosion attribute.
Still, he didn't hesitate to beam his battle axe and clash against Forgo. Clank, clank.
What a peculiar fighting style. Felix frowned after he realized that his battle axe kept always getting stuck between Forgo's claws after each blow.
It was like instead of blocking his battle axe directly, Forgo used special type of martial art to diverge the force of the battle axe into the nothingness by grabbing it at the perfect moment. If it happened once, Felix would believe that it was luck. But he kept doing it over and over again, making it impossible for him to land a single successful strike. To make matters worse, Felix realized that the black flames on the claws kept eroding his battle-axe's blade slowly. He knew that it would be tough to break it, but if he prolonged this fight too long, his axe's blade would be too dull to make an impact anymore. Clank. Both of them were separated by tens of meters after their latest clash resulted nowhere. However, Fergo was grinning in pleasure while Felix had an irked expression. Fergo's melee fighting style is truly a pain in the ass to deal with. Anastasia commentated even Prince Domino and Prince Sorrentus dislike duking it out with him. True, the fact that he can reduce the pressure on his claws from contacts makes it hard for his opponents to keep up with him. Clan head Curson supported. All of them knew that Dragon's Claws had a threshold of the pressure and damage they could sustain before the owners start feeling agonizing pain with each clash. Fergo's fighting style enabled him to avoid damaging his claws, while at the same time hurting his opponent's claws badly. By dragging out the fight, he would turn his opponent's claws useless before going full ham on him. At the moment, he was clearly trying to do the same with Felix's battle axe. Clack! Clack! Not giving Felix time to rest, Fergo lunged at him in the blink of an eye and restarted their duel. With each clash, Felix realized that he wasn't going to be taking him down using his battle axe only. He is much better than me in melee battles. Felix accepted and withdrew quickly from him. Then he waved his battle axe swiftly, getting rid of the black flames eating through its blade. Felix wasn't ashamed to admit it. He knew that Fergo was living for centuries, if not more. The kind of experience Fergo had in his fights to master his fighting style would never compare to the few years he put. I need a strategy quick. Felix used his brain again after realizing that this was the limit of his strength boost. It wouldn't help him stomp the royal dragons in the ceremony, and if he wanted to leave the galaxy with the ancestral scales, he better return to his roots. Wits and schemes. What's wrong? Are you tired already? Fergo mocked from afar while massaging his shoulders. A bit. Felix smiled. How about a half-minute break? No can do. Fergo smiled coldly. I have just been warming up. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Felix and struck him in the face with his right claw. Felix didn't evade it but used his left wing to block it. This created sparks to fly around like two pieces of metal clashed. Whoosh. Abruptly, Felix enlarged both of his wings and tried to hug Fergo. This scared him out of his wits, forcing him to kick Felix in the chest, launching him away. Bastard! Fergo cursed while settling his beating heart. He believed that Felix attempted to hold him to use the void domain as he saw it happen many times in the contest until he developed an instinctual fear to it. Unbeknownst to him, Felix did so just to buy a few seconds to keep thinking of a tactic to win this fight. He knew that it would be too easy to conclude it with his peak gemstone ability, but he wanted to avoid relying on it too much. Plus, he didn't trust Fergo to keep everything he saw here to himself as he might expose it to his clan. A contract did forbid him from doing so, but Felix didn't want to risk losing such a good tramp card before the ceremony. He is too committed to melee fight. Felix thought inwardly, I can use this to my advantage. How about use of your new combos? Asna suggested. Already intended to do it. Felix smirked coldly and flew back towards Fergo, initiating the fight this time. As expected, Fergo didn't avoid the confrontation. He stayed as close as possible to Felix and kept seeking to ruin his battle axe. He didn't bother using his corrosion flames too much, knowing that would merely cause Felix to keep his distance. He didn't want that to happen. If they remained in this stalemate, Fergo is bound to win this confrontation. Tando reasoned. The others nodded in agreement as they kept their eyes affixed on the brutal fight. It appeared like Felix wasn't concerned about his battle axe as he continued engaging in this fruitless fight. It kept on going for more than 2 minutes until it was obvious to everyone that Felix was getting pushed back. I am close. Fergo's slits were narrowed in focus at Felix's exposed opening, waiting for the perfect chance to end his life in a single strike. See lack. Now. The instant he saw Felix's defenses getting busted, exposing his chest wide open, Fergo used his claws akin to spearhead and tried to pierce Felix's heart. Before Anastasia and the others could react to his sudden dangerous counterattack, the tips of Fergo's claws were already placed on Felix's void suit. Now! Felix shouted in his mind as he controlled his void suit to thicken in the center of his chest. not caring that the rest of his body was exposed in the open.
Because of this, Forgo's claws seemed to be stuck inside a cubic-thick jelly substance, unable to move a single inch forward.
Felix's risky bait had paid off.
I am fucked.
Horrified, Forgo felt his soul escape his body the moment he realized that he was unable to pull out his claws.
He got caught.
It's done.
How can a symbiote suit be that quick?
Anastasia and the rest absolutely didn't anticipate that Felix would use his void suit to entrap Forgo. Who could blame them? In their eyes, it was just an upgraded version of symbiote suit or something of the same material. It was a known fact that symbiote suits couldn't play a good role in fights due to how slow it was to control them. They had no idea that Felix's void suit was directly connected to his mind, making it act based on his orders instantaneously. Forgo already accepted his fate, knowing that Felix could easily kill him by popping out his void domain. So, when he closed his eyes, he missed out on the sight of Felix creating a small crystallized black dagger that was filled with a purplish liquid.
Never give up until the last moment. Felix murmured softly near his ear as he pushed the dagger with all of his strength inside his heart.
Huh?
Why? When Forgo heard his voice and felt the pain of his heart being stabbed, he couldn't help but open his dumbfounded eyes and look at him in utter confusion.
Alas, before he could think too deeply about the situation, the true poison inside the dagger got released from the tip of it and spread out through his entire bloodstream in a split second. By taking such a great dose inside the heart directly, he died instantly. Even after he turned into a shrunken corpse, he still had that bewildered expression, not able to comprehend why Felix didn't resort to void domain.
Damconite is truly the perfect protector for my poison against the elements. Felix smiled faintly as he eyed the black bloody dagger in his hand.
The tip was still dripping with true poison, resembling a syringe. The moment Felix was teleported back next to everyone, Forgo snapped at him. You bastard! Why didn't you use your void domain?
Does it even matter? Felix sneered. If I used it, you die. If I didn't, you still die. You. Forgo wanted to retort that if he knew about Felix's decision to not use void domain, he would have found a way to block his dagger or at least make it difficult for Felix to kill him as easily.
But he wasn't that retarded to use such a lame excuse. Enough, Forgo, it's your loss. I don't care whether you accept it or not. Clan head Cursonite him sternly. Just stop creating trouble anymore with the Dragon Slayer and focus on training for the ceremony. Fine.
Forgo didn't dare to speak back against clan head Curson, knowing that he could get replaced in an instant if he disrespected him.
The worst part?
No other clan would hire his services in their teams if they knew that he got kicked out because of his disrespect to a clan head.
Now that we get this settled, let's get back to the main subject. This cycle, we actually have a good shot to win the ceremony. So, let's give it our best and put our clan's name back in the map again. Everyone glanced at Felix and Forgo, knowing that he was talking about them. As for Anastasia, she was great too, but her fort wasn't really fights. She was specialized in healing and overview of the battlefield. Felix, I believe that you already have a somewhat complete understanding of the ceremony, right? Clan head Curson inquired.
Yes. Felix nodded before adding, but I do have some unanswered questions.
Do tell.
I was wondering about the damages caused to the dimensional pocket. Is there some sort of limits or banned abilities? Felix asked.
Felix knew that the ancestral dimensional pocket was treated as sacred grounds by the dragons.
If so, he was truly confused about how could battles be occurred in it. After all, dragons were quite destructive in their battles, and he doubted if natural treasures and bloodline treasures could survive their nukes.
Nothing is banned. You are allowed to go all out, Clan head Curson answered. When the dimensional pocket gets closed, its entire environment undergone a reconstruction and a rebirth process for half a century until it gets unlocked again. That's quite mystical. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. May I ask, how is that possible?
My apologizes, but we can't disclose that. Clan head Curson shook his head.
Fair enough. Felix got even more curious after being denied the answer. He knew that if it was something simple and common, he would have been told in a heartbeat. Do you know, Master? Felix asked Lady Sphinx. No, but I can guess that time must run much faster inside when the pocket closes. Lady Sphinx replied. Since the dimensional pocket get closed for more than 50 years, if it was multiplied by 10 or 100, it wouldn't be impossible for the environment to regrow again.
Naturally, this is only possible if the other laws were beneficial to the growth of the environment. I see.
Felix had to agree that this was the best possible guess in this scenario.
Time destroys everything and heals everything.
Although you are allowed to go all out, it is still expected of you to avoid causing unwarranted damages to the environment. One of the officials disclosed with a stern tone. I understand. Felix nodded calmly. He knew that the officials must think that he wouldn't care too much about their sacred grounds due to being an outsider. The other dragons were probably going to keep themselves in check because of their respect to their ancestral, even if they were allowed to throw nukes everywhere. Do you have any other questions? Do the natural treasures get split as well around the team based on that formula? Felix wondered. No, we don't care too much about natural treasures. Everything you find is yours. Anastasia answered, knowing that Felix loved natural treasures more than anything. She couldn't forget the day he cleared out her treasury from them. Felix was indeed happy by her response as he refused to share his natural treasures with anyone, especially when he knew that there were even S-graded natural treasures inside the dimensional pocket. I guess that's all I have. Felix nodded in appreciation. Thanks for clearing out my doubts.
Honestly, Felix had many more questions about the ceremony, but he knew that everything else was available in the network.
Very well. Clan head Curson shared. As I said, today is just for introduction. However, you are expected to be here tomorrow for real teamwork training.
Excuse me, but I won't be available for the upcoming months. Felix disclosed in a straightforward manner. I will be in a closed training with my masters. Of course, we can manage without you.
The moment everyone heard that the term masters get brought up, everyone's initial reaction had been forcefully changed.
They assumed that Felix wasn't taking the team seriously to even suggest such a thing, but they couldn't say anything anymore to the fact that he would be training by his masters.
All of them knew that Felix's masters were primogenitors. How could they disapprove of his decision without making it seem like they believed that their training was more important than primogenitors' training?
Even clan head Curson wasn't that bold and arrogant.
After getting permission, Felix logged out and returned to his training ground in his spaceship. He mediated for a few minutes to clear his mind, then he restarted his poison conversion technique exercise. From this moment onward, Felix intended to spend merely 3 hours of sleep and 3 hours for food, showers, interactions, etc. The rest of his time would be his fuel to perfect this technique and finally master the third stage of replacement. Let's begin the grind. For months later,
Felix could be seen sitting in a meditation position while having a thick cloud of green poison revolving around him.
Again. Whoosh! The poison cloud got sucked in his body with the neutral energy and got converted instantly into peak-graded elemental energy. Not enough again.
Felix emptied a portion of his tank by expelling another cloud of poison before starting the exercise again.
He kept doing this over and over non-stop for the next 12 hours, boring the hell out of anyone watching him. That's why the tenants in his mind were currently playing poker to pass time,
though they were still discussing him.
How long will he take?
It's been 4 months already. Asna asked in annoyance, not too pleased with Felix's schedule as he didn't spend as much time as she wanted with her.
Soon, Jormungandr replied. Real soon. You said the same 2 months ago. This time I am sure, Jormungandr assured. He only needs to cover the last 1% of his pores and he will. Whoosh!
Before Jormungandr could finish his sentence, Felix's body abruptly released a deafening shockwave that spread throughout the entire training ground.
When the tenants focused on him, they were stunned to see his purplish inscriptions illuminating brilliantly. Felix seemed out of it as he had his eyes rolled at the back of his head.
What's going on? Asna asked worriedly. It's finally happening.
He did it.
Haha.
He must be the first non-primogenitor to receive approval of the sacred inscriptions. Jormungandr, Thor, Lady Sphinx, Fenrir, and Carbuncle all showed faint nostalgic smiles. All of them had gone through the same situation when they first mastered their conversion technique. When will it end?
Asna was forced to hold the rest of her sentence after spotting the lights growing dimmer. Before long, the lights went off and the inscriptions turned invisible again. Thud. The moment Felix's face smashed on the floor, the shock woke him up out of his daze. Am I that tired to fall asleep like this? Felix murmured with a muddled look, having absolutely no clue what had just happened. You didn't fall asleep. That was just the sacred poison inscriptions finally recognizing you as their owner. Jormungandr clarified with a proud smile. Come again. Felix widened his eyes. I really did it? Congratulations, idiot, you have finally mastered the conversion technique. Asna chuckled at his disbelieving expression. Even with Asna's confirmation, Felix was still in state of doubt and incredulity. Who could blame him? He had been doing the same exercise for a long time, hoping to place the last piece of the puzzle. The past 4 months were one of the most brutal ones he had gone through. It wasn't easy to repeat the same crap continuously for 18 hours a day just to get rewarded with tiny improvements. He was close to giving up on the exercise many times but stopped himself at the last moments, knowing that he was bound to do this again whether he liked it or not. Try to order your lightning inscriptions to appear now. Lady Sphinx said. Can I do it in the UVR first? Felix replied with a worried tone, knowing that the seal would break if he did so. When the seal breaks, hell would break loose as the two inscriptions refused to coexist in one skin. Just do it. Upon hearing her confident tone, Felix stopped being bitch and did as he was told. A split second later, the lighting gray inscriptions appeared on top of his purplish inscriptions. Then, chaos arose as the two inscriptions started turning hotter and hotter until Felix felt his skin getting burnt off. Fuck! Stop! Felix cried out in pain reflexively. Then, there was no then. The purplish inscription stopped fighting back and this in turn made the gray inscription to calm down too. If there was no one to retaliate, there would be no fight in the first place. That's why mastering one was enough to stop two. Just like that, both of Felix's inscriptions were finally coexisting simultaneously, allowing Felix to use them both to their full potential. It's finally my turn to shine. Thor smirked. I also can't wait to master external manipulation. Felix affirmed with an eager expression. Ever since Felix obtained lightning manipulation, he never touched its external manipulation since it was always sealed. The few lighting abilities he could use with external manipulation were summoning a thunderstorm, parasitic discharge, and transmutation. All right, settle down. Jormungandr's eyelids twitched. You still have to keep focusing on your poison manipulation. Now that both lightning and poison manipulations were fully unlocked, Felix could learn them both simultaneously. Of course, with my current experience, it won't take me long to learn the same external techniques and master external manipulation. Since most standard techniques were more or less the same for most elements, Felix knew that he wouldn't struggle in lighting manipulation the same as he used to in poison manipulation. Naturally, there were other techniques and abilities that were entirely unique to lightning, forcing Felix to invest his entire focus on them. Still, the experience of his first element would help him tremendously to overcome them. So, to unseal gemstone manipulation as well, I need to master conversion technique of lightning, right? Yes. Lady Sphinx nodded. If you unsealed the inscription now, it would start a conflict with lightning inscriptions. I see. Felix understood that he was able to keep out only poison inscription from joining the conflict at the moment. Honestly, he didn't really care too much about it being sealed. He had yet to even master its internal manipulation. Is there any other technique to learn in the third stage? Felix asked with a hopeful tone. Felix had already been told by his masters that conversion technique was the only one learnable in the third stage for them. If you want to learn more technique, your best option is either finding the creation primogenitor and getting them directly from him, or decipher the inscription yourself. Lady Sphinx crashed his hopes again. Sigh. Forget it. Felix didn't even entertain the idea of deciphering the inscriptions as he knew that the creation primogenitor had spent more than 2 billion years and he had still not finished with them. As for finding him, even primogenitors had no idea about his whereabouts. Whatever. Candace, did you find a good spot to increase my lightning affinity? Felix inquired while standing up, giving up on his third stage of poison manipulation for now. I found the best place for you, Mistress Candace assured.
Much appreciated. Felix smiled in satisfaction and requested her to take him there. This is really the best place.
Felix praised with a pleased look as he eyed a mountain summit that was being bombarded by hundreds of lightning bolts each second continuously. Even through this endless barrage of God's wrath, the mountain summit was still holding up perfectly.
The hell is it made from? Felix got curious and used his bracelet to scan it. When he was given the results, his question was answered. No wonder, it's made mostly out of saflian. Saflian was one of the few minerals that were completely immune to electricity.
It's immune to electricity, but it still gets heated. Felix murmured as he touched the surface of the summit. It was hot enough to cook anything in less than a second. Without your fire resistance, your ass will be fried. Asna giggled as she watched him sit in a meditation posture while wearing just his undies. The heat has been dealt with, but the noise and light are really too much even for me. Felix frowned as he kept hearing thunderclaps resounding in his ears nonstop while being forced to squint his eyes at the flashing lights. He might be immune to lightning, but it didn't mean that his ears and eyes were immune to the noise produced by the lightning bolts or the extreme light. To connect with Affinity's particles around him, absolute concentration was required. It was clearly impossible to achieve it in this situation.
Thankfully, Felix had the perfect solution for those inconveniences. Void suit. Seal my ears and eyes shut. Felix ordered. The living void suit emerged as a small marble and split into 3 pieces. 2 traveled to his ears and closed them, making it impossible for even a dust particle to enter.
The last one spread out like a sleep mask on his eyes, turning his vision as dark as the night.
Felix knew that he could blind himself with his truth vision, but it required mental energy. He would rather not use anything that would make him lose out some of his concentration.
Because it was his void suit, Felix didn't have to worry about it being ruined by the lightning shower, knowing that it enjoyed high resistance to all elements.
Phew. Finally, we can start. Felix relaxed his posture and closed his eyes.
Then he ignored everything else and focused on sensing the lightning particles around him. In less than a second, they appeared all around Felix akin to fireflies.
Well, that was quicker than I anticipated. Asna raised an eyebrow in surprise. He really came a long way. Jormungandr smiled.
All of them had anticipated that Felix wouldn't struggle at all with increasing his lighting affinity since he already knows what he needed to do to make it happen.
But he was still much faster than they thought. Thor was more than satisfied with this, as it would hasten his training with Felix and help him catch up to his rival.
Felix didn't bother himself with anyone's reaction and started working on his external manipulation. He lifted his finger and pointed it at a gathering of lightning particles.
Then he gestured for them to split up. The gathering of lightning particles separated from the middle and remained affixed like this.
If others were near him, they would have been stunned to see a lightning bolt being frozen midair while split in half.
The moment Felix released his control, the lightning particles joined again before disappearing into thin air.
In the same manner, the lightning bolt merged before disappearing into the ether.
This was external lightning manipulation. Felix would have complete control over any kind of lightning and electricity in his range. Again. Completely mindless, Felix kept splitting and merging the lightning bolts continuously. The instant he got accustomed to it, Felix moved on to increase the numbers and the range of his control.
For external manipulation, range was everything.
At the moment, Felix's poison range was barely 100 meters. It was an absolute joke and truly laughable if anyone caught wind of it. The royal dragons had external range from 2 kilometers to tens of kilometers, depending on their bloodline purity and the work they put on improving their range. Because Felix was absolutely talentless in elemental control, his range always suffered with him.
The only way to truly improve his range quickly was spending decades, if not more, on rich environments like this one. Alas, Felix was always busy and on the move. He simply couldn't stay in one place for decades to increase his affinities.
The same was happening with his lightning affinity now.
He would learn the techniques easily, but the range wouldn't be great unless he invested time and effort into it.
Alas,
he had merely 8 months more or less to focus on his lightning affinity before being required to return to Icarius Galaxy and participate in the ceremony.
The tenants in his mind knew that his range was a considerable weakness of his, but they couldn't really help him out on it. There are no shortcuts in this. It's all about talent and time. Felix had none of them at the moment. Thor sighed as he eyed Felix's external lighting range get affixed on 20 meters.
After he gathers the materials for the divine axe, we have to make him drop everything and focus on his external range. Jormungandr said with a stern tone, the higher he climbs, the more dangerous opponents he will meet. All of them will have ranges reaching hundreds to thousands of kilometers. Indeed, if he met them with his current range, he will be played like a fool. Carbuncle supported his claim while floating peacefully on the lake, smoking weed as always.
I believe that he might hit a 100 meters or more if he invested those 8 months completely on lightning affinity, Thor mentioned.
Well, let's hope so.
While Felix was grinding his lightning affinity, the 4 royal clans were just as hard working on the upcoming ceremony. Especially the Green clan.
No other clan was taking this more seriously than them due to losing 5 cycles in a row against their rival Black clan.
In the case of the White clan, no one expected them to win, and they were somewhat excused due to their attributed flame not helping them against dragons. As for the Red clans,
everyone knew that they merely participate in the ceremony to gather as much bloodline treasures as possible to enlarge their tiny royal gems and hopefully awaken a new type of attributed flame.
The only ones without an excuse were the Green clan, making them unable to accept being defeated by the Black clan. At the moment, a meeting was being held inside the courtroom of the Green Royal Palace.
Arentis and his teammates could be seen sitting together while facing the officials and the clan head. If we win this cycle, nothing else will matter before or after it, clan head Azastirth said with a firm tone.
He resembled Arentis greatly with his dark green scales, giant gray royal gem in his forehead, and authoritative cold dark slits.
Everyone nodded their heads with serious expression. The previous cycles were led by heirs of the officials and elders, making them incomparable in importance to this one.
So, they knew that if they won against Prince Domino, Princess Kazus, and Princess Anastasia, their previous losses wouldn't be even mentioned anymore. With the addition of that arrogant human, we have some variables added in this cycle to take advantage of. Arentis mentioned coldly.
Are we though? His teammate frowned. I have seen Prince Domino's interaction with the Dragon Slayer. They seem pretty close. Same, they might even band up against us if we manage to secure the ancestral wine jar. Trust me, those 2 arrogant pricks aren't friends at all. Arentis sneered. I have no doubt in mind that Domino will target that human in the ceremony. He doesn't show interest to anyone unless he's seeking to crush them. That's kinda true as well.
When his teammates thought about Prince Domino's proud and rigid personality, they felt that it made more sense for him to see Felix as his prey instead of a friend. That's why I suggest we help out Prince Domino to find the human whereabouts in the dimensional pocket. Arentis snickered. Whether he likes our help or not, he will trust our coordinates.
No matter how the Green clan desired to win the ceremony, there was no way they would lie publicly and embarrass themselves like that.
So, if Arentis did indeed come in touch with Prince Domino and handed him the coordinates of Felix, he would trust that they were real. What if he recognizes our strategy? It's not about what if, Prince Arentis assured. Prince Domino will definitely see through our intentions, but he wouldn't care if he truly wanted to defeat that human. Arentis was betting on Prince Domino's personality to act up. As his proclaimed rival, he knew everything about him, making him understand that Prince Domino would never let go of his prey if it was in his sight.
Even if my assumption is wrong, we have nothing to lose. Prince Arentis shrugged his shoulders. We will be searching for the ancestral wine jar to win the ceremony anyway. We just have to include that human into our search list. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. They had seen Felix's strength in the contest, making them know that he would give Prince Domino and his team a hard time.
Let's say a fight did erupt between the White clan and the Black clan. Are we going to third-party it or take advantage of their conflict to seek the ancestral wine jar? Minnie asked calmly. She was the second in command of the team due to her position within the clan and also her uncanny control over her soul-devouring flames. I don't know yet. Both options have pros and cons. Arentis knitted his eyebrows and looked up at his father. Just as he wanted to ask him about his opinion on the matter, he shook his head at him. This made Arentis take a moment to think thoroughly about both options before coming out with his decision. We will keep searching for the ancestral wine jar, Arentis shared with a firm tone.
Why so? Clan head Azastirth asked. It will give us a bad look if we ambushed any of the teams and ended up winning the ceremony.
No one will recognize our win, and it will be for naught. Arentus clarified. On other hand, if we avoided their battle and kept on our search, we will have a better chance to find the ancestral wine jar and defend it against an already exhausted teams. Even if we didn't find it, one of our opponents would be removed and the other team would be missing a member or two at minimum. Good. Clan head Azistirth nodded in approval. The officials and his teammates were also satisfied with their general strategy. It might seem tacky for proud royal dragons to use such schemes, but the Green Clan was truly desperate for a win. If they didn't lose 5 times in a row, they wouldn't have even brought out this discussion and just went full ham on any team they meet.
Alas, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Days went by, then months. Before long, the day of the ceremony was merely around the corner. Sir Felix, we really have to get going if you want to make it in time. Cadence sighed in frustration as she watched Felix manipulate the lightning bolts around him akin to a snake charmer. His range had truly improved by a large margin as he was able to control even lightning bolts, which were around 100 meters away from him. It might not seem like a lot when compared to dragons and other monstrous elementalists, but this was Felix's first 8 months in training his external lighting manipulation. This was all because he entered a trance a couple of times, helping him advance like he had jet boosters on his back.
Felix's talent might be trash, but his concentration was truly top-notch. At the moment he was in a trance yet again, but it truly came at the worst possible moment.
The ceremony was about to start in a week, while the distance between Thor's galaxy and Icarius' galaxy should take between 6 and 8 days depending on Candace's performance. Candace really feared not being able to deliver Felix in time, making him miss out on the entry to the dimensional pocket with his team. Felix, get your ass up already. Asna scolded in annoyance after seeing that Candace kept getting ignored by him. Alas, even her voice wasn't able to break Felix from his trance. Just leave him be, Thor said. He is in a trance for more than 12 hours now. I doubt he will keep it up for a couple more.
Honestly, Thor didn't want Felix to have his trance ruined as he would lose out a substantial improvement. It might be just for a few hours, but those hours would get him the same results as a month of hard work, if not more. Fine, but if he missed the ceremony, it's on you. Don't worry, it will be fine. Thor drank a mouthful of wine as he murmured, I think. Candace and Asna weren't the only ones trying to reach out to Felix. Anastasia and Selfie kept contacting him, but to no avail.
How can he still be in a closed training while only a week left before the ceremony? Anastasia complained.
She had been getting shit from her father for the past 2 weeks to get Felix back and join their last exercises at least.
Alas, no matter how many times she reached out to him, Felix never responded. Don't worry, Felix isn't irresponsible. Selfie comforted her. He will be here in time.
He better be. Anastasia massaged her temples.
Minutes went by, then hours. Before long, half a day went by and Felix was still in a trance. Candace had already given up on trying to wake up Felix, letting Asna and Thor handle it. A couple of hours, huh? Asna gave Thor an annoyed glare. He will wake up soon, trust me. Thor coughed. Alas, Asna wasn't planning to fall for it again.
Candace, pull Felix into the void realm to disconnect him. Asna ordered. On it.
Without an ounce of hesitation, Candace opened a void rift behind Felix and pulled him inside. She wanted to do this hours ago, but she didn't want to get blamed by Felix for ruining his trance. As expected, it worked like a charm. The instant Felix lost connection with the lightning particles, he was forcefully ejected from his trance and returned to the real world. Why am I here? Just as Felix wanted to voice his displeasure, Asna cursed him in anger. You fucking idiot. You are about to miss the ceremony if you don't move right now. Oh no. Felix felt his blood run cold at the thought of missing the ceremony.
Forget about the ancestral scales, he would pay a heavy price for ditching the White Clan at the most crucial moment.
It was written clearly on the contract. Without further ado, Felix returned to his spaceship and unlocked his inbox.
When he saw the hundreds of missing messages and calls from the clan head, officials, and his teammates, he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful in fear.
Candace, how much time do we have?
We are already late by a few hours. Candace answered.
Fuck my life. Felix swiftly sent a message to Anastasia, informing her that he was on the road, and he might be late by a few minutes. Not waiting for her reply, knowing that she would cuss him out, Felix quickly beamed his spaceship and entered Candace's aircraft. Go, go, go!
Candace took off towards Icarius Galaxy at her fastest speed, wanting to prove her worth even more before Felix and the tenants.
Candace had no issues with being their maid, but it didn't mean that she wanted to stay as the maid forever.
Bit by bit, she hoped to increase her status in their tight cycle and turn into a valuable asset.
The day of the ceremony. In the courtroom of the White Clan Palace. The atmosphere was stifled and gloomy as everyone had displeased expressions. We have to get going soon. Clan head Curson eyed his daughter and asked, Did you reach out to him?
No.
Anastasia shook her head. He must be still traveling through the void realm.
Well, we can't wait any longer for him. The other clans must have already arrived at the sacred grounds. Clan head Curson stood up and ordered, Get prepared, we will be departing in 5 minutes.
This is truly unacceptable. One of the officials gritted his teeth in anger. We will be seen as a laughingstock if we arrived at the sacred grounds while missing a team member. Everyone else felt the same, which justified their frustration at Felix. No, we will be seen as a laughingstock if we lost this cycle as well. Anastasia defended Felix. He might arrive late, but it won't matter much if he helped us win the ceremony. Honestly, this was the only reason everyone was being too quiet about Felix's tardiness.
If he didn't have the strength to back him up, he would have been replaced in the blink of an eye and punished for his misbehavior. Hopefully that arrogant retard won't make it. Virgo was the only one pleased by Felix's absence and hoped that he wouldn't make it.
In his mind, if Felix got replaced, he would be given the second in command position again. This meant more bloodline treasures for him. As for winning the ceremony, he wouldn't care less about it.
After a few hours of travel, the White Clan had finally arrived at the sacred grounds, appearing as glorious and elegant as ever.
All the white dragons in the galaxy had to return to the capital planet and spectate the ceremony live to support their clan. This applied to the rest of the clans and red dragons. You guys finally made it. Did something happen to delay your trip? Or you were simply seeking a good entrance? Clan head Azistirth smiled faintly as he conversed with clan head Curson. The Dragon Slayer is running a bit late. Clan head Curson sighed while taking a seat next to the 3 clan heads. That's a bit unexpected. Red clan head Bimid raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, it doesn't matter. He said that he will be arriving shortly. Clan head Curson tried to shut down the subject, not wanting to discuss it. A human will remain a human. Unreliable. Black clan head Igos shared with an indifferent expression, not bothering to even glance at his peers.
To put your team's results on such an unreliable human is truly a bold move I will never consider. Clan head Azistirth chuckled mockingly.
Clan head Curson ignored his remark and kept eyeing the attendance of this cycle. There were dragons as far as his eyes could see.
The royal dragons were not mixing with each other as they were seated in 4 different segments around a supermassive white altar that was connected with the sky. As for the red dragons, they were either sitting on the ground or flying in the sky around the seating segments.
Currently, the clan heads were seated on 4 throne chairs above everyone else, however. There was still a bigger and more magnificent chair right above their heads. The red dragons weren't allowed to fly past this chair because of a simple reason. It belonged to the one and only the Elder Dragon. Most dragons here were more anticipated of seeing the Elder Dragon in his flesh than the teams duking it out. Who could blame them?
The Elder Dragon never make an appearance unless it was in the ceremony or in a challenge for his spot as the #1 strongest player in the Alliance.
At the top of the altar, there was a humongous ring that was erected vertically. The dimensional pocket gate would manifest in the center of the ring and remain open for 7 days before closing for half a century again. It had always been like this for every cycle.
There is still half an hour before the dimensional pocket to open. Stay tuned to watch the greatest ceremony to ever be hosted. A broadcaster spoke passionately as he commentated on the live stream of the ceremony to trillions of viewers.
As it was expected, Felix's participation in the ceremony had drawn his entire fan base to watch him. and almost anyone interested in watching dragons receive a beat down. So far, Felix hadn't disappointed them in that department. However, his absence didn't go unnoticed since all the teams had their members standing at the bottom of the altar. Everyone was there but him. This had risen some concerns from his fanbase as they thought that Felix might have gotten replaced.
I didn't pay 1,000 coins to not see my idol. They better be not have taken him out. They wouldn't dare. Our lord is unreplaceable.
TSK, he must be trying to make an entrance. Humans' love for attention knows no bounds. The chat streams around the universe were all discussing Felix's absence. Even the dragons at the sacred grounds began wondering about it. Why hasn't Dragon Slayer arrived with you? Princess Kazus asked Princess Anastasia in intrigue.
Prince Domino and Prince Orentis perked their ears from the other side of the altar, wanting to know her response.
He had some urgent matters to do, Anastasia replied calmly. He will be here in a few minutes. Urgent matters? That retard better not miss the entry. Orentis frowned with a peeved look. He knew that without Felix, their plan would be thrown into the dumpster, and they would be forced to compete against the Black Clan team on their own. Unbeknownst to him, even Prince Domino had gotten slightly pissed off at Felix. You better not ditch our fight twice. Otherwise, I will hunt you down to the end of the universe. He murmured with a frigid tone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Abruptly, everyone's attention was diverted from White Clan team to the sky after hearing loud noises of the wind. When they focused too deeply, they spotted a colossal silhouette being hidden above the clouds. It was so big, it cast a shadow on the entire sacred grounds. Roar, roar, roar. One by one, the dragons started to breathe fire and roar in reverence, resembling worshippers seeing their god for the first time.
When the colossal silhouette emerged from the clouds, even the heirs and clan heads emitted the loudest dragon roar they could muster. The live viewers were left absolutely god-smacked by the magnificent sight of a colossal pitch-black dragon receiving the most respectful and formal greeting in the dragon's culture. The biggest dragon Felix ever met was 70 meters in height. This one was at least a few hundred kilometers big, making everyone appear as small as ants. Each time he flapped his wings, the wind generated was enough to force the dragons to hold for their dear lives. His penetrative eyes made it impossible for anyone to dare look at him directly. Even the clan heads avoided his eyes, knowing that they would be forced to bow down to his authoritative pressure on their own. As for his royal purplish gem,
it was 10 times bigger than the biggest dragon in the sacred grounds. He was simply a different breed that would make anyone lower their heads in subservience. He was feared and respected by even the top 10 rulers. This was the Elder Dragon, the true big boss of the SG Alliance.
That's enough. The instant the Elder Dragon's deep authoritative voice resounded in everyone's ears, they closed their mouths shut and bowed their heads respectfully in silence. This turned the sacred grounds as quiet as a deserted graveyard, even though there were close to 1 million dragon around. Even the viewers felt their fingers stiffened, unable to write a single thing. They could just watch the Elder Dragon transform from a cosmic entity into a Humania dark-scaled dragon. His scary, dreadful expression wasn't changed at all, even though his size was reduced significantly. The moment the Elder Dragon sat on his overreaching throne, he ordered composedly, "As you were." Life returned to the sacred grounds again as everyone lifted their heads and started discussing the Elder Dragon. He is as magnificent as half a century ago. Virgo murmured with a look filled with veneration.
Just the sight of him on his chair is enough to make me shiver in fear. Tando gulped. I can't even imagine facing him in a battle. He isn't proclaimed as the strongest for no reason. Anastasia smiled wryly. I really can't see anyone defeating him anytime soon. Anastasia wanted to win the ceremony to regain her clan's honor back. But she refused to challenge the Elder Dragon when she wins the ceremony.
You see, the captain of the winner team in the ceremony had a chance to challenge the Elder Dragon for his position.
Naturally, they cash out on their challenge anytime they wanted. In other words, they could wait even 100,000 years before challenging the Elder Dragon. At the present, there were hundreds of unused challenges by the previous winners, Forgo included.
Everyone thought that with time and effort, they would be able to bridge the gap and challenge the Elder Dragon on better grounds.
Alas, every time he made an appearance, and they saw his unfathomable size and pressure, they erased those thoughts from their minds.
If the Elder Dragon wasn't so freaking overpowered and overbearing, those challenges were meant to be used a few years after the ceremony to snatch the leader position.
Alas, he had turned the ceremony into a mere traditional meeting for the clan's glory and collecting bloodline treasures. Elder Dragon. One day I will overthrow you, Prince Domino thought with eyes burning with unhinged determination. He respected the Elder Dragon the most for holding into the throne even before the creation of the SG Alliance, but he wasn't planning on bowing his head to him for the rest of his life. His end goal was always to become the supreme leader of the dragons, and his first step was winning the ceremony and obtaining as much bloodline treasures as possible to improve his strength. Now that the Elder Dragon had arrived, it was time for the introduction of the ceremony rules. There was no way the 4 clan heads were going to wait until Felix arrived. How irritating. It just has to be me in this cycle. Miffed, Red Clan head Bymid stood up from his chair and eyed everyone for a few seconds. Then he manifested a humongous holographic ancient brown wine jar. Just like in every cycle, the 4 clan teams' key to winning the ceremony is locating the ancestral wine jar and keeping it on them until the last day of ceremony. Red Clan head Bymid paused. As you all know, the ancestral wine jar is an important treasure to the entire dragon race. All the dragons showed a solemn expression at the thought of the ancestral wine jar. That's because everyone knew that it was a spiritual treasure that possessed the last remaining piece of the ancestral dragon's soul. Each cycle, the holder of the jar wakes up the ancestral dragon's soul and meet the ancestor personally. You can learn many secrets about our race, and if you were lucky, you might even be the inheritor of his legacy. Red Clan head Bymid said with an envious tone. Such an opportunity can be enjoyed only by youngsters. The dimensional pocket had a limit to the age of the participants. It allowed only beings with an age less than 6 centuries. For the dragon race, having such an age counted as being still a youngster. The 4 clans believed that it was the wish of the ancestral dragon to allow only youngsters dragons inside because he sought a true inheritor to his legacy. But this was honestly more of a myth. The current clan heads had gotten their chance to meet the ancestor, and he hadn't mentioned the legacy to either of them. The same happened to each glorious dragon to lay his hand on the ancestral wine jar. The fact that even the elder dragon had gotten his chance and failed to receive it was a proof that he had no intentions of passing out his legacy to anyone. Still, they were convinced that the legacy did exist due to the many limitations imposed on the current dragons. First, many other attributed flames could be inherited, but it seemed to be locked to just 3 attributes. Second, the dragons were growing weaker and weaker ever since the Dark Ages. Majority of the dragons were able to reach the size of the Elder Dragon or even surpass him. Yet in this era, it seemed to be the average size of the dragons had been reduced to merely 60 meters. Sure, they could grow bigger than this, but they had to consume bloodline treasures to achieve it instead of getting it straight away from simply growing properly. There were many other iffy things that the dragons wanted to know, but the ancestor refused to talk about them whenever his wisp of consciousness get awakened. As you know, the dimensional pocket kicks out everyone in 7 days but the holder of the wine jar. Red Clan head Bymid stressed only after 7 days does the ancestor wake up. So, if you took hold of the wine jar, make sure to protect it until everyone gets kicked out. Naturally, it's the job of the teammates to prioritize passing the wine jar to the captains. For repeating participants like Forgo, he had no problem with this request since he had already gotten his chance to meet the ancestor. The ancestor refused to meet the same dragons twice. Hence, it was useless to keep the wine jar on him. On the other hand, the first participants weren't too pleased with this term. But they couldn't act against it since it was written in their contract, forcing them to hand over the wine jar to their captains. After all, the captains were considered as the heirs and true core of the royal families. If anyone deserved to meet the ancestor, it had to be them. Last advice: don't bother with trying to leave with the wine jar from the dimensional gate. Red Clan head Bymid added, if the wine jar sensed that it was too near to the gate, it will teleport away. Anastasia and the other participants nodded in understanding. They knew that finding the ancestral wine jar and securing it was a challenge on its own due to its teleportation ability.
They didn't know whether it was the ancestor playing with them or the wine jar having a consciousness that made it capable sensing danger and escaping from it. It was so hard to find it. There were many cycles where no one managed to find the ancestral wine jar and wake up the ancestor. That's it for now. I wish you have plentiful harvest and an overall good experience. Red Clan head Bimid nodded at his daughter Kazas before returning to his seat. Everyone held their breaths in anticipation after realizing that there was merely 2 minutes before the dimensional pocket to open up. The same didn't apply to the White Clan team as they were starting to grow anxious with each second that passed by. As I have told you, unreliable. Black Clan head Igos advised indifferently. There is still time to send in the replacement. No, Clan head Curson replied bluntly. He knew that it was already too late to replace Felix. Sure, they had hundreds of great royal dragons, waiting to jump on this opportunity. But he understood that none of them would truly help out his daughter and clan to win the ceremony. If he wanted just to participate in the ceremony and be a token, he wouldn't have bothered to bet on Felix and make a deal with him with their precious ancestral scales. You are too stubborn for your good. Green Clan head Azistirth shook his head. He will come. No matter what he heard, Clan head Curson was convinced that Felix would make it on time. He had seen his character and recognized that he was a man of his word. Even without the contract, he would still try his best to make it in time. Alas, 2 minutes had gone by and Felix was still nowhere to be seen. No one paid attention to Felix's absence anymore as they were attracted to the ring on top of the altar. Everyone had odd expressions as they watched the clouds revolve around the peak of the altar. When the stream camera was zoomed on the ring, most of the viewers sucked a deep cold breath at the sight of visible spatial waves. Everyone knew that they were spatial waves since the space inside the ring was getting distorted constantly until it was impossible to see through it. Rumble, rumble. It looked like the spatial waves were strong enough it caused the atmosphere to switch its temperature as a thunderstorm appeared unexpectedly. With each flash of lightning, the ring gets illuminated, showing new mystical scenes on the other side. It took more than 30 seconds for the spatial waves to cool down. This in turn forced the thundercloud to settle down and for the clouds to return to their previous peaceful state. However, the peak of the altar was now utterly different. The ancestral dimensional pocket is open. Red Clan head Bimid announced thunderously. Prepare for entry. Let's go. Prince Domino ordered coldly while spreading his wings widely. Without an ounce of hesitation, he took off towards the dimensional gate and was followed by his teammates. The rest of the teams remained on the ground and waited for their turns. They weren't allowed to barge in the dimensional pocket at the same time since it was quite unstable. If it wasn't for so, it would have been possible to send as many as possible inside. Alas, the gate's energy was enough to support only 40 entries. This translated to 20 participants since they would be required to exit the same dimensional gate. After Prince Domino and his team went inside, Red Clan head Bimid waited for exactly 30 seconds before shouting, "Next." "See you there, losers." Arenas winked at the two princesses and took off into the sky. His face is really thick to call us that while losing 5 times in a row. Princess Kazus chuckled in amusement. Yeah. Princess Anastasia replied with an absent-minded expression. Knowing that she was thinking about Felix's absence, Princess Kazus didn't know how to comfort her. "Next. Stay strong, sis. I will go ahead." Princess Kazus gave her a bitter smile before departing with her team. "Good luck on your harvest." Now that only the White Clan team was left behind, everyone's attention landed on them. The fact that they were still short a member had pissed off many dragons. In their eyes, if Felix had ditched them, they should provide the opportunity to another competent royal dragon instead of waiting for him until the last second. "Next!" Red Clan head Bimid yelled, uncaring about the White Clan's predicament. "Now what?" Forgo sneered, "Are we going to waste our team here and hope for his arrival? We only have 7 days to gather bloodline treasures and find the wine jar." Tando shook his head. "Let's request for replacement from the clan head." "I think the same." Kem nodded. Anastasia didn't reply to any of them as she was deep in thought about their next move. "Anna, take your team and enter." Anastasia suddenly turned towards the head clans, seating with a stunned expression, not expecting her father to give her such an order. "Are you certain, father?"
Anastasia said with a worried tone. Even if he managed to enter the dimensional pocket a few seconds after us, he will be thrown in different location.
Teams had to go in together to avoid being separated by thousands of kilometers if not more.
I would rather take such a risk than accept another defeat. Clan head Curson said coldly. Go for it and give it your best. Okay. Without an ounce of hesitation, Anastasia spread out her wings and took off towards the dimensional gate. Forgo and the rest were dumbfounded by her actions, but they still followed her instinctively. You have truly grown mad. Green Clan head Azistirth frowned at Curson. No one minded your team losing every time, but you will truly get a nasty backlash from this. Black Clan head Igo sighed in exasperation. As he said, the dragons went absolutely nuts and started cursing the White Clan officials, head, and even the team.
Hell, even the White Clan dragons didn't spare their own leaders from the barrage of furious remarks. White Clan head had just shown them that he would rather bet on an unreliable human than pick one of them. No one minded our lose, but I did. I always did. The fact that you said this is enough proof that no one respect us anymore. Clan head Curson eyed him frigidly. I am a royal dragon as much as you.
The clan heads were left unable to respond to his outburst. They knew that he was right to feel frustrated and displeased by their remarks. Dragons were known to be one of the most competitive races in the universe. The royal dragons were even more competitive than red dragons. Yet, Clan head Curson was being told to just play along and please the crowd instead of actually aiming to win the ceremony. All of this because of their innate weakness against their fellow peer. Clan head Curson was simply sick and tired of using their attributed sacred flames as an excuse for losing.
While the head clans understood his motives and stopped bringing the matter anymore, the rest of the dragons were still giving him shit for it.
Just as the situation was starting to get out of control, a sudden void rift opened directly in front of the dimensional gate. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, a shadowy figure had burst from the void rift and entered the dimensional gate in the blink of an eye. Everyone kept looking at each other with dumbfounded looks, trying to seek confirmation that their eyes weren't playing tricks on them.
The dimensional gate turning dimmer was enough proof that someone did enter it.
Little bastard. Took you long enough. Clan head Curson sighed in relief and relaxed his tensed shoulders at last. He didn't need to guess, as it was obvious that no one else but Felix would dare enter the dimensional pocket without receiving permission.
Thank God.
You almost gave me a heart attack, idiot. Selphie was also relieved that Felix had made it. She really didn't know how to face Anastasia anymore if her crush had bailed on them. As for the dragons, one by one they started to quieten down. They were still pissed at the White Clan officials and head for taking such a decision, but thankfully, Felix entered a mere 30 seconds after his teammates. On the opposite, life had finally returned to the stream chats as everyone started celebrating Felix's arrival. Especially his fans. The Elder Dragon was the only one who didn't show a single hint of emotions throughout all of this.
Neither did he ask nor did he bother to think too deeply about any of this.
He was simply too high up. Everyone's actions and decisions appear as meaningless as pouring water on a bucket with a hole. All of this, and he will still not be able to help you win the ceremony. Green Clan Azistirth snickered faintly. For once, I agree with the Green Lizard. Black Clan head Igos approved calmly. We will see about that. Clan head Curson smiled. For now, let's send in the signal tower and see what they are up to. A Humanoid red dragon flew towards the altar and beamed 2 medium-sized signal towers, which were linked with a long, thick, hardened cable. Without hesitation, he threw one of them inside the dimensional gate and situated the other next to it.
After a couple of seconds, the Humanoid red dragon informed the clan heads that the connection had been established successfully. Immediately, they contacted their sons and daughters via Queen AI. Send out the nanodrones.
Abruptly, 20 small holographic screens appeared before them. Each screen was showing a participant from high above, focusing on him mostly. The clan heads enlarged the holographic screens until everyone was capable of watching through them without much difficulty. There he is. Selphie showed a loving smile as she focused on a screen that was displaying Felix waving his hand in greeting at the camera. Before the dragons could curse him, Felix bowed his head at the camera and apologized with a sincere tone. I'm sorry about the delay. I will make it up to the White Clan with my efforts instead of excuses. With the established connection, Felix knew that he could have apologized to the clan head telepathically, but he refused to cover up for his screw-up like this. He knew that the clan must have taken some backlash after waiting for him even when the teams had already gone through the gate. So, he owed them at least a public apology. Don't worry too much about it and do your thing. Clan head Curson stressed. Nothing else will matter if you brought us the victory. That's what I intend to do. Felix assured him with faint smirk and started his journey through the dimensional pocket, not planning on wasting his time on the outside world. If the dimensional pocket could be described in 2 words, they would definitely be mystical and vibrant. Even Felix had his breath taken away by the whole scenery. The sky was light green while the land was covered with forests, mountains, and rivers. All of them appeared like they came out of a child's fantasy dream. The forests were varied in colors and shapes while the rivers weren't filled with just water but other colorful substances. Felix had been teleported near a river that seemed to be flowing with never-ending golden honey. Naturally, the forest wasn't dead in the slightest as there were many unique-shaped birds, insects, and even small mammals who could be seen drinking the honey river or chilling on trees. With Felix's extraordinary vision, nothing could escape him, making him spot camouflaged reptiles on the rocks, tree trunks, and even the blue soft grass under him. The laws here are really too wild. Felix thought inwardly with an odd look while observing everything around him. Felix knew that if it wasn't for the laws being abnormal, the environment wouldn't have such a drastic difference from the outside universe. It was like he walked inside Wonderland and everything looked to be made out of candy. Hell, even the mountains before him resembled giant reversed ice cream cones. Felix, are you in? Abruptly, Felix received a brief message from Anastasia. Yes. I just entered. Felix apologized, sorry for making you wait. Some things came up in my close training. I am just relieved that you have made it. Anastasia requested while sending him a link, join the team's chat group. Felix pressed on the link with an annoyed expression, knowing that he would be hearing a lot of crap from Fergo. As expected, the instant he joined them, Fergo started with his scornful remarks. You really are something. Daring to be late while knowing that the Elder Dragon would be attending the ceremony. Your arrogance knows no boo. All right, shut the fuck up. Felix cut him off short, not planning to bleed out his ears. Then he apologized to Tando and Kemd, but he refused to do the same to Forgo. He wasn't a fool. He understood that Forgo was actually more pissed off that he made it instead of being replaced. After all, with Felix around, he would keep his second in command position in the team. You little PRI. That's enough. Anastasia said sternly, we don't have time to bicker around. Settle your problems at the end of the ceremony. For now, focus on the ancestral wine jar search. Got no problem with that. TSK, Fergo was still livid, but he couldn't challenge a direct order from Anastasia while being watched by everyone. He might be a black dragon, but he must demonstrate that he was putting his best effort to help the White Clan win the ceremony, otherwise his ending wouldn't be pleasant even by his clan. Felix, we have split up into 2 groups, Anastasia disclosed. You are on your own, so I hope that you are extra careful with everything around you. I know, Felix replied with a serious tone. Although the dimensional pocket resembled a harmless wonderland for children to run around freely, Felix knew that was merely a facade. Dangers lied everywhere and in the most unknown places. With new law settings, it meant new life forms able to inflict never-seen-before diseases, mental attacks, and more. For example, the Honey River seemed to be drinkable by the lifeforms here, but it might act like a superglue in his case, making him get caught in its trap. Hell, he even heard stories from Anastasia that some royal dragons had been killed by poisonous insects that were immune to fire. This happened while they were in their dragon's form. It was simply unfathomable to imagine 60 meters dragons getting killed by tiny insects. But it happened, and Felix had his guard up to avoid falling in similar scenario. With your poison immunity, many things here can't harm you, Asna commentated. I know, but it's better to be safe than sorry, Felix replied. Poison immunity was going to help Felix mostly with protection against insects, reptiles, and poisonous plants that camouflage themselves as natural treasures.
This was quite a good advantage to have on the dragons.
I have sent you our coordinates. Check the distance between us and decide accordingly. Anastasia informed.
All right. Felix nodded and requested Queen AI calculate the distance between him and the coordinates.
This wouldn't have been possible without having most of the dimensional pocket mapped out. Although it was mapped out in every circle, there would be new areas being destroyed and replaced by entire different environments.
This made Queen AI's map not 100% reliable.
5,678 kilometers in a straight line. Queen AI shared. Felix thanked the Queen and disclosed to Anastasia. I can reach you in 10 minutes or less if I traveled at my fastest speed. But I think it will be better if I moved slow and searched for the wine jar on the way. That works. Just be safe and stay in touch. Anastasia said one last time before ending her chat with him. Without further ado, Felix turned to a mountainous chain that was in his journey towards his teammates. Let's start with you. Felix decided to check them, knowing that most high-graded natural treasures were usually underground or in hidden places. After all, natural treasures grow with time and elemental energy absorbed. If they were in the open, they would get found easily and eaten by the lifeforms around them. Whoosh whoosh.
Felix popped out his wings and flew towards the nearest mountain that was shaped as a piece of Toblerone chocolate.
Naturally, he remained close to the grounds and flew at moderate pace to scan his path for any noteworthy natural treasures.
As expected of the dimensional pocket, it is quite packed with E and D graded natural treasures.
Because Felix had read thousands of books about every kind of natural treasures, he was easily able to spot their distinctive details and separate them from normal plants. Some of those natural treasures have already gone extinct on the outside. Felix murmured as he continued on his journey. Although he was interested, there was no way he would be wasting his limited time on picking up low-graded natural treasures. Felix wasn't the only one moving solo in the dimensional pocket, as the three other captains had all separated from their teams.
It was inefficient to search as five and dangerous to travel alone, hence, the captain travel solo and the others move in two groups to maximize their search area.
Iraga mountainous chain. He is quite far. Arentis frowned at the intel given to him by his father. Just like Anastasia being informed by her father about Felix's entry, the rest of the captains got a piece of the news too. Arentis was quite delighted by the intel since it implied that their original plan was still on. However, the distance was truly bothersome.
He was already given the initial location of Prince Domino, making him realize that they were being separated by 10,000 kilometers if not more. Will he drop everything and head towards that prick? Arentis was doubtful that Prince Domino would do so in the first day and the first hour. He understood that if it was just Prince Domino on his own, he would have done it without questions asked, but he had a team behind him to watch for and a clan to represent.
Fuck it, I will tell him the general location, and he can do whatever he wanted with it. Prince Arentis decided to go for it.
He swiftly reached out to Prince Domino and sent him the coordinates to Iraga mountainous chain while leaving a brief message. The human is here.
Prince Arentis waited a few moments for Prince Domino for his response but was left ghosted. Prick. Arentis cursed under his breath and continued his search.
He didn't want to push too much since he wanted to avoid exposing that he had obtained the information from his father. That's because it was banned to share anything with the participants. The only ones allowed to contact them were the clan heads. Even them were limited in the content of intel they could share from the stream. The only intel allowed was related to ancestral wine jar.
For example, if someone found the ancestral wine jar, the clan heads could expose the exact person holding it and keep updating their teams with his location constantly. This to ensure a healthy competition for the ancestral wine jar instead of locating it and hiding for 7 days in this vast dimensional pocket. Prince Arentis and his father decided to hasten the search for Felix by simply giving off his location in that manner. Queen AI couldn't expose or punish either of them when he merely gave out a random name for a location. Shameful as always.
Meanwhile, Prince Domino wasn't pleased one bit by Prince Arentis' intel. It didn't take a genius to make anyone realize that the Green Clan had cheated.
He knew that all the teams get sent quite far from each other depending on the time they accessed the dimensional gate. Hence, It was impossible for Prince Arentis to get his hands on such intel so soon on his own.
Change of plans, start searching towards north and hasten your pace. Prince Domino ordered his teammates while switching his flight direction towards the Araga mountainous chain.
It's time to answer your maker. Prince Domino narrowed his eyes coldly as he envisioned Felix's foolish smile. Unbeknownst to Arentis, Felix had pissed off Prince Domino too much to the point. He wasn't concerned about the legitimacy of the intel. All he cared about was to teach Felix a hard lesson.
Naturally, he was still sane enough to keep searching for the ancestral wine jar on the road, making the viewers believe that he simply changed his search area without any purpose. Though clan leader Azistirth wasn't fooled.
Success.
Arentis was quite surprised to hear positive feedback from his father about their strategy. He truly hadn't anticipated that Prince Domino would still target Felix when the distance wasn't making it easier for him.
I ain't complaining. Arentis snickered and informed his teammates to hasten their search. Oblivious to the current development, Felix could be seen standing before a small squarical cave with his chin resting on his palm. The intel I was given by the clan head says that the Araga mountainous chain is habituated by dangerous night poisonous rodents. Felix had used all of his visions to scan inside the cave for any hidden dangers, however. He found absolutely not a single life form.
This should have put him at ease, but Felix knew that the dimensional pocket's dangers shouldn't be treated in the same manner as the outside universe.
This is truly too weird. 50 years shouldn't be enough for such drastic changes in environments and even livable spaces of life forms. It looks like the time does run much faster after the gate closes. Felix commentated as he wore his void suit from top to bottom, not planning on taking any chances.
Then he crouched and walked slowly inside the squarical entrance as it was barely 1 meter tall.
With his perfect night vision, he knew that the tight tunnel would be like this for the next 100 meters. After, it would expand bigger and bigger until even an adult dragon could stand proudly inside. In a few moments, Felix exited the tight tunnel and was met with an underwhelming sight of nothingness.
There was nothing but rocks and boulders inside the cave.
Felix expected as much and continued his journey towards 4 tunnels, which were separated by quite a long distance. This signified that the tunnels led to different locations which were far apart from each other. Those tunnels must be new. Either the mountains had gone through a drastic change in structure as well, or I have entered from an unexplored area. Felix thought as he kept studying them. The information he read about the Araga mountainous chain didn't include those giant tunnels or even the squarical small cave.
Let's go with the middle.
Felix started walking through the middle tunnel, not planning on wasting his time on extensive examination. As long as he didn't know about the final destinations of all 4 tunnels, he could only depend on luck. After Felix disappeared through the tunnel, millions of red dots started to emerge on the ceiling and the walls of the spacious cave. Those red dots were all facing one direction, the middle tunnel.
All of those red dots were actual eyes of invisible dark creatures that resembled bats. Unlike bats, it appeared like their bodies were made out of jello as they had no bone structure or blood vessels.
They were truly creepy and would make anyone reconsider their decision in stepping inside the cave if they saw them.
Alas, neither Felix nor the viewers spotted them.
Abruptly, those bat-like creatures started crawling on the walls and the ceiling towards the middle tunnel. They made absolutely no sound due to their jelly-like bodies being firmly glued to the surfaces. Oblivious to the millions of crawling creatures behind him, Felix kept walking slowly with his guard up and base visions activated. From time to time, he turned around to check behind him. When he saw nothing, he continued his exploration. All of his visions had failed him to spot the dark creatures due to their unique body structure. So, they kept on approaching him until only 100 meters separated them.
Abruptly, all of them started emitting an inaudible sound wave towards Felix. The sound waves were extremely tiny and shouldn't cross more than a few meters, but when there were millions of them at the same time, they harmonized and empowered each other to reach Felix's ears.
The void suit did its job to block more than 80% of them, but the last 20% managed to penetrate its fabric and enter Felix's eardrums.
Still, Felix didn't react at all since the sound waves were muted to the point the soft gales in the cave were 100 times louder than them. So, Felix continued on his journey without a single clue in his mind.
As for those bat-like creatures,
They didn't bother following him anymore.
In a few moments, Asna frowned at the sight of Felix standing absent-mindedly while staring at the ceiling. "Felix," she called.
No response.
She tried to read his thoughts and saw that he was still actively thinking about cave. "The deeper this goes, the more promising it looks. What if I found the ancestral wine jar hidden here? Heh! I will camp it from a distance and catch it at the last day to avoid getting hunted for it." "Idiot!"
No response.
Something is going on. Asna already pretty much guessed what was going on with Felix. She nerfed her mental defenses to the same range as Felix and looked through his eyes again.
This time she was met with an entirely different scenery.
Felix was still walking in the tunnel while looking around him.
He really has been put into an hallucination. Asna's eyelids twitched.
She had no idea when did it happen and how did it happen since she was busy playing cards with the rest of the tenants.
Should we warn him about this? Asna wondered while looking at the others. Everyone looked up causally and shrugged their shoulders at the same time. It's his problem to solve. Then they returned to their poker table.
"But he can get killed. This is real life." Asna got a bit worried. "You have helped him enough to deal against mental attacks when he was weak," Thor stressed. "Now he has all the tools to deal with them on his own. Plus, if he can't even break through such a simple hallucination, he will get killed eventually when he deals with the true horrific mentalists." Thor was right. Felix could have easily blocked the dark creature's mental attacks if he had utilized his physics shield.
He had learned it personally by Thor to act as his protection against mental attacks. Felix must have felt that it wasn't necessary due to not spotting any life forms with his visions. He got too confident with his void suit and mental defenses to believe that he wouldn't be subjected to an invisible mental attack that was on the level of Empyrean rank. Jormungandr added calmly.
He guessed correct. Felix truly believed that it wasn't necessary to add another layer of mental protection when it was already high enough. Especially when using physics shield required active concentration, mental energy, and lightning energy.
Still, are we just going to watch him get eaten or killed?
Asna might have understood that Felix should be responsible over his fuck-ups, but as his partner and girlfriend, there was no way she could watch him suffer when she had the option to help him. "You don't have to worry. The Nightcrawler's bats have attacked him. They are known for feasting on their prey after exhausting them mentally until they die," Lady Sphinx said calmly while pushing a mountain of chips. "I am all in."
With Lady Sphinx's truth eyes, nothing escaped her. Unlike everyone else, she had spotted the night crawlers before Felix even stepped inside the cave.
"If it's like that, then I don't mind anymore." Asna dropped her worries and refocused on their poker game. In her eyes, Felix had all the time to own up to his mistake and free himself from the hallucination. Since time run much faster in a hallucination, she didn't worry about Felix wasting too much time on this.
Just like they had figured out that Felix had been had by a mental attack, the viewers started having some doubts when they saw Felix's absent-minded expression.
"What's going on?" Clan head Curson frowned as he controlled the nanodrone to zoom in Felix's face. When he saw his inattentive deadpan eyes, he knew that Felix was in a pickle.
"Will you look at that?" Green Clan head Azastirth chuckled mockingly. "Your ace has gotten himself in deep trouble in the first hour."
"Such a silent, deadly ambush. It must be the night crawlers or the illusionist sparrows," Black Clan head Igos commentated.
"You better try to wake him up." Red Clan head Bimid said, "We won't judge you for it."
"No need. He will handle it on his own." Clan head Curson refused to send messages to Felix to help him break the hallucination. His pride enforced him to follow the rules and not cheat like Azastirth. Plus, he honestly would feel somewhat disappointed by Felix if he had to save his ass in the first hour of the ceremony.
While the viewers were discussing Felix's current predicament, he was still walking in the tunnel within the hallucination. A short half-minute had gone by on the outside, but in the case of Felix, he felt like he was walking for more than an hour. How long is this shit? Felix knitted his eyebrows in disgruntlement.
It was impossible for him to see the ending of the tunnel with his visions since it wasn't in a straight line. "I can't keep going at the same pace. I am wasting too much time." Felix bent his knees and sprinted at a subsonic speed, not caring anymore about alerting the lifeforms within the cave. In his mind, he would rather alert and face them head on than keep walking on the tunnel for hours. Alas, it happened anyway. He started with subsonic speed, then moved to supersonic speed, and when he had gotten desperate, he went hypersonic speed. Huff huff. The hell? Am I trapped inside an infinite tunnel? Felix breathed ruggedly while looking around him in dread. That can't be right. The mountainous chain barely stretched for 100 kilometers. Felix removed such a crazy thought from his mind, knowing that even the dimensional pocket messed up laws wouldn't allow such a paradox to exist in real life. So, what's this? Am I under a hallucination or inside illusion? Felix found this even harder to believe since he hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary when he entered the cave. Just to make sure, he asked, Asna, am I hallucinating? Don't annoy me with this. A typical bitchy response from Asna. This set Felix's mind at ease for a little. But then, he recalled his latest confrontation with the Empyrean-ranked Hive player in the UVR and how fucked up he got inside his hallucination.
Felix narrowed his eyes and asked the same question from last time. Asna, tell me about the ones imprisoning you.
You know I can't. But can I make it up to you with sex? He received the same naughty and impossible response.
Upon hearing it, Felix felt his heart fall to the bottom of his stomach from sheer terror.
He didn't find it funny at all to realize that he was hallucinating since this was the real world. To make matters more terrifying, he had no clue when did he start hallucinating. In the forest? While flying? Before entering the cave? Or in the cave? Calm down, calm down. Since Asna hasn't tried to wake me up, I must not be in danger. Felix might not know much about his situation, but he was certain that Asna would have tried her best to help him if he was truly in a bad spot.
I have to break the hallucination world as fast as possible. Just because he felt that he was safe, it didn't mean that he was planning to chill. This time, Felix couldn't get rid of the hallucination by shouting out Bazinga, the safety word. In addition, it looked like knowing that he was hallucinating wasn't enough anymore to break the matrix.
The stronger the mental attacks, the harder and more complex it would take one to escape from it.
At the higher ends of the spectrum, one would instantly realize that he was hallucinating or inside an illusion. Yet, it wouldn't matter much, making him spend an eternal life in that dreadful situation.
Let's try the poison test. Felix manifested 3 poison inducements and merged them together as a drop of liquid. He made sure that he had never tasted the final product of the merge.
Far off from the reasoned taste, Felix started glancing around him after tasting the poisonous liquid, hoping for the hallucination to break apart.
Alas, nothing much changed.
I need something stronger to shock my mind. Felix narrowed his eyes.
He understood that the only way to escape from such mental attacks was to shock the mind as hard as possible to reset it. The illogical taste of the poisonous liquid wasn't enough to achieve that state. Looks like I need to use that protocol. Felix sighed. The moment Felix found himself unable to escape from the Empyrean-ranked Hive player's hallucination, he always sought new solutions to avoid falling in the same scenario.
Felix placed his palm on the ground and murmured softly, olive-sling obelisks.
Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, tens of towering dark orange crystals emerged from the ground and surrounded Felix in a circle. Just like most gemstones, they were absolutely breathtaking and would make anyone salivate at the thought of selling a giant piece of them. This was Felix's second active ability, gemstone obelisks.
It allowed him to erect obelisks made out of any kind of gemstone and at any size he desired, depending on the invested elemental energy. When Felix was completely hidden inside of them, he sat in a meditation position at the center. Then he manifested a giant sphere of electricity and manipulated it externally to expand above his head.
It was bright enough, the dark orange obelisks started reflecting the light all over the place.
The reflected orange light hit everything around it, Felix included.
Felix kept his eyes wide open, accepting as much orange light as possible before his sensitivity forced him to close them. That should be enough. Felix opened his eyes slowly. The instant he looked around him, Felix found himself to be in a wholly different environment.
He was standing above a sea of blood under a gloomy red sky. Near him, there were thousands of mountains made out of human corpses stacked on each other.
When Felix looked close on the nearest mountain, he found his grandfather, Olivia, Noah, his subordinates, the rest of his family, and even the Earthling team. All of them seemed to have suffered from the most brutal death ever, with their eyes gouged out and limbs being bitten off. Felix turned his head around, having enough of such harrowing sight. Alas, the scene behind him wasn't any better as he saw his masters getting tortured by the Darkin faction.
They were still alive and kept trying to reach out to another person with the golden hair. That person was on his knees and had his back facing Felix. But Felix immediately knew his identity.
Felix walked next to the golden-haired person.
When the golden-haired person heard his footsteps, he turned around and looked at Felix with a soulless, miserable expression. Look and behold, it was none other than Felix without his mutations.
I looked really too feeble in my previous life. Felix smiled bitterly, trying his best to not look at his tortured masters and the corpses of those close to him. It really sucks to use olive sling on myself. If it wasn't for the dire situation calling for it, Felix would have never used the olive sling on himself. Who could blame him? It was an attributed gemstone that was able to manifest the fears of anyone who got hit by light reflected on its surface.
It was referred to as the invoker of horrors by the first ones to discover it and live through its effect.
What was Felix seeing right now were his fears in life. The death of his close ones in a horrendous manner.
The Darkin faction winning and capturing his masters, making them get tortured for eternity without any possible way to escape.
Felix's fear of returning to his old loser self in his previous life. Last but not least, Felix, save me. Here it is.
Felix tightened his fists as hard as he could and turned around after hearing Asna's whimpering voice. The sight that came before him was enough to cripple anyone's mind. Cosmic beings made out of stars and galaxies chaining Asna in her flame form above a circular platform.
They were dragging her away towards the sky while she was crying for his help. But Felix couldn't help her as he was still too weak to even win against the Darkin faction. Hence, he could only watch her get taken away and imprisoned yet again with a hopeless deadpan expression. This was Felix's current biggest fear. Seeing Asna being taken from him by the same entities who imprisoned her previously.
Because he didn't have their image, fear turned them into celestial entities who would cause anyone brains to short-circuit by a mere glance at their grandiose.
Hurts every time. Felix knew that everything in front of him was mere fabrication. But he allowed himself to sink in it and be afraid, be terrified, and be alarmed.
He tortured himself like this for two reasons. First, to help him break out of the original hallucination by shocking the mind with something even more terrifying. Second, to act as a reminder that everything could go wrong in the blink of an eye.
For someone like him with this many fears, he was still too weak to be assured that not one of them would come true. In this universe, weakness is a sin, Felix murmured to himself while closing his eyes. When he opened them, he found himself staring at the ceiling of the tunnel without the olive sling obelisks around him. Without needing to guess, Felix knew that he had broken from the hallucination. Welcome back, stranger. Asna giggled happily after seeing Felix finally showing a reaction. Asna, do you want to have SE? Wanna die instead? Asna cut him off short with a flustered threat. I am back all right. Felix chuckled to himself and pushed down his brought-out fears back in the depths of his heart. He knew that having fears were good to motivate himself and keep him always on track. But if he got enslaved by them, he would soon give up and embrace the fact that his fears were bound to occur.
Felix refused to turn those fears into a reality. He refused. I knew he can do it. Clan head Curson smiled as he watched Felix scanning the surrounding area.
You sure didn't help him out? Clan head Azistirth accused with a playful tone.
I will act as you didn't say that. Clan head Curson eyed him coldly. He is right, don't be throwing out such disrespectful accusations. Clan head Bymid supported.
TSK. Can't one make a joke anymore? Clan head Azistirth clicked his tongue in criticism, trying to play it down.
Clan head Curson ignored his remarks and focused on Felix after seeing him returning to the entrance. Because Felix was inside the hallucination for a mere minute and no one saw the shit he had gone through, the viewers didn't really react drastically to his emergence, especially his fans, who were used to godly and epic plays by him. So, I was attacked by those cunts? Felix narrowed his eyes coldly at the sight of millions of nightcrawlers bats twitching on the ceiling and the walls.
When he had broken through their hallucination, they suffered from mental backlash just like any other mentalist in the universe. This ended up exposing them to Felix as they lost their camouflage.
Upgraded corruption cloud. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix released a vast pitch-black cloud from his palms and aimed it at the ceiling and the walls. The instant it reached them, the Nightcrawler's bats were all turned into fine dust before getting taken away by the breeze. It didn't take Felix more than a few seconds to erase them from existence. Then he turned off his poisonous emission and used his conversion technique to restore all of his lost poison energy in a split second. With his mastery of poison conversion technique, Felix had absolutely no problems anymore with energy management in that department. I better find something valuable inside. Felix turned around and continued on his journey. This time, he had used his physic shield, not daring to take any chances anymore. He had learned his lesson. After sprinting at a subsonic speed for a short while, Felix finally reached the end of the tunnel. Unfortunately, he was met with a dead end and absolutely no valuables in the vicinity. Of course. Felix's eyelids twitched in irritation and turned back, knowing that he could only try his luck with the other 3 tunnels. If Felix didn't feel like had spent hours in the hallucination, he wouldn't have gotten this annoyed since the journey was really quite short. Still, Felix increased his speed and started going through the tunnels one by one. The right and the left ones were empty as well. Now, he was speeding through the finale tunnel with a last shimmer of hope. Alas, he reached a dead end again and found nothing to take with him. This can't be fucking right. Felix massaged his temples to ease his rising headache. He had wasted more than 15 minutes on this mountain and almost ended up getting trapped inside a hallucination. All for nothing? It didn't feel good at all. Just take your loss and go search in other areas. Asna advised. Not yet. Felix rested his chin on his palm thoughtfully. It doesn't seem right that those bats will gather on this specific mountain in millions while it was void of resources. Felix was informed by Lady Sphinx earlier about the Nightcrawler's bats. Based on his understanding, there was no way a carnivore creatures like them would establish their base in a resourceless area. After all, how could they lure in other creatures to enter their habitable area if it didn't have something to attract them? He even confirmed his theory with a quick search in the data center. The little bits of information about the Nightcrawler's bats had clearly stated that they prefer hiding in bountiful caves. You can't rely on the information about Nightcrawlers from the matter universe and subject it to the ones here. Asna retorted. In this peculiar dimensional pocket, maybe the Nightcrawler's bats have evolved to live on minimal amount of food, making it possible to sustain themselves even in empty caves. That's possible. But it won't hurt to try everything and make sure that I missed nothing. You do you. Without further ado, Felix beamed a spherical potion that was filled with a gooey brown substance. Since my eyes have failed me, I must rely on other senses. This was a rank 4 potion called Hellhound's Nose. It was capable of enhancing Felix's smell temporarily to be more than 1,000,000 times acute than a normal human. The moment Felix drank it, he closed his eyes and waited for the effect to kick in. It didn't take long before Felix was forced to close his nose with a pained expression after his brain got assaulted by millions if not billions of different smells enhanced to the limit. There was so much, his brain was having difficulty processing them one at a time, causing Felix to alleviate the pressure by shutting his nose. Thankfully, Felix had already experienced this effect many times in the UVR to prepare himself for such scenario. That's brutal. I can smell even the shit of animals from kilometers away. Felix winced in disgust and tried his absolute best to control the smell. With time, he started to fade out the smells that were far away from him. He kept doing so until he was left with the strongest and nearest smells to him. Then he moved to the next step. He closed his eyes and started taking deep breaths, taking in all the smells at once. After doing this a couple of times, his mind started to envision colorful trails, leading to different destinations. Felix eliminated the ones leading outside the cave and the ones on the nearest mountains. Gotcha! Although he was still left with many other smells, Felix managed to lock in on a dark, gloomy trail that was leading to all 4 tunnels. The smell was too unique as it resembled a mixture of burnt-off wood and nasty, outdated mayonnaise. I only have 10 minutes before the effects wear off. Without delay, Felix took off towards the middle tunnel, where the smell was much stronger. Why is he returning? Didn't he waste enough time? Looks like he doesn't want to accept leaving the mountain empty-handed. Poor thing.
Almost everyone felt that Felix was merely wasting his precious time on a voided result, especially when he had already checked the 4 tunnels thoroughly and found nothing.
Felix didn't care about the viewers' opinions and carried on following the smell that was getting stronger and stronger. In a brief moment, he returned to the end of the tunnel and stopped before the humongous hardened and rugged wall.
Just like last time, there was absolutely nothing on it if it was seen with mere eyes. However, Felix was grinning widely as he looked at the dark trail being emitted from a few tiny holes inside the wall. Those holes were even smaller than skin pores, making it impossible to see them. Even if someone saw them, he wouldn't think much of them due to the ruggedness of the wall.
Felix opened his eyes and zoomed in on those tiny holes with his quantum vision until he was capable of seeing through them.
"What did you say, Asna?"
"TSK, you got lucky?"
Asna clicked her tongue in annoyance at the shocking sight inside those tiny holes. They stretched for tens of meters deep within the walls and kept expanding until they resembled small tunnels. At the end of the hole that Felix was focusing on, there was a cozy pocket that was filled with a dark moss-like substance. It was on the walls, the ceiling, the ground, everywhere. "Master, do you know what is that?" Felix inquired. "I have no recollection of such substance."
"Neither do I." Lady Sphinx eyed the dark substance in intrigue, not bothering anymore with the poker game even though she was thrashing them.
When it came to new discoveries, her attention gets stolen instantly.
"Be careful," Lady Sphinx warned. "I will." Felix nodded with a serious expression.
He knew that when dealing with new types of substances, plants, and life forms, it was always better to be on high alert and prepared for literally anything. If gems could explode and cast hallucinations, anything was expected in this universe. Hence, Felix decided to expand the tiny hole as slowly and carefully as possible. He did so by engulfing his hands with potent brittle inducement and starting to dig on top of the tiny hole. It made him look like he was digging through sand, making absolutely no mess or even loud noises.
The viewers kept watching him with confused and baffled expressions, having no clue what he was aiming to do. "He is really persistent," Clan Head Bimid chuckled.
"He is just an idiot who is destroying the environment of our sacred grounds for no reason," Azastirth sneered.
Some dragons were beginning to feel the same when they saw that Felix had dug for more than 10 meters and wasn't planning on stopping.
If it was another dragon doing so, they honestly would have given a shit.
But Felix was a human.
No matter how much they respected his strength, it still didn't feel right to see him violating their sacred grounds for no clean purpose.
Oblivious to the rising displeasure he invoked in the crowd, Felix continued digging his way towards the hidden pocket.
Because the distance was at least 70 to 80 meters long, Felix had to reinforce his tunnel with white adamantine gemstone pillars. After a short while, Felix finally reached the point where the already established tunnel was big enough to support him. This discovery had shocked the viewers alike, making them finally realize that Felix knew what the fuck he was doing.
Felix entered the tunnel and started to crawl on his stomach while still followed closely by the nano drone.
However, because of the tightness of the tunnel, everyone ended up staring at Felix's tight ass wiggling forward.
"This is quite shameful, but why can't I stop looking at it?" Ashamed and somewhat excited, Selfie murmured while covering her eyes and peeking from gaps of her fingers at the stream. In a short while, Felix finally reached the exit of the tunnel. Instead of jumping inside the pocket, he examined the dark substance first with a stern expression. In his eyes, this dark substance might be alive and would devour him if stepped on it or something in that premise.
"What do you think, Master?" Felix asked the professional after realizing that he got nothing out of his analysis. "From initial observation, it's a moss-based organism," Lady Sphinx replied. "I don't pick up any spiritual presence from it, so it's not conscious. The fact that it appears moist and alive even when not a single ray of sun reaches it, it implies that it feeds on either the rocks or the air. Though the air here is almost non-existent. So, it must be the rocks."
"A plant feeding on rocks?" Felix raised an eyebrow. "You learn new stuff every day, I guess."
Felix was familiar with many freaky plants that didn't rely completely on the sunlight to create food for themselves, but they did feed on other stuff that were nutritious in nature.
"But rocks and stones? That's a whole new level of craziness."
"It's just an initial observation. I need to study them in the lab to truly understand them," Lady Sphinx informed. "For now, Try your best to minimize your exposure while collecting them.
All right. Without further ado, Felix pushed himself a bit further inside the pocket, but he didn't enter it completely. Then he extended his finger to the nearest moss-like substance and touched it gently.
Although he was wearing void suit, he still felt like he had just touched a wet, sticky used bubblegum. No reaction. It's pretty dead, all right. Felix pulled away his finger and pushed himself inside the pocket. Because the ground was also covered with the dark moss, Felix's feet came in contact with them. Still, nothing much happened to him. This had finally put his mind at ease and made him beam out a container and a small shovel. Next, he started to scrap the dark moss slowly and carefully, not wanting to damage its integrity. In his eyes, it might be the most amazing natural treasure or just pure trash, depending on how he extract it. What's this?
Have you ever seen this substance before? No. The clan heads wondered with each other about the origin of the dark moss after they were finally spared from Felix's ass in the screen.
Queen, analyze the substance. Clan head Curson requested. The nano-drone behind Felix suddenly started emitting a blue beam on the walls and the ground, scanning everything. Felix ignored this and continued his work. He knew that if even Lady Sphinx was ignorant about this substance, there was no way Queen AI would know about it. When it came to the plant's domain, Lady Sphinx and Lady Yggdrasil were simply unequaled. No match in the data. As expected, the scan failed to deliver results. Interesting. Clan head Bimid rubbed his bearded chin. It looks like the lad was lucky enough to discover a new organism. Can you get us some, Brother Curson? Clan head Azistirth requested. Clan head Curson's eyelids twitched at his shameless to switch to a nice guy the moment Felix became useful. I can't make any promises. Clan head Curson replied calmly. We have already established in the contract that anything he gets would be his own besides the bloodline treasures.
Naturally, it won't be for free. Clan head Igo said we will trade with him for a container. I will deliver your interest to him at the end of the ceremony. It was normal for the clan heads to be this much interested in a new discovered organism, especially if it was found inside their own dimensional pocket. After all, it represented new prospects and research paths.
The researchers and explorers in the live stream were all discussing the dark moss feverishly in the chat at the moment.
All of them were also planning to seek Felix and hope to obtain a small piece of his harvest. Alas, Felix was already rich enough to not bother with whatever they offer him.
I should get some for Mother too. Or maybe I should tell Felix to gift to her.
She will gain an even better impression of him. Selfie thought to herself.
She knew that her mother's current hobby was tending her royal garden that was filled with the rarest and most peculiar plants in the universe.
S-graded natural treasures were the most common ones in her collection. If Felix gave her a new type of plant that wasn't common, he would indeed gain a small favor from her.
Oblivious to the amount of interest the dark moss had garnered, Felix kept filling up a container after the other. In less than an hour, he had cleared out the entire pocket from the moss, leaving only traces of its existence. 5 large containers. Felix smiled in satisfaction. This is a great harvest.
Felix beamed them in his spatial card and exited the inner pocket. Then he snapped his fingers and destroyed the gemstone pillars. This caused the man-made tunnel to collapse.
Next one. 2 hours later,
Felix had exited the mountain from the same squarical cave with a satisfied expression. He had gone to the other 3 tunnels and found the same type of dark moss inside hidden pockets. Though the quantity harvested wasn't as much as the first pocket,
still, Felix was pretty pleased with the amount he had gotten.
I filled 15 large containers. If this stuff is legit, I might have struck the jackpot. Felix thought optimistically while taking off to the sky.
Although he believed that the other mountains on the chain might have the same dark moss substance, he wanted to avoid overstaying his welcome. He wasn't stupid enough to trust that the clan heads would play fairly. As a human, his nature already enforced him to distrust everyone who wasn't extremely close to him.
So he felt that it would much smarter to keep on the move and changing environments to not get surrounded by the other teams.
It was smart of him to assume the worst of people, as the Black Clan team was merely a couple of 100 kilometers away.
They had bridged the distance between them and Felix by tens thousands of kilometers in 3 hours while going at a moderate pace.
If they sped up, they would have caught Felix lacking inside the mountain.
North.
As expected, the moment Felix restarted his journey towards his teammates, clan head Azistirth snitched on him to his son.
In return, Arentis didn't hesitate to deliver the message to Prince Domino. He is heading north of the Araga mountainous chains right this instant.
You guys are truly obnoxious. Prince Domino insulted back with a disgusted expression.
Drop the good guy act. Arentis sneered, if you weren't such a hypocrite, you would have blocked my contacts the instant you received my first intel.
I would have done so if I knew that you have gotten this comfortable with cheating. Prince Domino replied with a disdainful tone and blocked him instantly. Motherfucker. I dare you not to head north then. Arentis cursed back, but he was met with this notification. This message has failed to be sent.
Arrogant bastard, daring to insult me after using my tips to his advantage. Arentis snickered, but it doesn't matter much, he must have already got close to him. All it mattered to him was to win the ceremony.
If it meant having to hand out his own bloodline treasures to Prince Domino, he would do it in a heartbeat to stamp on the Black Clan. He hadn't forgotten about his lost wager with Prince Domino that enforced him to hand out any bloodline treasures in his possession at the end of the ceremony. Alas, his original plan to focus on Prince Domino and kill him to cancel the bet was repressed by his father and officials. Hopefully, that other prick will wound him heavily and helps me get rid of him. Arentis wished for Felix's victory against Prince Domino, even though he knew that was just a far-fetched dream. Captain, I think I have found something. Suddenly, one of Arentis' teammates contacted him. What is it? Arentis asked with a stern tone.
It looks like a buried entrance. I have found it hidden under a broken giant tree.
Entrance. It must be leading to one of our ancestor buildings from the ancient First Dragon City. Arentis got eccentric immediately.
Who could blame him? The ancestral dimensional pocket was called the resting grounds of the ancestor, but in reality it was actually a humongous piece of land that was cut off from the First Dragon City. In other words, there were many hidden ruins buried deep within the land waiting to be discovered.
The best part, the bloodline treasures were mostly found on those ruins, since they manifest originally from the lost blood of the ancestor and his first ever-born descendants. Hence, finding ruins entrance was the same as finding a jackpot in this dimensional pocket.
Link the coordinates.
Everyone gather on him. Arentis ordered with a thrilled expression. Your clan's luck truly knows no bounds. Clan head Curson said with a disgruntled expression as he watched Arentis and his teammates rushing towards the ruined site.
Don't congratulate him now. Clan head Bymid chuckled. There is a high chance that the ruins entrance might lead to an already discovered area of the lost First Dragon City.
Since the dimensional pocket gets changed immensely after every cycle, it was expected to assume that some previous discovered entrances would be hidden by different environments. In worse cases, the entrance might be newly discovered, but it would lead an already cleared out zone. It won't happen if you don't jinx it, Clan head Azistirth retorted in irritation. Arentis and his teammates weren't thinking about any of this. The only thing coursing on their mind was the trove of bloodline treasures within the ruins. Meanwhile, on the northern side of the dimensional pocket, Prince Domino and his teammates had just arrived at the Araga mountainous chains. While his teammates went to do a quick search for any valuables, Prince Domino stood up on the peak of the highest mountain and used his infrared vision to the max. Someone was indeed here. Prince Domino narrowed his slits at the residual heat radiation left by Felix deep within the mountain. Dragon's infrared vision was remarkable, but Royal Dragon's infrared vision was on another level as it allowed them to spot even the lowest recordings of heat. Guys, explore this region. I have some personal matters to deal with. Prince Domino cracked his neck and took off towards north at his fastest speed, not holding back at all.
When the viewers saw this, they were taken back since they understood that it wouldn't be possible for him to search for anything like that.
However, the moment they saw that he was bridging the distance between him and Felix extremely fast, it finally clicked in their minds that the black team had come here for a specific reason.
Wait a second?
How the hell did they know about Landlord's location? I thought that there are rules or something.
How shameless.
I already felt that something wasn't right when they switched their direction from south to north.
Drop the accusations. The Black Clan are far too proud to cheat on such ceremony. It must be luck.
The stream chat flooded with curses and insults directed at the Black Clan by Felix's fans.
However, the rational ones still believed that it was more possible for the black to give up on the ceremony than cheat openly like this.
Is that how you decided to play it? Clan head Igos said indifferently while eyeing clan head Azistirth. When he saw his son switch his direction, he also felt that it was quite peculiar, but he didn't think much of it. Now, he was certain that his son was fed intel by the Green Clan forcefully. I don't know what you are talking about. Clan head Azistirth shrugged his shoulders carelessly without even glancing at him. Although it was clear to the clan heads that he was cheating, he knew that they couldn't do much about it if he didn't confirm it.
As for worrying that the Elder Dragon might punish the Green Clan,
he understood that the Elder Dragon rarely cared about even major issues. No matter what happened in this ceremony, he wouldn't even bet an eye.
Should I warn the Dragon's Lair? Clan head Curson knitted his eyebrows while watching Felix flying slowly, oblivious to the danger he was at.
Clan head Curson knew that no one would hold it against him if he broke the rules too. But he was level-headed to understand that two wrongs don't make right.
He refused to insult himself and his proud clan by cheating.
I trust that he will be fine. With his void domain, he can't be killed by anyone in the universe. In the end, Clan head Curson decided to believe in Felix's capabilities.
Because Prince Domino was going at an insane speed, it didn't take him even a minute before Felix had emerged as a tiny dark dot in his sight. Caught you. Prince Domino smiled sinisterly akin to a predator.
This was more than enough to make Felix's danger instincts start tingling, forcing him to drop his search and turn around. You gotta be shitting me.
The instant he spotted Prince Domino approaching him in his dragon form, Felix was left shocked out of his wits.
Although he always thought that there might a possibility of the clan heads cheat, he doubted that the Black Clan would be the one doing so. Whoosh! In a split second, Prince Domino halted 2 kilometers away from Felix, putting him deep in his fire external range. You are that desperate to fight me? Felix sent a message with a displeased expression.
There is no point in explaining myself. Prince Domino morphed into his dragonoid form and replied coldly, let's fight and don't think about running away.
Prince Domino had no intentions of blaming Prince Orentis and make excuses to explain himself. In his mind, he took advantage of illegal intel and that's all to it. Whether he was forced or not. Run away. Felix eyed him with a faint, frigid smirk. You think too highly of yourself. Instead of replying, Prince Domino covered his entire body in dark flames, turning him into a Humaniad torch. The dark flames extended to his sharp claws too, making them seem much longer. Then, he disappeared. When he reappeared, a flaming claw was already placed in front of Felix's face, forcing to manifest a shield of white adamantine to block it instantly. Creak! The contact made an irritating loud noise that resembled a car's door getting scratched by a key. The claws didn't cut the white adamantine shield thoroughly, but it made sure to scratch it pretty badly.
Although Felix survived the claw, he didn't manage to block the forceful power accompanied by it.
This resulted in him getting bashed in the face by his own shield and get sent flying tens of kilometers away. Felix's fans went as quiet as monks at the sight of their idol getting launched akin to a cannonball by a single attack. As for the dragons, everyone had a natural expression, like they expected this outcome to occur.
Crazy, fucking crazy. After Felix took control of his body, he eyed Prince Domino with an alarmed expression.
His broken nose and busted lips were bleeding badly inside the void suit, but Felix didn't even care about them. He was still processing the insane force he was subjected to. His physical strength must be already above 130k or even 140k, Felix thought. He is really a monster. Felix knew that most royal dragons hit the ceiling of adulthood at 110k BF. If they wanted to increase it, they would need to rely on other methods.
Because they were dragons and they were already at the limit of mortal strength, there wasn't really many methods to help them out besides bloodline treasures.
Prince Domino had this kind of strength while he was still considered at the adolescent stage. Felix didn't dare to imagine how far he would get when he grew to an adult and absorbed the bloodline treasures.
He is too dangerous.
Felix's current strength was at 110k more or less, which meant that if he had directly taken that hit, his brain would have already turned into a mush. Luckily, the white adamantine and the void suit negated most of the force.
If this much has surprised you, this fight isn't going to last as long as I anticipated. Prince Domino taunted Felix while preparing for his assault.
You are strong, all right, but don't get too cocky. Felix talked back while tripling his size and beaming his crescent battle axe.
Be honored, you will be the first to experience my external lightning manipulation.